Chapter 747. Wu Yuankai looked calmly at Xiao Qian. The red ribbon behind him undulated like waves, and the vast spiritual energy of the world surged like a river. Winds and clouds churned, and Wu Yuankai's aura soared continuously. The surrounding rocks also bobbed up and down under the influence of the heavenly sage laws. Not bad. I have not seen such an exquisite drawing the saber in a long time. If it were 30 years ago, this old man would definitely have a good exchange with you. Unfortunately, I took someone's money to deal with this disaster. Today you will die for sure. Wu Yuankai smiled and slowly clenched his gloved hands. As the metal rubbed against each other, it gave off creaking sounds. Blood Shadow Underworld River Fist. Right after Wu Yuankai spoke, he punched from a distance. The heavenly sage laws in Wu Yuankai's body surged out, and the red ribbon behind him suddenly gave off a bright light. Even the naked eye could catch a vague trace of it. The scarlet heavenly sage laws radiated an evil aura. As they moved up and down, they continuously absorbed the surging quintessence of the world. The quintessence turned into surging quintessence and shot out together with Wu Yuankai's punch. The scarlet fist light formed a scarlet head that surged forward like a river flowing in reverse. Bang! 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 Everywhere it passed, the huge rocks in its way were easily crushed into powder and scattered with the wind. Xiao Qian's expression remained calm as he infused his great perfection saber intent into his saber. The saber hummed continuously as it gave off a boundless purple light. Xiao Qian tilted his body and ferociously thrust his right hand forward. The saber struck the center of the scarlet head, and the withdrawn saber intent scattered. The scarlet head immediately exploded into a clump of scarlet light. The scarlet light scattered everywhere like blood filling the night sky. Wu Yuankai laughed loudly and moved his fists. Fist lights formed scarlet heads flying forward. Each scarlet head left a scarlet trail in the air, looking like a vast and sinister underworld river. A white figure flickered as Xiao Qian rode on the blue dragon image. He brandished his saber and moved in and out of the huge rocks, calmly shattering the scarlet heads flying at him. Wu Yuankai's face twisted, and his veins bulged. He entered a berserk state. The 10-odd scarlet heavenly sage laws behind him undulated continuously, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Fist light flashed without end. The underworld river surged, crisscrossing, and countless vengeful souls howled. A painting of the 9 serenities of hell appeared in front of Xiao Qian. Amazing! After not seeing Wu Yuankai for some time, his Blood Shadow Underworld River Fist has improved again. He can even execute the 9 nether underworld purgatory. That white-robed brat is quite incredible. He is only a superior grade martial monarch. However, by relying on the state of thunder, the state of massacre, and the great perfection saber images, he is not at a disadvantage even after 200 moves. However, compared to Wu Yuankai, he is still a bit lacking. Once the painting of the 9 nether purgatory is executed, it is as if the true purgatory has descended. Not only will the target's mind be in chaos, but even the heavenly mountain frigid iron will be corroded by the netherworld river. The scope of the battle expanded. When the cultivators learned that it was one of the 10 evils Wu Yuankai who made a move, the number of cultivators who heard the news increased tenfold. When they saw Wu Yuankai's fist explode and form the aura of the 9 nether purgatory, they all sighed in praise. Xiao Qian casually swung his saber and tore apart a fist. When he saw the various horrifying mysterious phenomena above the vast underworld river, his lips curled up in a cold smile. Even the true purgatory cannot trap me. What more, this is just a mysterious phenomenon. Hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring dragon in the sky. Xiao Qian held his saber horizontally as he stood upright. As he watched the 9 nether purgatory approach, a vast dragon roar came from his chest. The purple clouds in Xiao Qian's dantian scattered and turned into dense quintessence, spreading to every corner of Xiao Qian's body. The true dragon soared and quickly accumulated its momentum. Its energy was like a mountain flood, boundlessly vast. Xiao Qian could not help but let out a long roar, causing the immortal lightning in the sky to roar continuously. Lightning tore through the night sky, looking like the sky was going to press down. Xiao Qian took a step forward, and the night sky suddenly trembled. His body became like a true dragon as it tore through space and soared into the sky. Body and saber merged. The true dragon is me, and I am the true dragon. Thousands of inextinguishable sharpness, vast and endless rage. Only I am undefeatable. What 9 underworld river? What limitless purgatory? What ghost cries and wolf howls? What demons and ghosts? Break. The true dragon sword, shaking the sky and the earth. No one could stop it. The electric light illuminated Xiao Chen's roar immediately attracted the gazes of countless people. Suddenly, Xiao Chen seemed to turn into a raging true dragon charging over. Bang! 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 The surging underworld river, the many malevolent evil spirits, and the many aggrieved spirits wailing in agony shattered continuously. Saber lights flashed as the 9 layers of purgatory appeared. The saber light instantly tore the 9 nether purgatory to shreds, and the horrifying mysterious phenomena vanished. How can this be? This brat tore the 9 nether purgatory apart. In a competition of heaven-ranked martial techniques, power, Wu Yuankai actually lost. Startled cries rang out. No one had expected Xiao Chen to break Wu Yuankai's trump card so decisively without leaving a trace. Ghostly image chop. Charging over, Xiao Chen seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to execute his heaven-ranked martial technique. The shock in Wu Yuankai's eyes was no less than anyone else's. However, he was calmer than anyone else. When he saw Xiao Chen charging over, his figure flashed, and he quickly punched to block. Dang! 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 Wu Yuankai received the 72 saber images that Xiao Chen sent out. The dark gold gloves and the lunar shadow saber created sparks as they clashed. The dark gold gloves were at least a superior grade secret treasure. When Xiao Chen's saber containing his great perfection saber intent chopped down on them, he did not leave any marks. Xiao Chen even managed to deflect some of the force, reducing some of the pressure on Wu Yuankai. After Wu Yuankai received the 72 saber images that Xiao Chen sent out without any pressure, his lips curled up into a smile. He said, "You overestimate yourself. Do you think that by breaking my 9 nether purgatory you can suppress me? You still dare to take the initiative to approach me? Are you tired of living?" The red heavenly sage laws behind Wu Yuankai fluctuated intensely. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes as he quickly accumulated quintessence. He prepared to use the opportunity when Xiao Chen got close to him to explode him with a punch. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. How could ghostly image chop be as simple as his opponent thought? He twisted his wrist and quickly drew a circle with his saber. Boom! A sea of electricity suddenly appeared. Electricity flashed as it surged towards Wu Yuankai, accompanied by the sound of surging waves. The sudden appearance of the vast sea of electricity startled Wu Yuankai. He quickly withdrew the quintessence he had accumulated and retreated. However, the sea of electricity surged like a tidal wave, chasing after him. The sea was boundless, and the electric light was vast. Before the sea of electricity, Wu Yuankai's figure looked very insignificant. Such a huge mysterious phenomenon. This brat is only a superior grade martial monarch. How can he support his quintessence? Wu Yuankai was very knowledgeable. With one glance, he could tell that the sea of electricity required a vast amount of quintessence. He felt astonished and confused, unable to understand. Even with Wu Yuankai's half-sage cultivation, it was not easy for him to support such a vast mysterious phenomenon. Without finding any openings, the amount of veritable essence energy needed to clash head-on with this move would be several times that of Xiao Chen's. However, at this moment, the surging sea of electricity and surging waves approached him with a vast aura. Wu Yuankai could no longer hesitate. 9 Revolution Underworld River Transformation. Wu Yuankai roared ferociously, and the scarlet heavenly sage laws behind him quickly dimmed. The quintessence in his body erupted like a volcano. Wu Yuankai punched furiously, and the ancient and mysterious underworld river in the 9 layers of purgatory seemed to respond to his call. The sound of splashing water came from above. Space trembled, and a river covered in black chi appeared out of nowhere. It circled around Wu Yuankai 9 times, forming a 9-spiraling river in the air, completely shielding Wu Yuankai from view. Black chi spread out, and countless aggrieved spirits, withered bones and mangled corpses wandered in the black river. It looked like a real underworld river, looking very horrifying. Bang! The sea of electricity and the 9 layers of underworld river clashed, producing a loud sound. Waves of alternating purple and black surged out, emptying everything within 3 kilometers. Wu Yuankai moved back 100 meters. Because he had exhausted a large amount of quintessence, his complexion was somewhat pale. The heavenly sage laws behind him, which were hard to see with the naked eye, quickly undulated, trying to make up for the lost quintessence. However, this move exhausted a lot of quintessence. Unless Wu Yuankai stopped fighting and immediately rested, it would be impossible to recover in a short time by relying on the 10-odd heavenly sage laws. The most important thing was that Xiao Chun would not give Wu Yuankai any chance to catch his breath. He could not drag out a fight with a half-sage who comprehended heavenly sage laws. Amid the scattering sea of electricity, Xiao Chun hit his aura and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then a strand of saber light flashed out. The purple saber light was like a rainbow in the night sky, like a meteor. It disappeared in an instant, untraceable and unfathomable. Suddenly, Wu Yuankai sensed death in his heart, startling him. He quickly stopped, recovering his quintessence, and focused his mind to its limits. He did not dare to be careless. Relying on his instincts, Wu Yuankai turned around and quickly clasped his gloved hands to his chest. Dang! Electric light burst out, and Wu Yuankai took 100 steps back. With every step he took, space trembled intensely. The tip of the lunar shadow saber was caught by the pair of dark gold gloves. When it came into contact with Wu Yuankai's inner vest, it could not advance any further. Amid the howling wind, the two's clothes fluttered wildly. Wu Yuankai looked at Xiao Chun, whose weapon was caught. He smiled coldly and said, "You can die now." In Wu Yuankai's opinion, he had caught Xiao Chun's weapon and put him in a difficult position. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Xiao Chun would die for sure. Right after Wu Yuankai spoke, a mountain-like sovereign's aura suddenly came from Xiao Chun's body. In the distant past, the legendary and glorious emperor seemed to have appeared before Wu Yuankai's eyes. Wu Yuankai's mind paused for a moment, and he could not help but loosen his grip on the saber. Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity and pulled back, drawing the lunar shadow saber. Blue dragon goes to sea. Wu Yuankai swung his saber, and a dragon-shaped saber chi covered in auspicious clouds instantly took shape. Then Xiao Chun spun around and chopped at his opponent like a blue dragon breaking out of the sea. Wu Yuankai had just recovered his wits from the shock of the sovereign's aura, when the blue dragon goes to sea attacked. In his haste, he did not have time to gather his quintessence, so he punched. Chapter 748. Pusi. Blood leaked out of Wu Yuankai's lips as he flew back a kilometer before everyone's astonished gazes. Chase! As Wu Yuankai watched Xiao Chun charge over on the blue dragon, he roared in his heart, burning with rage. This brat really thought that he could not defeat this return of the blue dragon. Xiao Chun just did not have a chance to accumulate quintessence. Wu Yuankai's face radiated murderous intent as he made up his mind. As long as Xiao Chun came again, he would teach him a ruthless lesson. When Xiao Chun was about 100 meters away, he suddenly let out a long roar. The voice of a true dragon resounded in Wu Yuankai's mind like thunder. Wu Yuankai's mind buzzed, and he felt a splitting headache. Fortunately, Wu Yuankai was a half-sage. His mental energy was not something a spirit beast or a regular person could compare to. He circulated his mental energy frantically and recovered. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun charged over again with the dragon-shaped saber chi and the blue dragon. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. Wu Yuankai barely managed to block it before flying back another kilometer. Something's not right. Since when could Wu Yuankai not even block a heaven-ranked martial technique? Unexpectedly, he got knocked back twice in a row. This is too incredible. When the cultivators watching from the distant roof saw Wu Yuankai get knocked back twice, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Wu Yuankai stabilized the surging quintessence in his body and glanced at Xiao Chun. After checking for a while, he discovered that Xiao Chun's quintessence was almost depleted. The electric light on the saber was now much dimmer than it was at the start. Only faint sparks of electricity leaped around weakly. Regular superior-grade martial monarchs could execute a heaven-ranked martial technique 3 times at most before they became extremely weak, no longer having any combat prowess. Only Xiao Chun refined his quintessence twice in every cultivation realm, and consumed the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Only then could Xiao Chan continuously execute heaven-ranked martial techniques after exchanging 100 moves with Wu Yuankai without showing any signs of fatigue. Let's see what other trump cards you have. Wu Yuankai flashed forward and wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. A ferocious light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chan. He said in a cold voice, "Are you still going to come? If you have any abilities, bring them all out." Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he casually waved his hand and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. He looked calmly at the other party and said, "You do not have much quintessence left, right? If you are determined, then make your move. Even if you kill me, you will exhaust all your quintessence and be killed by your enemies." Wu Yuankai only had a third of his true essence remaining. He had been attacked several times by Xiao Chan, and his consumption of true essence was several times that of Xiao Chan. If Xiao Chan had not comprehended 10-odd heavenly sage laws, he would have drained his quintessence long ago. No better off than Xiao Chan. Trying to scare me? You're still too inexperienced. Wu Yuankai's face sank. He felt that he was being overly suspicious. He should have just killed this brat with a single punch. Xiao Chan remained unperturbed. The depths of his eyes were like an ancient well. He circulated all his vital qi and clashed with the jet black fist. Bang! 1,000 tons of vital qi burst out. When the two fists clashed, ripples spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen took 100 steps back. Although the force of his opponent's quintessence dissipated significantly, Wu Yuankai did not have any quintessence protecting his body. He could only rely on his strong physical body and the light membrane in his body. Even so, he was still significantly injured. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Yuankai's lips, and his delicate face paled. Physical body cultivator. You are a physical body cultivator. When the two fists clashed, Wu Yuankai clearly had the upper hand. However, his expression was more flustered and shocked than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He said in a clear voice, "A casual punch of mine has 1,000 tons of force. When I burn my vital qi, I can achieve more than 1,000 tons of force. Exhausting most of your quintessence would not be a problem at all. Do you still think I am lying to you?" Damn it! Wu Yuankai felt conflicted in his heart. He hated that he could not kill Xiao Chan now. However, what Xiao Chan said was true. Even if he killed Xiao Chan, he would exhaust most of his quintessence. There were many people in Hunluo City who hated Wu Yuankai to the bone. There were even more people who wanted to snatch his treasures. Killing Xiao Chan was equivalent to forcing himself into a dead end. Wu Yuankai casually looked around and saw several gazes filled with ill intentions. "Why are you still not scramming? Do you really want to throw away your old life here?" Xiao Chen shouted. His voice was like thunder, startling the hesitant Wu Yuankai into trembling. After being insulted by Xiao Chan, Wu Yuankai immediately wanted to kill Xiao Chan. However, when he saw the incessant sharpness in Xiao Chen's eyes and that decisive aura, Wu Yuankai subconsciously shrank back. He pointed angrily at Xiao Chan and said, "Just you wait. I will come and take your life in 10 days. After saying that, Wu Yuankai flung his sleeves and quickly left in a flash. The slender heavenly sage laws behind him undulated, showing how sullen Wu Yuankai felt. Xiao! 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 In the dark night, several figures with ill intentions followed the direction Wu Yuankai left, disappearing into the darkness. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao opened her eyes wide. She said incredulously, "Xiao Chan, you really scared him away." Xiao Chan said disapprovingly, "This kind of old thing has committed endless sins and killed countless people. He looks like he does not fear death. In reality, he is more worried about his life than anyone else. He has lost his sharpness. No matter how strong he is, there is no need to fear him." Ao Jiao said, "You have to be careful. I feel that there are a few gazes on you. It's fine. This person lured away the big fish. Some you clan members want to probe me. I do not mind starting a massacre. Come, let's go directly to the auction house." Not long after, as Ao Jiao said, a slender black-robed man blocked Xiao Chen's path. That black-robed man had a fiend chi that was different from a human's, sinister and crafty. This person was actually a fiend race loose cultivator. Based on his cultivation, he should be a superior grade martial monarch. If he revealed his true form, He should be a peak superior grade martial monarch. Be more proactive and toss out the spatial ring in your hand. I can give you a quick death. The fiend race loose cultivator smiled and stuck out his scarlet tongue, giving off a hissing sound. Just kill him. This fellow is a cultivator of the fiend domain's snake race. If he reveals his true form, he will be especially difficult to deal with, Ao Jiao said quickly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun removed the universe ring in his hand and casually tossed it at this person. Clearly, that snake race cultivator had not expected such a decisive attitude. He only reacted after a while and laughed loudly. Then he stretched out his hand to catch the universe ring. Brat, you are rather tactful. I can choose not to kill you. Bang! 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 The instant Xiao Chun focused his gaze on the universe ring, his vital qi surged through his entire body like a river, giving off rumbling sounds. Xiao Chun took 3 quick steps forward. 1,000,000 kilograms of force struck the ground, causing the sturdy ground to tremble continuously. This startled the snake race loose cultivator. However, Xiao Chun had already arrived before him. He burned most of his vital qi and punched. The wind from the fist surged, and the force exploded violently. The sound of thunder shook the air, and the roofs of the surrounding buildings were directly overturned. After burning his vital qi, Xiao Chun's punch carried 1,400 tons of force. It pierced through the snake race cultivator's protective quintessence. The ferocious force immediately shattered his internal organs. The snake race cultivator's hand slackened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before falling over. Xiao Chun grabbed the universe ring in the air. Then he looked around coldly. Xiao Chun waved his hand and continued forward without looking back. When the restless figures hidden in the darkness saw this scene, they no longer dared to have any other thoughts. They looked at Xiao Chun's departing figure with horrified gazes. Probably by tomorrow, the news of a nameless brat forcing Wu Yuankai to retreat will spread throughout the city. Wu Yuankai is guilty of many crimes. His infamy has spread far and wide. Unexpectedly, a superior-grade martial monarch chased him away. I wonder where this ruthless person came from. I have never heard of him before. Recently, Hunluo City has been extraordinarily chaotic. For the sake of the Thunder King's broken sword, several martial sages in seclusion have rushed over. For some reason, the top true inheritors of the 6 major factions have all rushed over as well. Soft discussions resounded in the crowd. As they watched Xiao Chun leave, they sighed. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chun appeared below the Flourishing Heaven auction house. Xiao Chun did not know what the Flourishing Heaven auction house was, but the area within 3 kilometers of it was very peaceful. Several of the ferocious loose cultivators forcefully suppressed their baleful auras. The chaotic situation in other places was a stark contrast to this place. Due to the grand auction in 3 days, there were many cultivators coming and going to the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. According to the information that Xiao Chun obtained, not only would the broken sword of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword be auctioned in 3 days, but there would also be many other precious treasures. Secret treasures, martial techniques, spirit pills, natural treasures, medicinal pill recipes, and many more. As the only auction house in Hunluo City, the bustling scene was predictable. As Xiao Chun followed the crowd, he could sense several strong cultivators. Xiao Chun noticed 4 or 5 martial sages who hid their auras. The heavenly sage laws behind these people, which could not be seen with the naked eye, were all finger-sized. Furthermore, there were many of them. As they moved up and down, vast spiritual energy poured into their bodies. Wu Yuankai's needle-sized heavenly sage laws could not compare to these people's. It was like comparing a child to an adult. In a fight, these martial sages would be able to crush Wu Yuankai with one punch. Furthermore, the auction had not officially started yet. If it were 3 days later, there would be even more martial sages. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. With the 100,000 astral coins on hand, he would not be able to obtain the broken sword of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. As for snatching it by force, that was even more impossible. After entering the interior of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, Xiao Chun was immediately dazzled by the treasures in the various cabinets. Several items for auction were displayed in the resplendent hall. With a few casual glances, Xiao Chun discovered several items that interested him. However, when he saw the buyout prices, He could only smile bitterly and withdraw his thoughts. The items that could be displayed in advance would not be the finale of the auction. In other words, the actual auction would be even more shocking than the treasures before him. Xiao Chan muttered to himself, I wonder what is the background of the flourishing heaven pavilion? How is it able to maintain such a grand display in Hunluo City's provincial capital? When Ao Jiao heard this, she said sullenly, they have a great background. 5,000 years ago, the flourishing heaven pavilion already existed. Their auctions are spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. They also have an auction in the inner city of your Haotian city. Chapter 749. In addition to auctions, they also run many other businesses, such as selling intelligence, processing secret treasures, forging star coins, space exploration, hiring armies, and even auctioning great thousand worlds. After hearing this, Xiao Chan could not help but feel a headache. He secretly clicked his tongue. How is this possible? With such a huge force, wouldn't it be comparable to Bushin Palace? Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, in the future, you will know how vast and ancient the Kunlun realm is. It far surpasses your imagination. Several of the ancient sovereign noble clans have even more ancient histories than the Bushin Palace. They have existed for a very long time, becoming immortal. Xiao Chan chatted with Ao Jiao about the past of the Kunlun realm as he casually walked around the hall, admiring the treasures for auction. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a crystal cabinet. Inside was a piece of beast hide paper, which was the formula for a medicinal pill. The breaking sage pill could increase the chances of a cultivator breaking through the bottleneck of martial sage. The price was 30,000 astral coins. A fixed price meant that if a guest could pay that many astral coins, they could take this item away and not appear in the auction. Strange, why does such a precious pill formula only cost 30,000 star coins? Xiao Chan summoned a pretty maidservant in the hall and voiced his doubts. The bottleneck to martial sage was extremely difficult. How could this alchemic recipe only be worth this much astral coins? The pretty maidservant explained with a smile. Honored guest. This alchemic recipe uses the refining methods of the immortal epoch. Ever since Grandmaster Jin was killed in the Kunlun realm, this refining method became extinct. Master Jin was a famous grandmaster alchemist in the history of the Kunlun realm. His achievements on the path of alchemy were so great that later generations could not even see his back. Rumor had it that Xiao Chan possessed a spiritual bone and brimmed with talent. In an immortal sect remnant, he obtained the immortal epoch's alchemy methods. After modifying them, he created many peak-grade alchemic recipes. Unfortunately, his appearance destroyed the benefits of the original orthodox alchemists, and he died in an assassination before he was even 30 years old. The breaking sage pill in front of him was a top-grade pill. Even his descendants were unable to learn his pill concoction method. In addition, he had passed away early, so this pill formula had become a mere decoration. There were many similar alchemic recipes circulating in the Kunlun realm. Several alchemists did not believe in heresy and bought them to study. However, not long after, they would return the price at half price. That was because the strange refining method left them completely confused. It had nothing to do with the refining method that they had been taught. They couldn't figure it out at all. After listening, Xiao Chen's heart thumped loudly. However, his expression did not change. He smiled and said, "You are quite honest. You told me everything in detail." The maid smiled tenderly and said, "It's not a secret. That customer must have suffered a great loss to sell it at such a low price. However, with this fixed price of 30,000 star coins, I reckon that no one will buy it. The chances of it being auctioned off in 2 days is very high." "I'll buy it," Xiao Chan said to the maid as he looked at the alchemic recipe under the crystal glass with a fervent gaze. Shock flashed in the maid's eyes. She felt it was strange. Why did Xiao Chan still want to buy this alchemic recipe when he knew about its uniqueness? However, there were always some people in this world who would not give up until they ran into a wall. The maid quickly recovered her wits and said, "In that case, come with me to the back to settle the bill. I will bring the alchemic recipe to you immediately." "Wait a moment. You should be collecting dragon bones, right?" 30,000 astral coins was actually quite a lot. A regular half-sage would only have about 200,000 astral coins. As for Xiao Chan, he only had 100,000 astral coins. Spending 30,000 astral coins in one go would inevitably hurt Xiao Chan. Then, he thought of the most valuable treasure in his hands. The maidservant leading the way said calmly, "Dragon bones? Coiling dragon bones? Earth dragon bones? Fire dragon bones? Flood dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? True dragon bones." The maid instantly stopped and quickly turned around. Then she revealed the sincerest smile and said, "True dragon bones. I'll bring you to the VIP room. A venerate will personally receive you." The pretty maid's expression when she heard about true dragon bones astonished Xiao Chan. "It looks like I underestimated the value of true dragon bones." That is true. Aside from the dragon burial mound, it is hard to find another place with true dragon bones in the vast Kunlun realm. Furthermore, the true dragon cave is not a place you can enter just because you are strong. Most of it depends on luck. In that case, I can probably sell it for a good price. I have more than 100 pieces of true dragon bones. Perhaps I can really redeem you. Haha, in that case you are too naive. How can I be worth so little astral coins? You'd better save them for the things you need. Following behind the maid, Xiao Chan and Ao Jiao quickly conversed. Soon they arrived at the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The maid smiled and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chan. "Please have some tea. I already sent someone to inform the venerates. They will not take long." After knowing that Xiao Chan was selling true dragon bones, the attitude of the maidservant before him underwent a complete change, becoming extremely attentive to his needs. Xiao Chan held the teacup made of glazed purple crystal jade and smiled faintly as he received the teacup. "I am Xiao Mei. I have not asked for young master's name and which sect you are from." The maid named Xiao Mei exuded a boundless charm. She started to try to worm information out of Xiao Chan. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Chan put down the teacup and glanced at the girl. He said softly, "I am from the Haotian sect, Xiao Chan." Naturally, Xiao Chan would not be easily tempted by this girl. As they chatted, the other party did not manage to obtain any useful information. Creak! Not long after, the doors to the VIP room opened. A noble girl wearing purple phoenix robes walked in leisurely. Her jet-black hair was coiled into a cloud-like bun and adorned with a simple-colored phoenix hair ornament. She gave off a feeling that she was ambitious and that she was going straight to the clouds. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her skin was as lustrous as white jade. This girl exuded an air of nobility. Of all the girls that Xiao Chan had seen, only Princess Yu could suppress her. "Xiao Mei, you may withdraw first. I will entertain this young master." The maid's red lips parted, and her voice was as clear as flowing water. It was very memorable. Xiao Mei was somewhat startled. She did not know why the one who came was a grand venerate, Nangong Qiong. She replied respectfully and withdrew. "Supreme Sky Sex Xiao Chan, the bearer of the Sky Dome Realm's luck. 3 months ago, you fought against by Wuxia at the Dragon Burial Mound and did not lose 100 moves. Last night, when you fought with Wu Yuankai, you were the one who chased him away." The noble girl smiled gently as she looked at Xiao Chan with a pair of charming eyes. Ao Jiao had already introduced the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's origins. The moment the other party opened her mouth, she revealed her identity. Xiao Chan was not surprised. He sat calmly on the rattan chair and raised his eyelids slightly. He looked at the other party calmly and said, "That is me. However, I do not like to speak nonsense, especially with strangers. Stop trying to probe me." Clearly, this girl had never met someone as direct as Xiao Chan before. He did not bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Clearly, she was not used to it. "Take out the dragon bones. Let me take a look." Xiao Chan casually tossed, and a segment of true dragon remains slowly drifted towards the other party. Nangong Qiong quickly caught the dragon bone with her lily-white hands. With one look she knew that it was real. She raised her head and said, "It is indeed a true dragon bone. Although it is a subordinate dragon of a low status, it is still very valuable. This segment can be exchanged for 2,000 astral coins." 2,000 astral coins. Xiao Chan had more than 100 segments. He kept some for his own use and sold 100 segments. That was 200,000 astral coins. Xiao Chun had not expected the true dragon bone in his hands to be so valuable. Given this, he would not need to be a spectator in this auction. Deal. I have 100 segments of true dragon bone. We can make the transaction now. Nangong Cheong had not expected such a large sum. She hesitated for a while but did not rush to speak. Xiao Chun frowned and asked, "What's wrong? You don't believe me? Or does your flourishing heaven pavilion feel that there is no need to collect so many true dragon bones?" "No. Young master, don't misunderstand. True dragon bones have always been rare and have many wondrous uses. Naturally, the flourishing heaven pavilion will not complain about having too many. However, if you sell such a large number of dragon bones to me in Hunluo City, you will suffer a great loss." Xiao Chun asked interestedly, "What do you mean?" "It is just across from the flourishing heaven pavilion. The shops of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School purchase dragon bones all year round. Furthermore, they sell them at twice the market price." After understanding the situation, Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Then he looked at the other party and said, "You are an interesting person. Instead of doing business, you are pushing it away. Hand over the alchemic recipe. I'll buy it." No matter how interesting the other party was, Xiao Chun could not let himself suffer a loss. Naturally, he would not come here to sell the dragon bones. Nangong Cheong felt somewhat angry. Earlier, this fellow was praising her. Now he changed the topic and made his intentions clear. Nangong Cheong handed over the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill and said, "This breaking sage pill is priced at 30,000 astral coins. Actually, that is an exorbitant price. If you really want to buy it, the base price of 10,000 astral coins is more than enough." "Oh, in that case, I'll auction it off in 2 days. Goodbye," Xiao Chun said as he stood up. Seeing Xiao Chun leave just like that, Nangong Cheong felt extremely depressed. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Chun had already opened the door and left, disappearing long ago. Outside the flourishing heaven pavilion, Ao Jiao felt suspicious. She said, "It looks like that girl still has something to say. Why did you not give her a chance at all?" Xiao Chun said softly, "This woman's origins are unknown. She is strong and has many thoughts. It is best to have less contact with her. I wonder, why is this Eternal Heavenly Sword School spending so much money to purchase dragon bones?" Ao Jiao analyzed rationally. It should be to refine medicinal pills. True dragon remains are an essential ingredient for many sage-grade medicinal pills. Such a large-scale purchase shows that the success rate of this medicinal pill is much lower than that of a regular sage-grade medicinal pill. They need to have sufficient true dragon remains. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked to the front. Then he said, "We have arrived at the Eternal Heavenly Herb Store." What Nangong Cheong said was true. There was indeed an Eternal Heavenly Sword School herb store across from the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. They could see it after a few steps. After entering, Xiao Chun stated his purpose for coming. The manager immediately beamed with joy and completed the transaction with Xiao Chun. The 100-segment True Dragon remains were exchanged for a total of 400,000 astral coins. This way, Xiao Chun had more than 500,000 astral coins on him. Chapter 750. A regular inferior grade martial sage would be worth no more than 2 million astral coins. Given Xiao Chun's current cultivation, 500,000 astral coins would be an instant fortune. "Young master, please wait a moment. Our young master would like to invite you upstairs for a chat." After the transaction, the plump shopkeeper invited Xiao Chun. This herb store belonged to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The young master that the shopkeeper mentioned should be the top true inheritor of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, Tian. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School wanted to auction off the broken part of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. It was not strange that the top true inheritor of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School would come personally. Xiao Chun had long wanted to see the Eternal Heavenly Sword School for himself. He did not hesitate to agree. On the second floor, Xiao Chun saw the young master that the shopkeeper mentioned. He was about 27 or 28 years old, considered very young in the Kunlun realm. Tian looked handsome and had a deep cultivation, a half-sage. Sparks of electricity leaped about in the depths of his eyes. An indistinct sword intent occasionally flickered in the electric light. Behind Tian, Xiao Chun looked carefully and discovered heavenly sage laws comparable to Wu Yuankai's. This person was not simple. However, this was not what Xiao Chun was concerned about. What he was more concerned about was that when Mo Lingtian first saw him, a hard-to-detect killing intent flashed in his eyes. White-robed bladesman, I have heard of your great name long ago. You should have obtained these 100 pieces of true dragon bones at the dragon burial mound, right? It looks like the rumor of you receiving 100 moves from Bai Wuxia is true. Although Mo Lingtian said this, the arrogance on his face did not diminish. He did not truly care about Xiao Chun. If not for the savage battlefield being so far from Hunluo City, I believe we would have met already. Xiao Chun casually replied, waiting for the other party to get to the point. Mo Lingtian asked in an aloof manner, half a month ago, you killed 2 half-sages near Azure Peak City. Is that true? Yes, I did indeed kill 2 blind half-sages. Does your distinguished self have any advice for me? The other party's tone was unfriendly, and Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. Mo Lingtian's gaze sank. He said, unfortunately, those 2 clans are subordinates of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. You killed the people of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. So that's how it was. Xiao Chun finally understood why the other party's eyes flashed with killing intent when they saw him. What a coincidence. I actually took the initiative to deliver myself to your doorstep. How does young Master Mo intend to deal with me? However, there was nothing to be afraid of. He had the support of the 9 ranks of the great families, the Haotian sect. The sect had a great emperor. Even if the other party had the guts, they would not dare to do anything to him. Mo Lingtian waved his hand casually and said disapprovingly, 2 half-sages. So what if I kill them? Furthermore, they have already pledged their allegiance to the Magnificent Fiend Hall. The one who wants to kill you is the Magnificent Fiend Hall. I have another purpose in looking for you. If you agree, you will be a friend of mine, Mo Lingtian. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School can also guarantee your safety. When Xiao Chun heard this, he smiled coldly in his heart. Where does this Mo Lingtian get his arrogance from? Not only is there no payment, but he wants to move me with just a few empty words. Becoming friends with you, Mo Lingtian, is a very glorious thing. Do you really think that you are a martial emperor? I need your Eternal Heavenly Sword School to guarantee my safety. Since when did the Eternal Heavenly Sword School become more arrogant than the Haotian sect? How about it? I have been polite enough to you, right? Not only can I write off the matter of you killing the subordinates of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School, but we can also work together in the future. Mo Lingtian said confidently as he looked at Xiao Chun. He did not want to fall out with the Eternal Heavenly Sword School so early. He still needed to help Ao Jiao figure out the true identity of the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage. Xiao Chun endured the unhappiness in his heart and revealed a smile. Young Master Mo is very magnanimous. What is it? Speak. Mo Lingtian had already expected Xiao Chun's reply. He stood up and smiled. Come to my Eternal Heavenly Sword School 10 days from now. You will know then. That's right. Here is a ticket to the auction. You will be able to sit in the first 2 rows. Take it. Not just anyone can buy it. Mo Lingtian casually waved his hand and tossed a ticket to Xiao Chun. He looked like he was giving away something incredible. If Mo Lingtian knew that Xiao Chun did not even care about the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's Nangong Qiong, he would not feel so superior. Xiao Chun pretended to be pleasantly surprised. He received the ticket and said, Young Master Mo is very capable. To think that you can give away such a precious ticket so casually. Mo Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and revealed a cocky expression. He said, It is just a small matter. If you become my friend, I can even get you a VIP card for the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. After Xiao Chun left, the door to the back of the room opened. An old man with unfathomable cultivation and as straight as a sword appeared. Unexpectedly, he was a martial sage. The old man said with a sullen expression, Young master, do you really intend to bring him to the Heavenly Rock King's Stargrave Palace? He has caused our Eternal Heavenly Sword School to lose a lot of face. A heavy murderous intent flashed in Mo Lingtian's eyes. He said, Naturally not. If not for the Haotian sect, I would be able to squish him to death with a wave of my hand. The Stargrave Palace is filled with danger. Furthermore, martial sages and above cannot enter. When he no longer has any value, I will just kill him. No one will know that I did it. The old man said with some worry in his eyes. However, news of the opening of the Stargrave Palace has already spread. Not only will the 6 big sects of our Hunluo province rush over, but several young experts of the fiend race will also rush over. Adding such an uncertain factor into the mix, isn't that a little risky? Mo Lingtian smiled disdainfully and said, "Did you see his expression just now? Just giving him some small favors and he became so happy. How could such a fellow escape from my palm? I am a peerless genius who will definitely become the everlasting Sky Emperor." Mo Lingtian smiled disdainfully. After leaving the herb store, Xiao Chan casually tossed aside the ticket. Then he spent 300 astral coins to buy a seat in the first row. In the Magnificent Fiend Hall's Western District, the yellow-robed man in the Magnificent Fiend Hall's branch looked at Wu Yuankai expressionlessly, clearly unhappy. What a piece of trash. He could not even deal with a superior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he was scared away. Wu Yuankai felt very sullen, but he could not rebut. No matter what, the fact that Xiao Chun scared him away could not be changed. Wu Yuankai's face twisted in dissatisfaction. After a long time he said sullenly, "I was careless. However, your people did not tell me everything. They did not say that his physical strength had already reached 100 kilograms of force. Cut the crap. I will give you 10 more days. This is your last chance," the yellow-robed man said in a cold voice. Wu Yuankai raised his head and said, "The difficulty has increased. I want the remaining half of the reward. Give it to me now, or else you can go and find someone else." The yellow-robed man had not expected Wu Yuankai to raise the price. He could not help but rage in his heart. However, he endured it in the end. He tossed out a spatial ring and said, 100,000 astral coins. If you fail the mission, you can forget about remaining in Hunluo City in the future. Wu Yuankai caught the spatial ring, and a greedy expression appeared on his face. He said, "Don't worry. He will leave the city sooner or later. At that time, if I do not have anything to fear, he will die for sure." After Wu Yuankai left, an impressive-looking youth walked out of the hall. The fiend energy in his body surged like it would erupt at any moment. This youth's chi and blood were as vigorous as the blazing sun. As he walked, he was like a huge elephant walking on the plains, heavy and filled with power. This was a cultivator of the fiend domain's elephant race. The youth asked, "What's wrong? That brat is not easy to deal with. Do you need me to make a move?" When the yellow-robed man saw this youth, he immediately withdrew the rage on his face. He said, "There's no need. I have already prepared a foolproof plan. Young Hall Master, there is no need to bother with such a small matter." The Magnificent Fiend Hall's young Hall Master did not mind. He said, "How many astral coins can the branch give me? I need 3 peak defensive superior grade secret treasures for this auction. Otherwise, the Stargrave Palace will not be confident." "Don't worry. The Hall Master has already informed us. 500,000 astral coins have already been prepared," the yellow-robed man said, having prepared for this long ago. The youth with surging fiend energy smiled in satisfaction. He clenched his fists tightly and said with a resolute gaze, "As long as I can obtain the fragment of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, even if I cannot advance to Martial Sage, I will be able to obtain another 100 Heavenly Sage Laws, increasing my strength by 50%. When the yellow-robed man heard about the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, he could not help but reveal an expression of yearning. He said, "I heard that the Heavenly Rock King condensed all his comprehensions before he died into this Great Rock Spreading Wings painting. Although it has already shattered into pieces, even a martial sage would benefit greatly from it. Unfortunately, even sovereign martial emperors cannot break into that Stargrave Palace. Only those below martial sage can enter. Otherwise, this old man would join in the excitement." The youth smiled faintly and said, "Haha, if there are more of the painting pieces, I can bring one for Elder Huang." The yellow-robed man quickly performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, I thank young Hall Master in advance." 2 days later, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's large-scale auction began as scheduled. All the superior-grade martial monarchs and above in Hunluo City rushed over. The crowd moved like a river flowing into the flourishing heaven pavilion's hall. Dressed in a black cloak, Xiao Chun stood in a pavilion across the hall. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh. There are probably more than 6,000 people. Even a sovereign sect would not have so many superior-grade martial monarchs. There were limited seats in the auction, so only superior-grade martial monarchs could enter. However, there were still so many people rushing over. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing such a scene, so he was somewhat astonished. That is normal. More than half of the loose cultivators of the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain are gathered here. It is not strange for so many superior-grade martial monarchs and above to arrive. Ao Jiao had seen many grand scenes before. These were much more majestic and much calmer than Xiao Chen's. After 1 hour, the crowd slowly thinned. Xiao Chun prepared to enter as well. Just at this moment, a familiar figure slowly appeared in Xiao Chen's vision from a distance. It was a delicate and charming woman in white clothes. Her skin was white like jade, and it seemed as if it could be broken by a gust of wind. Her pure and cute face carried a natural charm. Her curvaceous and alluring body made people unable to control the flames in their hearts. With a swoosh, they started to burn. As she walked, the wine gourd hanging at her waist swayed back and forth. Her face was in high spirits, radiating charm. The moment she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 751. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned and stopped what he was doing. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "It has been almost 2 years since I last saw this girl after the 5-nation youth competition. TSK. Is this the little fox that I hugged back then?" I did not dare to imagine that not only did she manage to take human form, but she even looked so alluring. Ao Jiao's eyes were filled with shock as well. Hey, who's that man beside her? His gaze seems to be very ambiguous. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and pulled down the hood of his cloak. He said calmly, "He is probably one of her pursuers. Let's go. It's time for us to go in." "Wait, you are not going to meet this girl? It is not time yet." Mu Xinya's group of 4 chatted softly on the street in front of the flourishing heaven pavilion. "I heard that aside from the broken Thunder King's mulberry sword, there will be several peak superior grade secret treasures. Even sage grade secret treasures, which are even more precious than superior grade secret treasures, will appear in this auction." Jiang Zimo spoke calmly, just like when he was in the Sky Dome realm. "That's right. This auction is held by the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion only once a year. Although the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hunluo City is not large, it will definitely have many good items. We will definitely be able to buy some of the secret treasures that we want in the Stargrave Palace." The person who took over the conversation was a rather pretty man beside Bai. His handsome appearance gave off a mesmerizing aura. His exquisite facial features looked like they were carved. His eyebrows looked like they came from a painting, and his eyes were as black as the stars. It was a face that women would be jealous of. The only flaw was that although he was handsome, he was slightly lacking in masculinity. His temperament was somewhat feminine. However, this was not a big deal. Some women might even be more attracted to him. Mu Xinya smiled slightly and said, "Ha! Young Master Xuanyu is an outstanding genius of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. It looks like he is confident of obtaining the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting fragment." It turned out that this person was a fiend race cultivator of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. No wonder he was so pretty. After the Spirit Fox race took human form, they were all handsome men and pretty women. They were very charming. Xianyu smiled faintly and glanced at Mu Xinya. An undetectable possessive look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "That's easy. The 2 of you are Xiao Bai's friends. The benefits we obtain this time will definitely include the 2 of you." Just at this moment, Xiao Bai, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Her eyebrows, which were like willow leaves, were gently knitted together. Her expression was one of pleasant surprise and confusion. "Bai, what's wrong?" Xianyu hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Xiao Bai said somewhat uncertainly, "I seem to have felt elder brother Xiao Chen's aura earlier. However, in the blink of an eye, that aura hid itself. I don't know if elder brother Xiao Chun is here." When Mu Xinya and Jiang Zimo heard Xiao Chen's name, their faces lit up with joy. They said, "That can't be wrong, right? This is Hunluo City. It is very far from Haotian City. Bai squinted slightly and smiled. That should be wrong. If elder brother Xiao Chun was nearby, how could I not see Bai? When Xuanyu, who was at the side, heard Bai mention Xiao Chen's name, his expression turned unnatural. There was an expression of jealousy in his eyes. Xuanyu recovered his composure and smiled warmly. He changed the topic and said, "Let's go, the auction is about to start. If we do not go in now, we will miss it." The four of them did not notice a black-cloaked person standing below a pavilion not far away. That person was currently watching them enter the gates of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. "You are extraordinarily ruthless. Unexpectedly, you took the initiative to hide your aura," Ao Jiao said as she clicked her tongue. Earlier, when Xiao Chun leaped off the pavilion, he immediately felt a strange connection. Although the blood contract between him and Bai had been erased by Zixuan, the two of them had been together for a long time. They had experienced many life and death situations. Some things could not be broken on a whim. It was hard to explain that strange feeling. Xiao Chun had no choice but to hide his aura. Only then did he barely manage to fool Xiao Chun. "We have not dealt with Wu Yuankai's problem yet. That Mo Lingtian is not a good person either. If we meet her now, it will only put her in more danger. As long as I know that she is safe, it will be fine. There will be a chance for us to meet again in the future." After a while, Xiao Chun said softly, "That Silver Moon Spirit Fox cultivator called Xuanyu is very strong. No weaker than Mo Lingtian. Furthermore, based on his appearance, he is not a good person." Ao Jiao's eyes had always been sharp. The hidden message in Xianyu's eyes did not escape her eyes. Naturally, it was impossible for Xiao Chun not to see it. He said indifferently, "I hope he does not do anything stupid." Xiao Chun walked forward and soon entered the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's hall. The hall on the first floor was completely different from the last time Xiao Chun had visited 2 days ago. The booths that were originally filled with items for auction had all been moved away and replaced with rows of seats. It was noisy, and the hall was a boiling cauldron of voices. It seemed to be extraordinarily bustling, and all sorts of discussions could be heard without end. Xiao Chun looked at his ticket and quickly found the spot that belonged to him. The auction platform was 500 meters in front of him. It was a pretty good seat, and there were no star coins to spend. This auction is really extraordinary. Not only are there many martial sages cultivating in seclusion, but there are also many martial sages. The top true inheritors of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, the Bone Mausoleum Hall, the Blood Shadow Sect, the Magnificent Fiend Hall, the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and the Soaring Serpent Mansion are all here. Most of those martial sages are here for the broken sword of the Thunder King, Sang Mu. I wonder, why are the top true inheritors of these large sects rushing over? Indeed, this is really strange. There have been auctions in the past, but I have never heard of the top true inheritors of the 6 large sects rushing over. Never mind, this has nothing to do with us. I just want to see if there is a chance to win a weapon that I can use. The moment Xiao Chun sat down, some of the discussions nearby entered his ears. Unexpectedly, the top true inheritors of the 6 large sects all rushed over. Xiao Chun could not help feeling mildly astonished. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense into the hall. Soon he picked up several strong auras that were no weaker than Wu Yuankai's. Furthermore, they were all young. If Xiao Chun guessed right, they should be the top true inheritors of the 6 large sections. There were several stronger auras in the VIP rooms on the 2nd floor. The heavenly sage laws around them were all as thick as a finger, numbering in the hundreds. These auras were far from what a half-sage could compare to. There were also many martial sages here. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and entered deep thought. For some reason, he felt that a storm was brewing. This auction was just a prelude to something that was about to happen. The true inheritors of the 6 large sects and the hidden strong half-sages might all be here for the same purpose. I wonder if Mo Lingtian calling me over has anything to do with this matter? Suddenly, the noisy hall turned quiet. Xiao Chun looked up and saw a white-haired old man wearing luxurious gold-lined clothes slowly walking over from the auction platform. Everyone, welcome to Hunluo City's Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's annual auction. I am Old Qin, the host of this auction. I will not speak any nonsense. I will directly reveal the first item. Old Qin appeared to be very capable. After a simple opening speech, He directly lifted the black cloth on the auction stage. An exquisite pagoda that looked like a cockroach appeared in front of everyone. Boom! Old Qin casually waved his hand and infused some quintessence into the pagoda. The spiritual energy in the surroundings started fluctuating intensely. Ethereal sagely music came from the pagoda. Xiao Qin's pupils constricted as he infused his spiritual sense into his eyes. When he looked carefully, he discovered strands of heavenly sage laws around the pagoda. This was actually a sage-grade secret treasure that surpassed peak superior-grade secret treasures. Several half-sages would not be able to afford such an item even if they sold everything they had. Even if they bought it, they would not be able to sustain the consumption of such a secret treasure. The cultivators here were at least superior-grade martial monarchs. Their knowledge was not something ordinary people could compare to. Soon they recognized the origins of this secret treasure. Unexpectedly, it is a sage-grade secret treasure. This first item is really enviable. Pagoda-type secret treasures are usually defensive. If I can obtain it, I will be able to protect myself against a martial sage. Fool, not to mention whether you can afford it or not. You have not comprehended any heavenly sage laws. It would be difficult for you to bring out the might of such a secret treasure. You would barely be able to activate it once. I know, but I was just saying it casually. This sage-grade secret treasure is definitely prepared for those major characters and the true inheritors of the 6 major factions. We can only look at it. One sage-grade secret treasure immediately stirred up the atmosphere of the entire auction hall. Old Qin smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with the effect. As you all expected, this is a defensive inferior grade sage-grade secret treasure. It contains 32 heavenly sage laws and can protect one's life at a crucial moment. The starting bid is 50,000 astral coins. Old Qin stroked his beard as he spoke in a calm voice. 50,000 astral coins could be exchanged for at least 50 million superior grade spirit stones. This was a rather large sum and was suitable as the starting bid for a sage-grade secret treasure. 200,000. Right after Old Qin spoke, someone immediately made a bid. Furthermore, the bid was raised to 200,000 astral coins in one go. Xiao Qin looked over. The one who made the bid was a young man with sinister eyes, like a venomous snake. He was already a half-sage. This person had 11 needle-like black heavenly sage laws around him. His strength was only slightly weaker than the evil man Wu Yuankai's. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and made a mental note of this person. Hunluo province was not very large, but there were many demonic geniuses gathered here. For this person to reach half-sage at such a young age and even comprehend heavenly sage laws, he was not much weaker than the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. Unfortunately, when Xiao Qin fought by Wuxia, he was only a medial-grade martial monarch and did not have a clear sense of heavenly sage laws. If Xiao Qin had sensed them at that time and focused his spiritual sense on his eyes, he would have been able to see how many heavenly sage laws Bai Wuxia had comprehended. If Xiao Qin compared this person's strength to Bai Wuxia's, he would have been able to see the difference in strength. Someone recognized this person and said, "It is the top true inheritor of the Soaring Serpent Mansion, Zhuguangyuan. He is really rich," directly raising the bid to 4 times the astral coins. Chapter 752. Zhuguangyuan's lips curled up in a cold smile. It was clear that he was determined to obtain that sage-grade pagoda. The moment he opened his mouth, he shocked most of the people. This immediately extinguished the flames of desire in many people's hearts. 200,000 astral coins. An ordinary half-sage would only have that much wealth. Xiao Qin was very interested in the sage-grade pagoda. Unfortunately, he had not comprehended heavenly sage laws yet and could not refine it. It was not worth it to buy it. The hall fell silent. For now no one made another bid. Disappointment appeared in Old Qin's eyes. An inferior grade sage-grade secret treasure could sell for 100,000 astral coins. 200,000 astral coins was indeed a great profit. However, this was an auction. If someone bid, the price could continue to rise. 230,000. However, it was clear that Old Qin's worries were unfounded. Someone immediately raised the bid to 30,000 astral coins. The one who made the bid was the magnificent Fiend Hall's young hall master Xiang Fei. 250,000. 270,000. 300,000. Soon, the top true inheritors of the 6 factions called out their bids. The competition was intense and the price kept rising. From the initial 50,000 astral coins, the price rose 6-fold to 300,000 astral coins. This was already a horrifying number. However, what surprised Xiao Qian was that none of the martial sages in the VIP rooms on the second floor made a bid. They did not seem to care about this sage-grade secret treasure. Ao Jiao explained, "Defensive secret treasures are very valuable. However, this pagoda contains too few heavenly Tao laws, not even 50. To those martial sages it is not enough. It is of little value and is not worth spending a lot of money on." Xiao Qian now understood. It turned out that there was such a logic behind this. On the other side, Xian Yu, who was seated at the back, said, "Bai, do you want this sage-grade pagoda? If you do, I can help you buy it." Bai was somewhat distracted. He smiled politely and said, "There is no need. It is too expensive." Seeing Bai reject him so straightforwardly, Xian Yu smiled embarrassedly. His handsome face showed some embarrassment. Eventually, this sage-grade pagoda reached a price of 350,000 astral coins. Unexpectedly, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's Mo Lingtian won it. After Mo Lingtian obtained the sage-grade pagoda, he revealed a cocky expression. Then he gestured at Swaguangan to show off, angering the other party so much that he gritted his teeth. After successfully obtaining a good start, Old Qin's mood was very good. He immediately revealed the second auction item. It was a heaven-ranked spear art. To any martial monarch, a heaven-ranked martial technique was a trump card. No one would complain about having too many trump cards. In addition, there were quite a few cultivators who used spears at the scene. After an intense bidding war, the spear was sold for an extremely high price. Many of the treasures auctioned next were rare items. Of course, there were also some items that weren't very valuable that were left unsold. There were no treasures that could excite Xiao Qian, so he did not make a move. However, he treated it as an eye-opener, so it was not boring. The next item up for auction is a pill formula. The pill formula records the refining method of the breaking sage pill. Of course, I believe you all know that the refining method of this medicinal pill is an immortal Tao alchemy. It is completely different from the current refining methods. The starting bid is 10,000 astral coins. When Xiao Qian heard Old Qin's voice, he perked up. The thing he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Haha! I wonder which unlucky alchemist got cheated and ended up selling this alchemy recipe cheaply. How unfortunate! If he could really refine the breaking sage pill, the value of this alchemy recipe would be 10 or 20 times higher. What is the point of saying all this? After Great Master Jin died, no one in the Kunlun realm could learn immortal Tao alchemy. Clearly, the people present were familiar with the alchemy recipe for the breaking sage pill. They discussed it in low voices, but no one made a bid. Old Qin had expected this long ago. The chances of this alchemy recipe going unsold were very high. However, it was not a true treasure. So be it. 11,000. Just as Old Qin prepared the next item, Xiao Qian raised his bid by 1,000 astral coins. What a fool! Another person thinks that he is the reincarnation of Great Master Jin, able to refine the breaking sage pill. Haha! There are fools every year. There is never a lack of them. Seeing someone buy this thing that was definitely a loss, several people immediately mocked him. Only Old Qin, who was on the auction platform, smiled happily. It was as though he feared that Xiao Qian would go back on his word. He picked up the hammer and was about to smash it down. 20,000 astral coins. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A voice suddenly rang out. Unexpectedly, someone made a bid. Furthermore, this person raised the bid to 20,000 astral coins in one go. Who is this? Everyone could not help but look over curiously. They discovered it was a mysterious cultivator wearing black robes and a mask. No one could guess his origins. On the other side, under the cloak, Xiao Qian's expression was extremely calm. He said, 30,000. 40,000. Right after Xiao Qian raised the bid to 30,000, the black-robed masked man immediately raised it to 40,000. Old Qin, who was just about to smash the hammer, was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He could not understand what was going on. This was an alchemic recipe that was clearly a scam. Why would someone bid for it? Furthermore, This person even raised the bid to 40,000 astral coins. Xiao Chun had to obtain the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill. Others might not know any immortal alchemy, but Xiao Chun was an exception. The trash in the eyes of others was a supreme treasure in Xiao Chun's eyes. He absolutely could not let it go. Xiao Chun, whose face was mostly covered by the shadow of his hood, opened his mouth again. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. 80,000. 90,000. Every time Xiao Chun raised the bid by 10,000, the mysterious masked man would not hesitate to raise the bid by another 10,000, as though he was certain he would win. This repeated over and over again. When the bid reached 200,000 astral coins, the two of them still did not show any signs of stopping. In the auction hall, the mockery that was originally mixed with various voices gradually stopped. Everyone fell into a strange silence. Quite a few people had their mouths wide open, completely dumbfounded by what they saw. 400,000. 400,000. Under the bidding of the two, the price of the breaking sage pill soared until it reached a level that everyone found incredulous. The price of an insignificant breaking sage pill's alchemic recipe far surpassed that of a sage-grade secret treasure. This defied logic. No matter how hard they thought, they could not figure out what was going on. The gazes of everyone in the hall focused on the two mysterious bidders. Even the several martial sages on the second floor, who were as calm as Mount Tai, cast doubtful gazes. Xiao Chun raised his head slightly and looked up. Only when he reached the railing at the top floor of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion did he stop. Behind the railing, Nangong Chong smiled faintly and exchanged gazes with Xiao Chun mischievously. It was hard to imagine that this girl, who normally exuded a noble air, could have such a cheerful expression. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly, stopping his bid. Ao Jiao clicked her tongue and said, "That's for acting cool. Now you know the consequences of offending a woman, right?" Since Xiao Chun stopped bidding, naturally there would not be a third person. Just like that, the breaking sage pill that no one cared about was sold for a price even higher than that of a sage-grade secret treasure. 410,000 astral coins. Such a high price startled everyone. As they looked at the mysterious masked person, they all tried to guess which deity this person was. Why would he spend so much money on a useless alchemic recipe? If you still want the breaking sage pill, come and look for me after the auction ends. A melodious voice entered Xiao Chun's mind. When he looked up, he saw Nangong Chong blinking at him. She smiled faintly and retreated. Xiao Chun frowned in confusion. What is this woman trying to do? On the other side, Bai looked at Xiao Chun, who wore a black cloak and wrapped himself up tightly. An expression of pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. There was no mistaking it. Although that person's voice had been altered, Bai could still tell that it was Xiao Chun's voice. However, even though Bai's thoughts were as pure as before, she was no longer as ignorant as before. Elder brother Xiao Chun would definitely not avoid me for no reason. There must be a reason. When Xianyu saw a smile on Bai's face and an excited expression on her face, he followed her gaze and could not help but ask curiously, "Bai, did you meet someone familiar?" Bai withdrew her gaze, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. She smiled and said, "No, I just feel that it is strange that that person spent so much money to buy the breaking sage pill." Xianyu smiled in understanding. The breaking sage pill is a scam in the first place. However, there will always be people who believe in it. There is no need to care about it. Old Qin, who was on the stage, revealed an expression of wild joy. He quickly hammered the gavel. This was truly a pleasant surprise, truly shocking. The auction continued. The next item was a defensive peak superior grade secret treasure, an inner vest. For some reason, the top true inheritors of the 6 great factions fought intensely for a defensive peak secret treasure. The 6 people took turns bidding, pushing a peak superior grade secret treasure worth 70 to 80,000 astral coins to more than 200,000 astral coins. In the end, the Blood Shadow Sex Tungpang obtained it. If there were no more peak superior grade defensive secret treasures, there would be waves of climaxes. All sorts of bids would shake the hearts of the crowd. This made the ordinary cultivators truly understand what it meant to be rich and overbearing. Originally, Xiao Chun wanted to exchange his inner vest for a peak superior grade secret treasure. However, when he saw the situation, he had no choice but to give up. Xiao Chun did not earn his astral coins easily. He did not want to be a sucker. However, the next item was a secret manual that attracted Xiao Chun's attention. It was a peak heaven-ranked martial technique known as the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were not rare in the Kunlun realm. However, peak martial techniques with astronomical prices were not that common. Several rank 9 sects only had a few of them. Furthermore, one needed to make a great contribution to obtain one. Otherwise, even true inheritors would not have a chance to practice it. The moment this fist technique appeared, it quickly attracted the attention of several people. Even the martial sages on the second floor cast their gazes over. However, Old Qin's next words dampened everyone's interest. This is a deity race martial technique. As everyone knows, aside from talent, the deity race martial techniques have certain requirements for mental energy and vital qi. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to practice them to the strongest level. The deity race was born with divine strength. Their physical bodies were much stronger than humans. Furthermore, they mainly cultivated mental energy. Hence, the focus of their martial techniques was different from that of humans. Chapter 753. Although they both cultivated the martial Tao, they each had their own specialties. Human martial techniques focused on state and form, while deity race martial techniques focused on spirituality. They developed in a slightly different direction. However, it was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. It still depended on the individual. The starting price is 50,000 astral coins. Start bidding. After Old Qin finished his introduction, he looked down with some anticipation. No matter what, this was a peak heaven-ranked martial technique. There would definitely be a market for it. Vital Qi is still fine. However, deity race martial techniques have very high requirements for mental energy. If you really practice it, you will only be able to bring out the might of a regular heaven-ranked martial technique. However, this price is still fair. You did not ask for an exorbitant price. If it does not exceed 100,000 astral coins, I can consider it. Although it was a deity race heaven-ranked martial technique, many people were still very interested. After a few bids, this Myriad Heaven Divine Fist reached 80,000 astral coins. 150,000 astral coins. A voice filled with desolate killing intent came from one of the VIP rooms on the second floor. In an instant, many excited cultivators were killed. That voice seemed to have a strong deterrent force. The moment it appeared, no one dared to make a sound. It looked like the owner of this voice was familiar to many of the cultivators here. Several of the cultivators who had the ability to bid remained silent. They did not want to compete with that person, or rather they did not dare to. The third rank of the 10 evils, Zhong Zhenghao, actually wants this deity race martial technique. This is really strange. His famous consummate technique is already a peak heaven-ranked martial technique. Who knows? It is impossible to guess the thoughts of these major characters. Soft discussions broke out in the surroundings. It turned out that the person who bid was the infamous Zhong Zhenghao in Hunluo City. The others did not want to get involved with him, so they gave up on bidding. Although my Dragon Claw Fist is barely sufficient, it can no longer keep up with my progress. Back when I fought with Wu Yuankai, if I had an even more powerful fist technique, I would not have needed to use schemes to scare away my opponent. I would have been able to make him stay. This Myriad Heaven Divine Fist is like it was tailor-made for me. My vital qi and mental energy are far stronger than ordinary people. I can definitely cultivate this martial technique to the peak. Xiao Chun thought for a while and quickly made a decision. He said, 200,000 astral coins. The entire arena was silent. Countless gazes turned towards Xiao Chun. Did this fellow not know who he was fighting with? That was the third ranked of Hunluo City's 10 great evildoers, a bona fide martial sage expert. He was definitely a major character in Hunluo City. The true disciples of the 6 great system-allocated sects were also very curious. They gathered their gazes on Xiao Chun, wanting to find out just who this person was. What trump card did Xiao Chun have to dare offend a martial sage loose cultivator? However, all of them were disappointed without exception. Xiao Chun's divine sense formed an invisible barrier around him, blocking all the incoming mental power outside. Haha, little fellow, you are good. I'll leave this deity race martial technique with you for safekeeping. A sinister laugh sounded in his mind. Zhong Zhenghao had given up on the auction. It seemed like he was planning to kill and rob. That made sense. Loose cultivators had always been like this. Furthermore, they needed to save enough astral coins for the broken mulberry sword. They would not spend too much on this deity race martial technique. Xiao Chun ignored this person's threat. The myriad heaven divine fist was very useful to him. He had to obtain it. No matter who it was, he had to fight for it. The grand finale of the auction was about to begin. However, Xiao Chun was not in the mood to remain. After offending a martial sage, it was best to leave early. Taking advantage of the bustling auction, Xiao Chun quietly left the hall. He went to the back and paid the 200,000 astral coins, obtaining the myriad heaven divine fist. The cover and paper of the myriad heaven divine fist were all golden. When Xiao Chun held it in his hand, it felt very heavy. A divine aura spread out from it. Xiao Chun casually flipped through a few pages. Immediately, he felt his mental energy being drawn out like a surging river. Golden light continuously poured out from the pages. As the light flickered, the divine aura became even more vast. Scenes of deities fighting and killing appeared before Xiao Chun's eyes. Those were distant myths and epics, magnificent and boundless. Xiao Chun closed the book with a paw sound. Although he appeared fatigued, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. To others, the myriad heaven divine fist could only be used as an ordinary heaven-ranked martial technique. However, to Xiao Chun it was a bona fide peak heaven-ranked martial technique. Young Master Xiao, Venerable Nangong invites you for a gathering. The manservant in the hall said respectfully to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had expected this long ago. He withdrew the myriad heaven divine fist and smiled. Lead the way. In the most magnificent room on the top floor of the flourishing heaven pavilion, Xiao Chun saw Nangong Chong toying with the breaking sage pill's alchemic recipe. Xiao Chun did not stand on ceremony. He sat down across from Nangong Chong and poured himself a cup of fine wine on the table. Haha! Young Master Zhao's boldness is truly admirable. A trash-like breaking sage pill actually sold for 400,000 astral coins. Nangong Chong had a rough understanding of alchemy. However, when she looked at the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill, she felt confused. The method of extracting liquid, condensing the pill, and molding it was completely different from what she knew. Now she even felt somewhat curious. Did Xiao Chun really grasp the Immortal Tao's alchemy method? He was not like other alchemists who only wanted to use this alchemic recipe to broaden their horizons. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. In the long history of the Kunlun realm, there had been countless geniuses in alchemy. However, aside from Grandmaster Jin, no one else had grasped the Immortal Tao's alchemy method. Nangong Chong did not believe that the person before her could grasp it. That would be too shocking. Regardless of the reason, Nangong Chong only needed to know that Xiao Chun cared a lot about this alchemic recipe. Xiao Chun put down his wine cup and stared at the other party for a while. Then he smiled and said, "You are really an interesting person. 2 days ago, you told me that the base price of this alchemic recipe was already too high. 2 days later, you spent 410,000 astral coins to buy it. At that time, the base price of the alchemic recipe was 30,000 astral coins. If Xiao Chun wanted to buy it in advance, he would have needed to spend 30,000 astral coins. When Xiao Chun heard that the base price was already too high, he decided to give up on the base price. He planned to wait until the auction. At that time, he would be able to save 20,000 astral coins. Naturally, Xiao Chun was happy to save 20,000 astral coins by waiting 2 days. However, he had not expected this girl to play tricks on him. Nangong Chong's lips curled up. Not caring about Xiao Chun's teasing, she said, "Since you like to hide from me so much, I can only use some unconventional methods. I'll cut to the chase. I need you to help me with something. After this is done, not only will I give you this alchemic recipe for free, but I will also give you 400,000 astral coins." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and entered deep thought. During today's auction, the top true inheritors of the 6 major sects fought over defensive superior grade secret treasures. The price they spent was more than double that of usual. If not for some urgent matter, they would not have been so generous. Only a sufficiently large profit could make this group of people pay up. Several 100,000 astral coins was not a small sum to anyone. If I guess correctly, the thing you want me to help you with is 10 days from now, right? When Nangongqiong heard this, shock appeared on her smooth, jade-like face. She said, "You are new to Hunluo City and have no background. How did you know?" Indeed, this confirmed some of his guesses. Xiaochen smiled and said, "I do not know anything. However, I will not have time in 10 days. I already promised the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's Mo Lingtian that I will help him." Nangongqiong had not expected Xiaochen to reply like this. She frowned slightly. She stood up and paced around the room, muttering something to herself. Soon she revealed a smile and said, "I got it. I will accompany you 10 days from now." Mo Lingtian is extremely conceited. In his eyes, only the 3 holy masters are comparable to him. You killed the people of his Eternal Heavenly Sword School, and he is seeking you for help. He definitely has malicious intentions. Nangongqiong's gem-like eyes flickered with a somewhat fanatical light. The more she spoke, the more smoothly she continued. He is definitely using you to pave the way for him. At that time, he will shake you off and kill you without anyone knowing. You and I will work together. With my help, we can turn the tables on him, saving us a lot of effort. Nangongqiong finished speaking in one breath. Her face filled with excitement as she looked at Xiaochen with longing. Xiaochen was flabbergasted. At this moment, Nangongqiong no longer exuded any air of nobility. She looked rather fanatical, not caring about her status at all. "How is it? What do you think?" Nangongqiong's eyes burned with passion as she urged Xiaochen to make a decision. Xiaochen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Miss Nangong, you forgot yourself." It looked like Xiaochen had been fooled by Nangongqiong's outward appearance. This girl should be of noble birth. That air of hers was not something that could be faked. However, when it came to scheming against someone, she spoke confidently and confidently. She did not realize that anyone who dared to work with her would be betrayed in the blink of an eye. Nangongqiong recovered her wits. She had a somewhat embarrassed expression on her pretty face. She coughed and her air returned to normal. The noble air in her blood slowly spread out. However, when Xiaochen saw her true appearance, he only found it funny. After thinking for a while, he said, "I promise you, you will come with me to meet Mo Lingtian in 10 days. However, you can tell me the specifics now, right?" Nangongqiong smiled faintly and said, "I think it is better to let Mo Lingtian tell you 10 days later. I will arrange a place for you to stay for the next few days. That will guarantee your safety." Since Xiaochen could not get an answer from Nangongqiong, he did not say anything more. After chatting for a while, he left. Faint ripples appeared in space in a gorgeous room. Then, an old woman walked out with a sullen expression. The old woman's strength was unfathomable. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Miss, why not use the people of the main clan? That is too dangerous." Nangongqiong smiled faintly and replied softly, "That is not the case. The core grave of the Star Grave Palace requires a physical body cultivator. Xiaochen is the most suitable candidate. When the grave opens this time, not only will the descendants of the Heavenly Rock race come, but the true inheritors of the 6 great sects and some of the nearby fiend race geniuses will also receive the news. At that time, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. If the Nangong clan's identity is exposed, they will definitely surround and attack us. It is better to hide in Mo Lingtian's team and use this egomaniac as a spear." After the auction ended, Xiaochen received some good news. The one who won the Thunder King's broken mulberry sword was the evil person, Zhong Zhenghao, who competed with Xiaochen for the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Chapter 754. Rumor had it that after Zhong Zhenghao obtained the broken sword, he left the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's territory and was immediately attacked by the other martial sages. Zhong Zhenghao was too busy to deal with Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen would definitely come for the broken sword of the Thunderwood sword. His grudge with Zhong Zhenghao would not end here. "I hope that you can escape this calamity and help me keep it safe for a while." Xiaochen smiled gently and gave Zhong Zhenghao his blessings. Then, he started to seriously read the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. An unknown storm brewed. The heroes everywhere were sharpening their weapons no matter what it was for. Xiaochen was already involved. If he wanted to protect himself and obtain benefits, he needed to improve his strength further. The only way to increase his strength in a short time was the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist in his hand. This time when Xiaochen flipped through the golden pages, He let his mental energy pour in like a gushing river, not stopping it. As Xiao Chun infused his mental energy, the pages gave off a bright, dazzling golden light. The pages flipped automatically. According to the distant legends, deities descended from the light. Majestic music played on the battlefield. This was an epic legend. As the people sang it, it was passed down through the ages. Without needing to memorize it, the various moves of the myriad heaven divine fist imprinted themselves in Xiao Chen's mind. The distant legends of the ancient deity race also presented a magnificent, boundless, and majestic picture before Xiao Chen. The radiance of deities and some of the mysteries of the myriad heaven divine fist complementing each other. When Xiao Chen completely drained his mental energy, the page stopped in the middle. There were still 3 moves on the latter half of the page that he had not flipped through. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes dimmed continuously. It flickered with a faint, majestic light, rampaging wildly within. Without needing to comprehend it at all, Xiao Chen completely understood the mysteries of the first 4 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen started to absorb these mysteries. After a while he opened his eyes. The light was no longer dimmed. However, his pitch-black eyes seemed even more filled with intelligence. As Xiao Chen's gaze paused on the pages of the secret manual, he felt that it was a pity. If he had more mental energy, he would have been able to comprehend the last few moves of the myriad heaven divine fist. He gently flipped through the pages with his fingers, but no light appeared. After reading through the entire content, he was still confused and had no idea what to do. The deity race's martial techniques are truly incredible. As long as one has sufficient mental energy, one can directly comprehend the mysteries within. Without spiritual power, even if I look at it, I won't have a clue. Xiao Chen closed the secret manual again. Still not satisfied, he said. If only I could read the last 3 moves in one go. If an outsider heard this, they would probably go mad with anger. With the mental strength of an ordinary martial artist, they would be overjoyed to be able to see a complete move. This fellow had seen 4 moves in one go, yet he was still not satisfied. Even the peerless geniuses of the god race would be inferior to Xiao Chen in this realm. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was so dissatisfied. He was really not afraid of the wrath of the heavens and the people. The myriad heaven divine fist had a total of 7 moves. Each move was incredibly strong. They were distant legend, radiance of deities, deities descending, chains of deities, eternal myth, dusk of deities, and the final move, burial of deities. Xiao Chen did not have enough mental strength to see the last 3 moves. He could only plan for them in the future. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen stretched his body and prepared to practice the first move of the myriad heaven divine fist, distant legend. After taking a deep breath and recovering some of his mental strength, Xiao Chen started to circulate the distant legend. The various mysteries of the divine fist appeared in Xiao Chen's mind without much thought. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Xiao Chen's pitch-black eyes. A resonant poem resounded in the world. It sounded like countless believers were singing in praise, praising the legendary deities. The poem was holy and resonant, flowing continuously. When they merged together, it traversed the river of stars and time, reaching the other side. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes grew denser. His entire body was covered in light. His vital qi, veritable essence energy, and mental energy drained rapidly. Vaguely, Xiao Chen seemed to sense the deep gazes of the deities in the heavenly kingdom, far beyond the other side. That was a distant legend. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt it personally. The energy traversed the distance between time and space and the other side, pouring into his body. Xiao Chen soared into the air and punched. His fist whistled, and the sound it gave off overlapped with the holy song. Space trembled, and the golden light immediately burst out, filling the air and turning it into a golden canvas that lingered for a long time. Xiao Chen gently turned around and landed on the ground. When he saw the dense golden light in the air, joy appeared in his eyes. In that earlier punch, Xiao Chen's mental energy, vital qi, and veritable essence energy actually merged together, forming a new energy. If someone had stood in front of him earlier, the light from his fist would have been enough to turn that person into dust. Xiao Chen did not stop to rest. He continued practicing the second move of the myriad heaven divine fist, Distant legend, the deities of the other side. I pray in my heart, praying for the deities to send down their radiance to wash away the boundless darkness and sin of this world. On the other side of space and time, the many gazes that Xiao Chan sensed earlier all focused on him. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, beams of golden light carrying vast and majestic energy traversed the boundless space and time, breaking through the void for thousands of kilometers, gathering on Xiao Chen's body. The golden light on Xiao Chen's body did not fade. His hair fluttered in the wind, scattering golden motes of light. The instant the light descended, Xiao Chen instantly attacked, punching the void again. Boom! Silently, the golden light flowed along Xiao Chen's fist and formed a huge and dazzling pillar of light. Then it shot forward, opening a golden passageway. Everywhere the pillar of light passed, all obstacles turned to dust. This was the radiance of the deities. Deities descending. For the third move of the myriad heaven divine fist, a golden figure appeared high in the sky. It tore through the barrier of the sky and scattered the boundless clouds. Then it landed on Xiao Chen's body with a whoosh. Instantly, Xiao Chen's aura soared. As his clothes fluttered, it seemed like everything bowed to him. As he walked, heaven and earth trembled. The energy in Xiao Chen's body soared for no reason. Deities descending seemed to have the same effect as the strength character art's 33-fold increase in combat prowess. Both could instantly multiply one's combat prowess. The difference was that the strength character art was more tyrannical, directly increasing one's combat prowess by 33-fold. Even if one's veritable essence energy could not bear it, it would not just increase it by 2 or 3 times. Once executed, it would increase one's combat prowess by 33-fold. If one's physical body was not strong enough, even if one killed the enemy, one would be exhausted, losing all combat prowess. This was also why Xiao Chan would not execute the strength character art unless he had no other choice. As for deities descending, although it was not as tyrannical and exaggerated as 33-fold combat prowess, it used the power of an ancient deity king, so the burden on one's body was not as great. Bang! Xiao Chen's aura soared continuously. His expression remained calm as he punched the ground ferociously. There was no earth-shattering sound. 100-meter-wide pit silently appeared in the ground. There was no dust filling the air. The force of one punch directly crushed all the dust into nothing. Xiao Chan withdrew his fist, and a divine light immediately shot out from his body, shooting into the sky like a meteor. Xiao Chen's aura plummeted, and the originally vast and boundless energy instantly scattered. The force of one punch can bring out about 10-fold combat prowess. It is far inferior to the strength character art. However, it is more useful to me now. Xiao Chan analyzed calmly as he looked at the deep pit in the ground. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes as he said, "With this punch I can defeat Wu Yuankai, who only has 1/3 of his veritable essence energy left." The myriad heaven divine fist did not exhaust much veritable essence energy. It relied on vital qi and mental energy. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness still had more than 1 million kilograms of force. However, he had not developed it sufficiently. Not to mention mental energy, just vital qi alone could already exert 1 million kilograms of force. However, Xiao Chan still used the superior grade earth-rank dragon claw fist, which could no longer keep up with his progress. Today, the myriad heaven divine fist utilized the 2 great treasures in Xiao Chen's body to their fullest potential. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Chan looked calmly to the front and circulated the 4th move of the myriad heaven divine fist. As he circulated his mental energy and vital qi drained. 99 golden chains appeared out of nowhere behind Xiao Chan. Divine scripts flowed on the golden chains. As they spun, they looked like long dragons, carrying an overwhelming aura as they charged forward. They were like a vast army, vast and mighty. With a thought from Xiao Chan, the 99 golden chains vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The greatest use of the divine chains was for sealing. Without a strong target, it would be hard to test out its might without actual combat. After executing the 4th move, Xiao Chan sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to continue comprehending. After all, there were some mysteries that he knew in his heart. However, only by putting them into action could he truly understand them. After a long time, Xiao Chan opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were clear. He entered deep thought. The myriad heaven divine fist should still be lacking something. However, he could not figure out what exactly it was. Based on Xiao Qin's understanding, the might of this fist technique should be far beyond this. In the future, when he advanced to martial sage, he might be able to see even further. Perhaps he might be able to touch the other side of the starry heavens. The distant legend of the deity race's heavenly nation that never faded. 5 days later, Nangong Qiong removed her extravagant attire and replaced it with plain clothes, concealing the noble aura in her bloodline. Then she appeared before Xiao Qian. She sized up Xiao Qian and felt it was strange. After not seeing him for 5 days, Xiao Qian seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. However, his cultivation clearly had not improved much. Nangong Qiong thought of something, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She asked, "Xiao Qian, how many moves of the myriad heaven divine fist that you obtained from the auction?" Xiao Qian smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not tell Nangong Qiong the truth. This girl's origins were mysterious, and she was very strong. He could not figure her out. Furthermore, she was very cunning. She was not as simple as she looked on the surface. When traveling with this girl, he needed to be more careful. "Let's not talk about this. Since you came to look for me, you should be setting off, right?" Nangong Qiong was rather tactful. Since Xiao Qian was not willing to say, she did not pursue the matter. She only made a mental note of it. Then she smiled and said, "That's right. With our speed, we should be able to reach the eternal heavenly sword school in 5 days. Chapter 755. Xiao Qian tidied himself up and asked casually, "Aren't you afraid that Mo Lingtian will recognize you if you go to the eternal heavenly sword school like this?" Nangong Qiong smiled and said, "Naturally, I am not afraid. I have only been in Hunluo City for a month or so. Don't worry." Indeed, it was as Xiao Qian had guessed. This woman should be a high-ranking member of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's headquarters, and not an insignificant supremacy of the local Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Not long after stepping out of the courtyard, Xiao Qian sensed that someone was watching him. Nangong Qiong also frowned slightly and said, "You really have a lot of troubles. Should we deal with them first?" Xiao Qian's expression did not change as he guessed who it was. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "There is no need to care. He is waiting for me to leave the city, and I am also waiting for him." After leaving the city and traveling 50 kilometers, Xiao Qian's pupils constricted on a remote path. As expected, he saw Wu Yuankai with a ferocious expression and surging killing qi. Wu Yuankai wore a pair of dark gold gloves. As he looked at Xiao Qian, his face twitched. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You are really bold. You left the city in less than 10 days. Do you really think that I was just joking? Why is this fellow so daring? Can't he see that I'm standing together with Nangong Qiong?" Xiao Qian thought, finding it strange. However, Xiao Qian discovered that Nangong Qiong was smiling faintly. At some point in time, she had already moved a kilometer away. Her arms were crossed over her chest, as if this matter did not concern her. This woman. "Today I have nothing to fear. Let's see what else you can do. Die." Before Xiao Qian could think, Wu Yuankai had already charged over with a flourishing aura. His fist swept out wildly, and many sinister underworld rivers surged over. Xiao Qian's eyes flickered. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dodged the attack. Wu Yuankai had been suppressing his anger for so many days, and this was the time when his aura was at its peak. He would let him vent his anger first. Bang bang bang. The nether rivers covered in black energy danced in the air like raging dragons. The cries of vengeful spirits echoed endlessly, as if a terrifying purgatory had descended upon the mortal realm. Wu Yuankai's black hair was scattered, and his expression was ferocious. He glared at Xiao Qian, who was dodging all over the place, and chased after him. His fist, which was wrapped in a pair of dark gold gloves, shot out a power that caused the air to tremble, rumbling non-stop. "White-robed brat, weren't you very powerful that day? Why are you so timid now?" Rage burned in Wu Yuankai's heart. He looked at Xiao Qian, who was avoiding the fight, and shouted arrogantly and delightedly. As his white robes fluttered, Xiao Qian smiled faintly and ignored him. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand and casually swung it, scattering the fist wind. As the nether river filled the sky, Xiao Chan rode on the blue dragon image, moving back and forth like the wind. Under Wu Yuankai's wild attacks, huge pits appeared on the ground. Dirt flew everywhere, filling the air with dust and covering the sun. Bastard! If you have the guts, then don't run. Relying on the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chan flew up and down. Wu Yuankai did his best, sending out all sorts of horrifying attacks. However, they always brushed past Xiao Chen's shoulders. At first, Wu Yuankai's delighted shout turned into a roar of rage and dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen's heart turned cold. He had already made up his mind to make this person stay, not leaving behind any future problems. Naturally, he would not care about the other party's verbal attacks. It's about time. After another 100 moves, Wu Yuankai's aura ran out. Xiao Chan narrowed his eyes and placed his right hand on the saber hilt. The aura that he had been suppressing for a long time burst out. Hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring dragon in the sky. If I do not make a move, then I will let you shout as you please. However, if I make a move, it will definitely be earth-shattering, incomparably sharp. Xiao Chan stomped on the air with his right foot, and the surging black nether river immediately scattered, turning into black rain falling down. Before Wu Yuankai could react, Xiao Chan turned into a true dragon and soared into the air. Then he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out endlessly. The black nether river dancing chaotically in the air scattered like dry weeds before Xiao Chen's soaring saber light. Wu Yuankai's expression turned startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen, who had been suppressing himself for so long, to unleash such a startling might after making his move. Without much time to think, Wu Yuankai moved his fists and materialized the 9 layers of purgatory painting at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Xiao Chan smiled coldly to himself. My aura flourishes. The momentum of a true dragon soaring is completely formed. How can the 9 layers of purgatory that you materialized in a hurry block it? In merely the blink of an eye, Xiao Chan scattered the newly formed 9 layers of purgatory. The dragon soared into the sky, its momentum not decreasing. Wu Yuankai cursed. He had no choice but to receive this move head-on. Bang! His protective quintessence nearly shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Yuankai's lips as he retreated 100 steps. He glared hatefully at Xiao Chan and immediately launched a counterattack. However, even though Wu Yuankai was fast, Xiao Chan was even faster. Since Xiao Chan had already caused his opponent's momentum to plummet, how could he give him a chance to turn things around? Ghostly image chop. The saber light split apart, and Xiao Chan sent out 72 saber lights, forming a sea of lightning that knocked Wu Yuankai back again. Following that, there was another unpredictable saber chi. Wu Yuankai had experienced this before, so he dodged in advance, narrowly dodging the saber chi. The saber chi brushed past him. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. After his first attack failed, Xiao Chan immediately turned around and executed the first move of the dragon subduing slash. Not caring about the quintessence consumption, a blue dragon broke out of the vast sea mysterious phenomenon. Its ferocious roar resounded throughout the world. The 300-meter dragon-shaped saber chi carried a vast dragon, might as it hacked at Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai moved back 6 times in a row, repeatedly retreating. He could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood, vomiting it. Then he said in a crazed manner, "Haha, come on. Continue. Continue. This old man wants to see how many resources you can squander." Xiao Chan remained silent. He swung his saber 4 more times, sending out a total of 10 blue dragon goes to sea before he stopped. Wu Yuankai, who had been knocked back in the air, was now in a sorry state. His long hair was disheveled, and his complexion was pale. Blood continuously leaked out of a corner of his lips. In reality, even if the 7 giants used 10 heaven-ranked martial techniques consecutively, they would not fare much better than Wu Yuankai. Nangong Qiong, who had already retreated 3 kilometers away, revealed a shocked expression. She said, "Is this fellow crazy? No matter how much quintessence he has, he should not use it like this." Wu Yuankai, who was in a sorry state, looked at Xiao Chan, who had sheathed his saber. Then he reared his head back and laughed maniacally. He said, "Who asked you to be so arrogant? Die." 9 underworld rivers descended from the sky behind Wu Yuankai. His quintessence surged as he charged over with an overwhelming baleful aura. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. Shao Chan casually tossed the lunar shadow saber to the ground. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Shao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, countless resonant sagely songs resounded in the air. A vast divine aura radiated from Shao Chen's body, which gave off a golden glow. Shao Chan, who had exhausted most of his quintessence, charged over fearlessly at the frenzied Wu Yuankai. As Shao Chan moved, the sagely songs surrounded him. The gazes of the deities on the other side of the starry heavens opened their eyes and focused on him. Bang! Shao Chan punched, and his fist merged with the sagely songs. A boundless golden light poured out. In that instant, the 9 sinister underworld rivers, which covered the sky, were illuminated by the light, leaving nowhere to run. Chi-Chi. The black underworld rivers were purified into strands of black qi that scattered into the air. Wu Yuankai bore the brunt of the attack. When the light landed on him, it was like a flame burning him up, causing him to cry out in pain. Radiance of deities. Shao Chen's expression did not change. His black hair gave off a golden light as it fluttered wildly in the air. The gazes of the deities crossed the distance between the starry heavens and the other side and focused on him. Shao Chen's fist burst forth with a bright light, looking like a small golden sun, dazzling and dazzling. Wu Yuankai had just gotten rid of the golden light on his body. When he saw this piercing golden light, he was so frightened that he paled. Didn't this fellow exhaust his quintessence? How can he still be so powerful? The golden pillar of light turned into a fist wind as it flew forward. Everywhere it passed, the dust scattered, but the light did not fade. Wu Yuankai did not dare to be careless. He unleashed all the heavenly sage laws that he had comprehended, quickly materializing a complete underworld river with 9 coils around him. At this moment, Wu Yuankai brought out the might of the Blood Shadow Underworld River Fist to its limits. When it clashed with the blazing pillar of light, it gave off a horrifying sound. Shock waves surged out in the air. Nangongqiong, who was 3 kilometers away, changed her expression slightly. She quickly retreated, and the golden shock waves brushed past her face. If she had retreated any later, she would have been caught up in the shock waves. When she felt the hot wind on her face, her expression turned extremely grave. In a mere 5 days, he learned 2 moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. This fellow is truly unfathomable. However, what shocked Nangongqiong even more was that when Wu Yuankai faced Shao Chan, who executed the light of deities, he felt like leaving. After clashing head-on several times, Wu Yuankai was severely injured. Originally, he thought that after Shao Chan exhausted his quintessence, he could do whatever he wanted to him. However, he did not know where Shao Chan learned such a horrifying fist technique. As Shao Chan watched Wu Yuankai flee in a sorry state, his lips curled up. He said in a low voice, "It is already too late to think of running now." Deities descending. The golden image of a deity sovereign tore through the barrier of the sky for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was like a divine light entering Shao Chen's body. Instantly, Shao Chen's aura soared. He gave off a bright light, and everything in the world prostrated themselves in worship. Even Nangongqiong's mental state changed somewhat. The image of Shao Chen in her eyes was like a deity, deterring all thoughts of resistance. Bang! Shao Chen pushed off the air, and the entire space shook. Cracks spread out in a spiderweb pattern on the ground, forming bottomless ravines. Like a meteor chasing the moon, Shao Chen caught up to the fleeing Wu Yuankai in an instant. Berserk energy burst out from his fist. Wu Yuankai could not resist at all. With one punch, his body exploded into a shower of blood, filling the air. The divine light in Shao Chen's body faded away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Yuankai's spatial ring, and the pair of valuable dark gold gloves into his universe ring. With a casual wave, the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground returned to Shao Chen's hand. Then, he gently landed before Nangongqiong. Pa! 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 A cheerful smile appeared on Nangongqiong's face. She clapped her jade-like hands and said, "Young Master Shao is very skilled. No wonder you dared to challenge by Wuxia." After watching the show for so long, Shao Chun only said this. He could not feel happy about having this woman as his companion. Chapter 756. After the two of them left, they did not know that in the clouds 3,000 meters in the sky, a pair of pearl-like eyes had seen everything that had just happened. Whoosh! In the clouds, little heavenly monkey, the genius of the fiend domain's giant ape race, gently landed on the ground. Looking at the cobweb-like ravines on the ground, Feng's frivolous face revealed a grave expression under his messy hair. This fellow's myriad heaven divine fist is actually much stronger than several of the young deity race experts. There is also that girl. If I am not wrong, she should be a descendant of a hidden sovereign clan. Feng raised his head and watched the two leave. His lips curled up slightly as he said, "However, this is good as well." Snatching the great rock spreading wings painting piece from the trash of the six great sects is simply too boring. However, he would have to postpone his promise to his first uncle. Feng pushed off the ground and instantly moved 1 kilometer forward. There was no wind or waves, no sound at all as he vanished from where he was. 5 days later, Xiao Chan and Nangong Chong arrived at the gate at the foot of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. It was a continuous mountain range that towered into the clouds. Spiritual mist spread throughout the mountain range, giving off a refreshing smell. When one opened their mouth and inhaled, they would feel refreshed. When one looked up, there was an indistinct spiritual light between the mountain peaks, forming rings of different colors in the sky. The rings of light were hidden in the clouds, appearing and disappearing, adding to the mystery. Xiao Chan looked around and said, "I did not expect this Eternal Heavenly Sword School to have more than 10 rank 4 spirit veins in the main peak." Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. They could produce superior grade spirit stones. 10 rank 4 spirit veins could produce a large number of rank 4 spirit stones in a year. Nangong Chong's lips curled up as she said, "Your horizons are really extraordinary. Of these 10 peak spirit veins, none of them are of high quality. Only the main peak has a high-quality peak spirit vein. Such a huge rank 8 sect does not even have a holy spirit vein. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is only SOSO. At the foot of the mountain was a vast drill ground. More than 1,000 Eternal Heavenly Sword School inner sect disciples were practicing the lightning light fleeing shadows sword technique. Sparks of lightning leaped on the swords. As the sword lights danced, they guided the thunderclouds materialized by the state of thunder above their heads. More than 1,000 disciples executed the same sword technique, and it was the same concept. Every single move could easily cause wind and thunder and lightning to rumble. The scene looked extremely grand, giving off a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, if a martial sage wanted to barge in forcefully, he would definitely be beaten back miserably. Nangong Chong looked at the thousands of inner sect disciples on the drill ground with mighty auras. She smiled meaningfully and said, "What a great thunder light fleeing shadows sword. Unfortunately, the only thing worth praising in this Eternal Heavenly Sword School is not your own." As Xiao Chun looked at this girl, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This Nangong Chong seemed to have a great background. Unexpectedly, she knew that the Thunder King created this thunder light fleeing shadows sword. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, looked at the huge statue of the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage on the drill ground. She was stunned. She had not expected the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage to be this person. "Little Ao Jiao, do you recognize who that Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage is?" Ao Jiao's voice turned somewhat cold as she replied. "This person came to the Kunlun realm together with the Thunder King. Sang Mu took good care of him and had a deep friendship with him. How could he claim all the martial techniques that the Thunder King created for himself?" "Emo Lingtian is here. You know what to say later, right?" Nangong Chong suddenly said. Xiao Chun stood outside the mountain gates and looked in. Emo Lingtian led a group of people through the drill ground, heading towards the two of them in a grandiose manner. Emo Lingtian must have made arrangements long ago, sending people to guard Xiao Chun at the foot of the mountain. Hence, before the two of them entered the mountain gates, Emo Lingtian came out. After leaving the mountain gates, Emo Lingtian led the group of people over to Xiao Chun. His handsome face did not reveal any expression as he said casually, "You are here." As Emo Lingtian spoke, he gave off an aloof attitude. It was as though he was giving Xiao Chun a lot of face by letting him come. Xiao Chun did not care about this. He nodded casually and sized up the 5 old men behind the old man without anyone noticing. The 5 old men all had deep auras. They were half-sages. Furthermore, they were half-sages who comprehended heavenly sage laws, only slightly weaker than Wu Yuankai. Who is she? I don't think I asked you to bring anyone else. When Mo Lingtian saw Nangong Chong behind Xiao Chun, his expression changed, and he spoke in an extremely displeased tone. Xiao Chun and Nangong Chong had already arranged what to say. He smiled faintly and said, "This is a friend who came with me from the Sky Dome realm. Her strength is equal to mine. With her accompanying me, I will definitely be able to help you better." Mo Lingtian snorted coldly and sized up Nangong Chong with a playful gaze. He said coldly, "Xiao Chun, you overestimate yourself. Is someone who is equal to you considered an expert? What do you think I am going to do? I can bring anyone. Bringing you is already breaking the rules. To think that you dare to take the liberty of bringing someone else." Xiao Chun even felt like dying. Not only did Mo Lingtian call him to be a free fighter, but he even showed such an annoying expression. This Mo Lingtian was truly the best of the best. Just as Xiao Chun was about to lose control, Nangong Chong stepped forward and smiled faintly, releasing some of her aura. Mo Lingtian's expression immediately changed. He said, "A half-sage. I nearly misjudged you. If you can block a palm strike from me, I can bring you along." After Mo Lingtian spoke, he stretched out his right palm. Electricity leaped around his palm, carrying the might of thunder as he sent it towards Nangong Chong. Mo Lingtian attacked in the time it took for a spark to fly, without any warning. However, Nangong Chong did not panic at all. She calmly sent out a palm strike. Bang! The 2 palms clashed and a strong wind immediately surged out, fluttering the clothes of the surrounding people. The dust on the ground also kicked up in that instant. Amidst the dust, Mo Lingtian staggered and stepped back. He almost lost his balance and fell down. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun noticed the image of a pagoda appear around Mo Lingtian. Then, Mo Lingtian withdrew his hand and returned it to his dantian. The instant the pagoda appeared, Mo Lingtian immediately stabilized his retreat. When the dust settled, he appeared calm and unruffled, retreating very elegantly. Shock flashed in Mo Lingtian's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Not bad. You can block a palm strike that I use 50% of my strength with your full strength. You are qualified to come with me." "Lingtian, this woman's origins are unknown. Should we reconsider?" One of the old men behind Mo Lingtian sent a voice projection with a suspicious gaze. It's fine. A full power strike is only SOSO. I already refined the Sage Great Pagoda. It will be easy for me to crush these 2. Mo Lingtian appeared extremely confident. He continued to send a voice projection. "After this matter is over, kill Xiao Chen and leave this woman alive. She is still of some use." The 5 old men thought about it and felt that it was not a big problem. Even without Mo Lingtian, if the 5 of them worked together, these 2 would not be able to cause any trouble. Xiao Chun asked secretly, "Nangong Chong, how much of your strength did you use earlier?" Nangong Chong smiled craftily and replied with a voice projection, "About 30 to 40%. Xiao Chun wondered what Mo Lingtian would think if he heard Nangong Chong's words. The full power strike that he thought was only 30 to 40% of Nangong Chong's strength. At the same time, a similar scene played out at the foot of the mountains of the 6th-rank 8 sects of Hunluo province. The top true inheritors of the various sects led several half-sage elders down the mountains in high spirits. In an inn near the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hunluo City, Xian Yu Bai and the others gathered to discuss the same matter. Aside from the 4 people that Xiao Chun saw back then, there was also a middle-aged man with a deep cultivation and a grave and stern expression. Xian Yu said respectfully to this person, "Second uncle, the Heavenly Rock Race's people should have made their move already, right?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes. This time, for the sake of opening the Star Grave Palace, the Heavenly Rock Race put in a lot of effort. All the remaining experts of the race are mobilized." Jiang Zimo said sullenly, "In the history of the Fiend domain since the ancient era, the Heavenly Rock King is one of the top 10 sovereign Fiend emperors. His grave palace will definitely be filled with danger. If we are not careful, we will fall." The middle-aged man said, The grave palace itself is not dangerous. The cultivators that will come after hearing the news are the greatest problem. However, for the sake of the great rock spreading wings painting and the other treasures that might be in the grave palace, this risk is worth it. After the group discussed for a while, they all went their separate ways and made their final preparations. Only the middle-aged man and Xian Yu remained in the room. The middle-aged man glanced at Xian Yu and smiled. Unexpectedly, you managed to pull Bai out this time. I heard that the Fox King has taken a fancy to Bai and intends to adopt her as his daughter. If you manage to obtain this girl, it will be equivalent to establishing a relationship with the Fox King. Your future will be limitless. Our Xian clan's position in the spirit fox race will be even more stable. Xian Yu smiled, feeling very pleased. She is just a little girl. It will be easy for me to capture her. She comprehended the sword heart, and even cultivates a mysterious cultivation technique. Her appearance and aura are even better than the young Wang Fei's. If I can obtain her, not only will the Fox King look at me in a new light, but there will also be countless benefits. It might even be possible for me to become the future Fox King. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chun finally learned from Immortal what this trip was about. The Heavenly Rock King was a sovereign fiend emperor of the fiend domain's Heavenly Rock race. Before he died, he infused his comprehensions of cultivation into a great rock spreading wings painting. When the Heavenly Rock King was alive, he found a star in the boundless starry river and refined it into a palace. After he died, it became his grave palace. The Great Rock Spreading Wings painting was in this grave palace. However, when the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting was formed, the experts of the Heavenly Rock race actually started killing each other over the painting. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. If one could obtain the lifetime comprehensions of a sovereign martial emperor, it would be of heaven-defying help to one's cultivation and future cultivation. During the fight, the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting was broken into several pieces. The moment the painting scroll crumbled, the moment the painting shattered, the horrifying energy that exploded out instantly blasted the peak martial sages of the Heavenly Rock race fighting for the painting into powder. Chapter 757. At that moment, the Star Grave Palace completely closed. According to the Heavenly Rock King's plan, no one above martial sage could enter. The Heavenly Rock King broke through the barrier of the sky and flew into the depths of the boundless starry heavens. Due to the Heavenly Rock King's death, the strong Heavenly Rock race's strength had decreased significantly. Furthermore, the peak cultivators of the race had all died in the fight for the painting. The golden age that the Heavenly Rock King created for the Heavenly Rock race was gone forever. The Heavenly Rock race's strength declined sharply. After a few thousand years, the Heavenly Rock race became the weakest of the 100 races of the Fiend domain. Every 100 years, the Star Grave Palace would pass above the Heavenly Rock race. The Heavenly Rock race had never given up on summoning the Star Grave Palace, praying that it could summon the Heavenly Rock race back to its former glory. There was confirmed news that after several generations of attempts by the Heavenly Rock race, the Heavenly Rock race was really going to summon the Star Grave Palace. As time passed, the once mighty Heavenly Rock race left the bustling areas of the Fiend domain long ago. They moved to the borders of the Fiend domain, to the Sand region 4,000 kilometers away from Hunluo province. The Sand region was a vast desert, desolate and devoid of life. All sorts of ferocious beasts roamed about. There were only a few small oases. For the Heavenly Rock race to end up in such a state, it was easy to imagine how weak it was. If ordinary people could not travel for 1,000 kilometers, they would have to travel for a long time. However, to Immortal's group, it was not particularly far. In fact, it could be said to be very close. Flying skillfully allowed them to travel thousands of kilometers in a day. 8 days later, a seemingly endless golden desert appeared before the eyes of the eight. Immortal looked at the surging yellow sand and glanced at Xiao Chan behind him. His lips curled up as he said, "There are all sorts of ferocious beasts hiding under this desert. Flame sand snakes, muddy earth lizards, demonic spotted leopards, bone dragons, and many more. There are also the most troublesome gold-corroding worms. Xiao Chun, your physical body is the strongest. You will lead the way. Send us to the Heavenly Rock race's summoning altar. I will point you in the right direction." Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. This fellow is really impolite. Let me just treat it as tempering my physical body. I will settle the score with him later. Looking at Xiao Chan, who obediently came forward, the corners of Mo Lingtian's mouth curled up, revealing a proud smile. What white-robed bladesman? He is like a dog in my hands. Does he really think that he can obtain any benefits? Lingtian, you're really something. What white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to challenge by Wuxia. Before young master, he does not even dare to fart. When the 5 elders behind Mo Lingtian saw this, they immediately started to flatter Mo Lingtian. What do the 7 giants count for? I Tianzhong am outstanding. In the future, when I control the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, I will definitely become the Eternal Heavenly Emperor and shake the Kunlun realm with my might. Elders, let's go. The few of them sent voice transmissions to each other. Although they did not say it out loud, Nangong Chong heard everything clearly. When she heard Mo Lingtian's final words, she nearly burst out laughing. Wu Yuankai, one of the insufferably arrogant 10 great evildoers of Hunluo City, could only be beaten up by Xiao Chan. It was unknown where Mo Lingtian got his confidence to look down on Xiao Chan like this. Bang bang bang. The blazing sun hung overhead, and yellow sand covered the ground. Occasionally, ferocious beasts leaped out of the sand. Xiao Chan did not hesitate. He executed the dragon claw fist and killed these ferocious beasts one by one. As Xiao Chan walked, he moved like a dragon or a tiger. As his fists and claws moved, dragons roared endlessly. Unless it was a ferocious beast above rank 9, most ferocious beasts would find it hard to survive more than 10 moves from Xiao Chan. As Xiao Chan practiced his punches and kicks on the scalding sand, he gained a lot. In the past, Xiao Chan had always cultivated on flat ground. The more complicated ones were grasslands and forests. He had never practiced in a harsh environment like the desert before. The blazing sun of the Kunlun realm was several times larger than that of the Sky Dome realm. This was the first time Xiao Chen experienced its might. Without clouds to block the blazing sun, Xiao Chen's clothes were completely soaked in sweat in less than 2 hours. He looked like he had just been fished out of a river. Xiao Chen's body suffered a torment for no apparent reason. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely stop and rest properly, using his quintessence to block the sun and let himself feel better. However, Xiao Chan felt an incomparable carefree feeling. Under the blazing sun, he circulated his vital qi at full power. The integration of his muscles, bones and blood seemed to have improved by another level. It felt like he could break through the shackles of a rank 1 sage body at any moment. Xiao Chan rejoiced in his heart. He could not help but put in even more effort to kill the ferocious beasts blocking his way. Mo Lingtian looked at the sweating, murderous Xiao Chan a kilometer away. He mocked. Indeed, a country bumpkin from the Sky Dome realm. The sun of the Kunlun realm is the strongest yang attributed flame in the 3,000 great realms. Without clouds to block the sun, an ordinary person would die after being exposed to the sun for 2 hours. Given our cultivation, even if we were exposed to the sun without caring about the exhaustion, we would still end up with fire poison. If not for that, why would this young master care about a few bugs blocking the way? The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School inner sect elders also had mocking expressions on their faces as they echoed the elders' words. Nangong Cheong was very experienced. Naturally, she knew that Xiao Chan was not stupid. It was impossible for him not to feel the might of the Kunlun realm's sun. There had to be a reason for him to kill the ferocious beasts blocking the way so desperately. Indeed, after observing for a long time, Nangong Cheong finally discovered the secret behind it. She could not help feeling startled. This fellow actually used the Kunlun realm's sun to temper his body. Furthermore, it seemed to be very effective. It was laughable that Mo Lingtian and the others mocked Xiao Chan as a country bumpkin, truly ignorant. With Xiao Chan leading the charge, Mo Lingtian and the others had it easy. They only needed to deal with the occasional fish that slipped through the net. 3 days later, the bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off crackling sounds. Suddenly, he felt very relaxed. It was like he had just put down a heavy burden. My rank 1 sage body has advanced to rank 2. Xiao Chan casually punched and exploded a flame sand snake that leaped out. Then, he revealed an expression of joy as he squinted at the blazing sun in the sky. Xiao Chan broke through the bottleneck of his rank 1 sage body. This was a pleasant surprise. Mo Lingtian, who was a kilometer away, did not notice the changes in Xiao Chan. As he fought with the ferocious beasts, all sorts of sounds rang out. These sounds were much more intense than the crackling of Xiao Chen's bones. Furthermore, Emolingtian did not care about Xiao Chen at all. He felt that Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial monarch. No matter how strong he was, he could not be that strong. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen stopped advancing. The figures of the heavenly rock race cultivators finally appeared at the limits of his vision. Emolingtian met up with Xiao Chen. As he looked at the 2 heavenly rock race cultivators patrolling in front, he smiled sinisterly and said, "We have arrived. After holding it in for so long, it is time to vent." A purple crystal sword about 2 fingers wide appeared from Emolingtian's sleeve. He grasped the sword hilt, and suddenly, a boundless lightning-attributed spiritual energy gathered under his feet. Boom! An electric light exploded under Emolingtian's feet. His body turned into a bolt of purple lightning and soared into the sky. He was so fast that the naked eye could not catch him. When the lightning disappeared into the horizon, Emolingtian's figure landed beside the 2 heavenly rock race cultivators. Electric light leaped around the purple crystal sword, and a sword light flickered. 2 heads flew off with a schwa sound. The 2 heavenly rock race cultivators did not even have a chance to cry out before they were killed. The 5 old men quickly flew over and smiled. "Young master's thunder steps are indeed superb. In an instant you crossed 2 kilometers. Xiao Chen recalled the process of Emolingtian executing thunder steps in his mind. After a while he felt like he had gained something. He felt that this movement technique had many redeeming qualities. Xiao Chen stood beside Emolingtian. 5 kilometers below the sand dune, the heavenly rock race's army had already split into a few groups, guarding the surroundings. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense passed through the groups and reached the core, which he could not see with his eyes. Then he saw a vast and complicated formation. 49 dazzling clumps of light leaped around the nodes of the complicated formation. The overwhelming spiritual energy formed pillars of light soaring into the sky. What a fellow! No wonder he dared to say that he would succeed. He actually gathered 49 peak spirit veins and moved all the spirit veins' origins over. For the sake of this summoning of the Grave Palace, the heavenly rock race probably spent all the savings of the race on it. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. In the center of the formation was an altar filled with an ancient aura. A young man wearing golden armor stood in the middle of the altar. He exuded a sharp aura and a heroic aura. This young man glanced at the surrounding sand dunes. There were people hiding behind them with malicious intentions. His lips curled up in a sinister smile, showing that he did not care. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. A strange thought popped up in his mind. Could the heavenly rock race have purposely leaked the news this time? Emolingtian looked around and sized up the place. Then he smiled faintly and said, "There are really many familiar faces here to join in the excitement. The Bone Mausoleum Halls Wang Ying, the Soaring Serpent Mansions Wu Guangyuan, the Blood Shadow Sex Tung Peng, the Heavenly Tiger Sex Yun Feiyang, and the Magnificent Fiend Hall Xiang Fei. There are also several fiend domain geniuses who came from afar. Unfortunately, they will return disappointed." As Emolingtian spoke, he seemed to be very proud of himself. Xiao Chen and Nangongqiong directly ignored Emolingtian's words. They sent voice projections to each other, discussing how to find an opportunity to deal with these eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sages after they entered. As night fell, the 49 pillars of light in the formation became even brighter in the dark night. Everyone looked into the sky and saw a resplendent star that was clearly different from the others. It slowly moved across the sky, getting closer to the altar. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Their eyes blazed as they quietly waited for the star to fall. The star that belonged to the Heavenly Rock King was at its most resplendent in the dark night. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock King's star was at its most resplendent and dazzling. As it moved 5,000 kilometers in an instant, it looked incredibly slow in the eyes of the people below. A hopeful light appeared in Bai's bright eyes, revealing an incredibly determined expression. Bai Chun muttered to herself, "This is the Star Grave Palace. If I can obtain the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, I will not have to look at elder brother Xiao Chen's back anymore." Back then, during the 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen defeated all the outstanding talents and was once the king grade true dragon. While Bai felt incredibly happy for Xiao Qian, she also felt a trace of loneliness as she looked at Xiao Qian walking in front. She had been cultivating in the Heavenly Fiend Palace for a long time, but the distance between her and Xiao Qian had widened. At that time, Bai Qian swore to herself that she would catch up to her elder brother Xiao Qian. Then Bai would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with him and not just look at Xiao Qian's back anymore. Chapter 758. I can definitely do it. Bai Qian clenched her fair hands tightly. She had suffered a lot in the past 2 years. She would definitely be able to make her elder brother Xiao Qian look at her in a different light. Xian Yu stretched out his hand to place it on Bai's shoulder. He revealed a smile and said, "Later, when the grave palace falls, Bai, just follow behind me." Bai smiled faintly and dodged Xian Yu's hand. She said, "Thank you, elder brother Xian Yu. At that time, elder brother Xian Yu had better protect yourself. Bai will not let you worry about me." Xian Yu pulled back his hand that missed. An indiscernible rage flashed on his handsome face. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Very well. However, if you need help, just let me know immediately." The dazzling star, the heavenly rock king who had fallen long ago. However, the grave palace still allowed him to shine. Even after thousands of years, it could still attract the attention of many outstanding talents. All this was because he was a sovereign martial emperor, the king of emperors. Nangongqiong looked around and frowned slightly. Then she sent a voice projection to Xiao Qian. "This time, even if you and I work together, we might not be able to suppress everyone. Aside from the trash of the 6 great factions, unexpectedly, there are other people." Seeing Xiao Qian's doubts, Nangongqiong placed her hand on Xiao Qian's shoulder. A strange energy spread out, and a scene in the distance appeared before Xiao Qian's eyes. It was as if he could touch it. "This is..." Nangongqiong smiled and said, "Heaven and Earth audiovisual art." The scene changed and fixed on a beautiful youth in white. Nangongqiong said, "This is a genius cultivator of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. He is not much weaker than the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. He is not someone that Mo Lingtian can compare to. The girl beside him is a peak genius of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race that rose to fame in the past year. She possesses a supreme cultivation technique of the Fiend race from the Immortal epoch. Her appearance and talent are 1 in 10,000. She even caught the eye of the Fox King. She is known as one of the 3 great beauties of the Fiend domain. Some of the Spirit Fiend descendants are interested in her." Xiao Qian couldn't help but smile in his heart. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for 2 years, the innocent little girl from back then already had such a reputation. The scene before Xiao Qian changed. A sloppy-looking young man with messy hair and a pair of gem-like eyes appeared in the clouds. Don't be fooled by this person's appearance. He is a genuine monstrous genius from the giant ape race. He is extremely famous in the fiend realm, and is known as the Little Heavenly Monkey. Many spirit fiend descendants are inferior to him. Aside from this, Nangongqiong had overlooked several young fiend race cultivators. They were probably not worthy of her attention, but in reality, none of these people were weaker than the direct disciples of the 6 major sections. Finally, the scene stopped on a sand dune in the distance. On the sand dune stood a young swordsman dressed in black. He had a cold expression and stood as straight as a javelin. The swordsman stood quietly on the sand dune, as if he had merged with the night. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to discover his existence. However, once one discovered him, he would be like a powerful treasure sword, deeply imprinted in one's mind. No matter what, one would not be able to forget him. That swordsman's pitch-black eyes were like black gemstones, even darker than the night, even more lonely and desolate. This is our greatest enemy on this trip. This person is called Yin San. Aside from the people of the 7 giants, no one in the younger generation of your Tianwu domain knows him. Yin was an extremely ancient family name. At the start of the martial epoch, when the human race prospered, the Yin clan was already a sovereign noble clan. By the time the ancient era ended, the Yin clan had already existed for more than 50,000 years. Nangongqiong continued. He is the scion of a sovereign noble clan, the Yin clan. I really can't figure out why he is not cultivating in the profound domain but here. He mainly cultivates the sword Dao and already has 1 foot in the threshold of martial sage. The great rock spreading wings painting is not very useful to him. The flourishing Heaven Pavilion was spread throughout the Kunlun realm. Aside from auctions, they also dealt in intelligence. Xiao Chan did not find it strange that Nangong Chong knew so much. Xiao Chan looked at the golden-armored youth of the heavenly rock race on the altar and asked, "Do you know the origins of that heavenly rock race cultivator wearing golden armor?" Nangong Chong glanced at him and replied, "This person is called Mingyu, the son of the heavenly rock race's clan head. His talent and strength are not bad. Unfortunately, the heavenly rock race has too few resources. Otherwise, he would be someone on the same level as the little heavenly monkey." Based on Nangong Chong's words, she did not care about this golden-armored youth. However, Xiao Chun had a different opinion. "The situation is different from what I thought. Mo Lingtian is no longer of any value. Later you should directly kill him. The sage-grade secret treasure pagoda is yours. I will split 70% of his treasures with you." Originally, Nangong Chong had intended to use Mo Lingtian to hide her identity to prevent being surrounded. However, now that a few people with backgrounds no weaker than hers arrived, there was no longer a need to hide her identity. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Interesting. Since I am going to make a move, you still want to take 70%? Nangong Chong raised her pretty eyebrows slightly. Then she immediately smiled and said, "Good, it is settled then. The Sage Grade Pagoda is yours. You take 70% of the treasures and I will split 30. I fell for it. This girl is just digging a hole for me. Without doing anything, she obtained 30% of Mo Lingtian's treasures. Interacting with this girl is really worrisome. Xiao Chan, later when the Stargrave Palace falls, we will do the same. You will take the lead and help us carve out a path," Mo Lingtian said casually. Mo Lingtian said casually, as if he was giving orders to the world. However, he did not know that Xiao Chan and Nangong Chong had already ignored him. They were secretly discussing how to split the treasures after killing him. As the two spoke, the resplendent star outside the barrier of the sky completely overlapped with the direction of the altar. The heavenly rock race elders, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately took action, quickly forming hand seals. The complicated formation lit up with a boundless light. The 49 spirit veins' origins drained at a visible rate. When the spirit veins' origins were completely drained, a boundless suction suddenly came from the altar, locking down the Stargrave Palace in the sky. In the next moment, the Stargrave Palace descended at an extremely fast speed. Soon it touched the barrier of the sky. A bright fiery light blazed in the night sky, blazing fiercely. It was a wondrous scene, magnificent and magnificent. As the fiery light spread, the Stargrave Palace broke through the barrier of the sky, slowly appearing before everyone's eyes. Boom! 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 Countless fiery lights shot out like meteors, shooting across the vast desolate desert and exploding in a chain of horrifying sounds. At this moment, everyone held their breath as they looked at the sky. A small castle-like grave palace floated in the air, looking like it would fall at any moment. Whoosh! 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 The 1,000-odd heavenly rock race cultivators all shot up, quickly flying towards the entrances of the grave palace. The other cultivators, who had been waiting outside for a long time, all flew over as well. Several incredible people even rushed into the entrances ahead of the heavenly rock race cultivators. Lights of various colors flickered in the night sky. The scene turned chaotic. Mo Lingtian frowned slightly. It looked like the grave palace was about to land, but Xiao Chan did not move at all. He shouted angrily, "Xiao Chan, didn't I tell you to open a path for us? Are you tired of living? Why are you still not moving?" As Mo Lingtian spoke, Xiao Chen moved. However, this action startled the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's half-sage elders. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. Bang! Without giving Mo Lingtian any chance to react, Xiao Chan, who was very close, directly executed deities descending and punched Mo Lingtian's head, turning it into a shower of blood. Mo Lingtian, who had always been arrogant and did not care about Xiao Chan, died just like that from Xiao Chen's punch that multiplied his combat prowess tenfold. It was direct and efficient, extremely miserable. The other 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sage elders immediately felt dizzy. Why did the white-robed bladesman, who did whatever he was told to do earlier, attack Mo Lingtian so boldly? Furthermore, when Xiao Chen attacked, He erupted with a horrifying aura and a surging golden fist wind, completely suppressing everyone present. By the time they reacted, Xiao Qian had already stretched out his hand to grab the sage grade pagoda that flew out of Emo Lingtian's body and put it into his universe ring. You! How bold! How dare you kill the top true inheritor of our eternal heavenly sword school? The 5 eternal heavenly sword school elders pointed at Xiao Qian with murderous intent. Boom! The Stargrave Palace landed on the ground. Heaven and earth shook, and an overwhelming sound drowned out the voices of the 5 half-sages. The surging shock waves that followed, filling the air with yellow sand, knocked Xiao Qian's group into the air. Although the energy contained in the shock waves was great, they were rather scattered. Although Xiao Qian and the others were knocked back, they did not suffer any injuries. The 5 eternal heavenly sword school half-sage elders stabilized themselves and glared at Xiao Qian. Their killing chi surged like a vast ocean. Xiao Qian, to think that you are so despicable. Earlier, you killed the clan head of a subordinate clan of my eternal heavenly sword school. My clan's disciple was kind and did not make things difficult for you. To think that you repaid kindness with enmity, sneak attacking us. One of the elders exclaimed in rage. They had been relying on Emo Lingtian. In the future, when Emo Lingtian became the sect master of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, he would give them countless benefits. However, now that Emo Lingtian died, there would definitely be a new top true inheritor. A new emperor would recruit his own subordinates. The new top true inheritor would definitely have his own subordinates. How could there be any benefits for them? You must die. Even if you have the Haotian sect backing you, we will kill you today. Xiao Qian silently circulated the myriad heaven divine fist and laughed loudly. Then he shouted coldly. What is the point of saying so much? You are all very clear on what you are planning. You want to kill me, but I do not intend to let you leave alive. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want to me? The 5 were only slightly stronger than Situlei, and much weaker than Wu Yuankai. Now that Xiao Qian had learned a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique, why would he care about them? Sagely songs singing a distant legend. A grand and majestic song rang out. Xiao Qian flew forward without hesitation. With every step he took, a golden light shone down. Sagely songs surrounded him, and a holy aura spread out. This is the aura of the deity race's superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. How does he know it? The 5 half-sage elders exchanged looks, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. Chapter 759. Boom! A golden fist wind surged out. Xiao Qian's vital qi, mental energy and quintessence gathered to form a strong golden energy, forming a vast radiance that spread out in an instant. The 5 attacked at the same time. They all executed their martial techniques but still could not block. That radiance shattered their quintessence martial techniques. The 5 eternal heavenly sword school half-sages vomited a mouthful of blood and took 100 steps back. Their eyes were filled with horror. Let's go. This brat is too demonic. We are not a match for him. Let's go back and report this to the sect master, and get him to invite the supreme elder out. The 5 eternal heavenly sword school half-sages actually wanted to retreat from Xiao Qian's punch. You think you can leave? Radiance of deities. Xiao Qian smiled coldly. The deities of the Permitha heavenly nation focused their gazes on him. His body immediately shone with an indescribably dazzling light. He looked like a deity walking in the world. The golden light on Xiao Qian's fist was as dazzling as the sun. When he punched, a majestic golden pillar of light immediately shot out. Everywhere it passed, the dust scattered and the air burned. The pillar of light struck the 5 flying half-sage elders. It was like they were struck by lightning. They vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Xiao Qian withdrew his fist and stood upright. The golden light on his body slowly faded away. However, the golden radiance in the air lingered for a long time, looking immortal. His figure flashed as he rode on the blue dragon. Then Xiao Qian attacked the 5 half-sages, killing them expressionlessly. When Nangong Qiong, who was behind, saw this scene, she was flabbergasted. Earlier, when Xiao Qian killed Emo Lingtian in one move, he had relied on a surprise attack. But this time he'd actually killed 5 half-saints. Although these 5 were not worth mentioning among half-sages, much weaker than Wu Yuankai and those demonic geniuses, They were still 5 half-sages. However, these were still 5 half-sages after all. Xiao Chun had casually killed them. This was somewhat shocking. Even with the myriad heaven divine fist, he should not be this strong. After all, he was only a superior grade martial monarch. There was only one explanation, and that was that his psychic energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. It was comparable to the geniuses of the god race. His spiritual force was comparable to the geniuses of the god race, and he also possessed a vast amount of true essence that far surpassed the god race. With the three combined, the myriad heaven divine fist seemed to be tailor-made for him. Compared to the geniuses of the deity race, he could bring out even more power. Nangongchong thought for a while and immediately figured out what was going on. The strength of the Xiao Chun before her was probably no weaker than any of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. The myriad heaven divine fist displayed its might once again. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. As the purple thunder divine incantation tempered mental energy, his mental energy had always been far superior to that of ordinary people. But most of the time, mental energy could only be used as divine sense for detection. It was like a pearl covered in dust, completely wasted. After obtaining the myriad heaven divine fist, this pearl shone brilliantly, revealing its extraordinary might. In the future, when the purple thunder divine incantation advanced to the 7th layer, Xiao Chun's mental energy would continue to increase. At that time, he might be able to learn the deeper mysteries of the myriad heaven divine fist in advance. Xiao Chun took out the spatial rings of the 5 half-sages and scanned them with his spiritual sense. First, he counted the astral coins in them. There was a total of 300,000 astral coins. It looked like as elders of the eternal heavenly sword school, these 5 were not particularly rich. Xiao Chun had obtained more than 200,000 astral coins from Wu Yuankai alone. Furthermore, that was not including the valuable pair of dark gold gloves. Ding! Nangongqiong tossed out a spatial ring and said with a smile, "This is Emolingtian's spatial ring. I already took 30% of it. The remaining 70% is yours." Xiao Chun casually caught the spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He discovered 300,000 astral coins, all sorts of medicinal pills, and a secret manual for the thunder steps. He wondered if that lass kept her promise and only took 30% of the profits. However, even if she did not keep her promise, Xiao Chun could not fall out with this girl immediately. Firstly, he did not know her limits. Secondly, this girl clearly understood the Star Grave Palace a lot. After he entered, he would definitely need to rely on her. However, no matter what, Xiao Chun now had more than 1,000,000 astral coins. His wealth had definitely soared, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Looking around, there was not a single person to be seen in the previously bustling place. Without exception, everyone had surged into the massive Star Tomb Palace. Nangongqiong, did you notice that the many heavenly rock race cultivators all flew in before the Star Grave Palace fell? However, there was one person who did not move. Xiao Chun asked calmly as he looked at the Star Grave Palace. Surprised, Nangongqiong asked, "Who?" When the Star Grave Palace fell, if one stood below, one would definitely be crushed to death. The heavenly rock race's young clan head, Ming Yu. Did you see wrong? Absolutely not. I saw him standing on the altar with my own eyes. He did not fly up with the other heavenly rock race cultivators. When Nangongqiong heard this, her expression changed. She said, "The situation is not good. I probably underestimated this person earlier. We have to go in quickly." Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "Wait for a while. Let me refine that sage great pagoda first before we enter." With a flip of his hand, an exquisite pagoda flew out of the universe ring. After the pagoda flew out, it immediately soared into the sky, trying to leave. The sage great pagoda already had a trace of spirituality. It instinctively did not want to be refined by others. How could Xiao Chun let it go? His strong mental energy locked the pagoda in place. Then he sent his spiritual sense into the core of the pagoda and erased Emolingtian's spiritual mark, replacing it with his own. After nourishing it for a while, Xiao Chun's spiritual mark completely occupied the pagoda, wiping out the aura that Emolingtian left behind. With a thought, the pagoda turned into a beam of light and returned to Xiao Chun's chest. Then it merged with his flesh and blood, becoming one. This was the ability of a sage-grade secret treasure. Nangongcheong could not help feeling somewhat jealous. This fellow's mental energy is really heaven-defying. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had? If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to refine this sage-grade secret treasure without 3 to 5 days. However, Xiao Chan did it as easily as if he was eating or drinking. Come, let's enter the grave palace. After refining this pagoda, Xiao Qin's confidence in his strength increased. Then, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of a grave palace. A dark passageway appeared before the two. Cold qi came from the walls on both sides of the passageway, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Xiao Chan quickly circulated his quintessence and forced out the cold qi. How cold? Why does it feel like I fell into an ice cave? Nangongcheong carefully looked around and said casually, the Heavenly Rock King used a heavenly ice star to forge this grave palace. The temperature of the heavenly ice star is comparable to ice marrow. Be careful. Don't let the cold qi invade your body. Otherwise, it will turn into a cold poison. After walking for a while, Nangongcheong stretched out her hand and pressed a spot on the wall. The wall opened, and a grave room appeared before the two. Unfortunately, aside from simple decorations, there was nothing else in there. The auras of any treasures did not leak out. The two continued forward. Along the way, Nangongcheong opened up many hidden grave rooms. However, she did not gain anything from them. Occasionally she found pleasant surprises, but they were just small items. After walking for a while, the number of people in front increased. Nangongcheong did not hold back, so she opened up the hidden grave rooms in front of all the cultivators. This caused everyone to feel astonished, and they all followed suit. Kase! Another secret room opened, and a beam of light shone out from inside. A vast emperor's might spread out together with the light, startling the many cultivators following behind. It's a fragment of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting. Someone immediately recognized this item, and cried out in pleasant surprise. The crowd immediately erupted into an uproar. All of you scram. This painting fragment belongs to me, Yun Feiyang. No one is allowed to snatch it. Bang! 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 The people behind were knocked into the air. A group of half-sages wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Tiger sect charged over arrogantly and despotically. The Heavenly Tiger sect was a sect established by a group of cultivators who left the Fiend Domain's Heavenly Tiger race. After 1,000 years of development, they had gained a firm foothold in Hunluo province. The Heavenly Tiger sect was an absolute hegemon in the vicinity of Hunluo province, no weaker than the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Their arrogance and despotic behavior made perfect sense. The human and fiend race cultivators who came here were all outstanding talents, barely qualified to be called geniuses. At the very least, they were peak superior grade martial monarchs. Many of them were even half-sages. However, before the Heavenly Tiger Sect's group, they did not dare to be too unbridled. They all opened up a path and glared at Yun Feiyang, who was the leader, in extreme displeasure. When the Soaring Serpent Mansion's people arrive, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Several of the people who were knocked into the air by the Heavenly Tiger Sect said hatefully, showing dissatisfaction in their eyes. The Soaring Serpent Mansion's people had also taken this entrance. If nothing unexpected happened, they would feel the energy fluctuations of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting piece and would rush over soon. At that time there would be a fierce battle. These people might be able to fish in troubled waters and obtain fortuitous encounters. Although the Heavenly Tiger Sect's people were strong, the others only hit at the side. No one intended to leave. Yun Feiyang was tall and stout. He wore a fur coat, and his facial features were broad. With one glance he looked very imposing. As he walked, he exuded a mighty aura. Come over here. Yun Feiyang spread his fingers, and a suction force formed by fiend energy passed over Xiao Chan and Nangongcheong, heading for the secret room. Yun Feiyang was very arrogant. He did not care about anything, wanting to snatch away the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting piece in front of the two. Nangongcheong placed her right hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and stopped him. She said, "Don't be in such a rush. He will not snatch away the painting piece that easily. Let's use him to exhaust the energy in the painting piece first." The dazzling Great Rock Spreading Wings painting piece radiating emperors might quickly flew towards Yun Feiyang. The smile on Yun Feiyong's face widened. Bang! Just as Yun Feiyong was about to grab the painting piece, something strange happened. A vast, surging energy burst out from the painting piece. Boom! It knocked the others back. Young master, are you all right? The Heavenly Tiger Sect's half-sage elders showed shocked expressions as they quickly rushed over. Yun Feiyong waved his hand and said sullenly, I'm fine. It looks like the energy contained in this painting piece cannot be underestimated. I was a little careless. I'll just have to try again. Yun Feiyong, you want to snatch the painting piece with that little ability of yours? Even if I gave you a chance, you would not be able to grab it. At the top of the tomb, a figure quickly dashed out and grabbed at the map fragment. However, just as the figure was about to touch the map fragment, a figure suddenly appeared. However, just as that figure was about to touch the painting piece, that force knocked him back. Chapter 760. The Soaring Serpent Mansion Swaguangyuan is here. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators immediately lit up. Now that Swaguangyuan was here, it would not be so easy for Yun Feiyong to obtain the painting piece. With the two tigers fighting, their chance had finally arrived. Bang! 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 The group of half-sage elders from the Soaring Serpent Mansion pushed through the crowd and rushed over to support Swaguangyuan. When Yun Feiyong saw Swaguangyuan falling down in a sorry state, he mocked. Brother Zwa, you are very capable. You nearly managed to grab the painting piece. Yun Feiyong emphasized the word nearly, making Swaguangyuan's expression turn unsightly. Unfortunately, it was nearly. This painting piece was prepared for me, Yun Feiyong. A venomous, sinister look flashed in Swaguangyuan's eyes. He said in a cold voice, You are too delusional. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, the emperor painting fragment floating in the air was suddenly pulled over by a huge suction force. The emperor's might contained in the painting piece was mostly nullified by that suction. Then the painting piece appeared before the person who made a move. Xiao Qin's expression turned grave and stern. He circulated all his quintessence, vital qi, and mental energy, as well as the sovereign's qi in his bloodline at the same time. Xiao Qin's aura soared. His black hair fluttered everywhere, and his white robes fluttered. Suddenly he attracted everyone's attention. He stretched his hand forward and grabbed the dazzling emperor map fragment. With a buzz he caught it in his hand. Boom! Surging energy surged out of Xiao Qin's palm, forming a strong wind that swept through the surroundings. The wind howled, sounding like a vast army galloping. The surroundings of the grave passage trembled violently. Several people could not stand stably and nearly fell. Everyone looked at Xiao Qin incredulously. Where exactly did this person come from? Not only did he know all the hidden rooms of the grave palace, but he also knew about them. Not only did he know the various hidden rooms of the grave palace, but he also held the painting piece firmly in his hand, something that Yun Feiyong and Swaguangyuan could not easily suppress. Xiao Qin withdrew the painting piece with a flip of his palm and placed it in his universe ring. You are seeking death. How dare you snatch what belongs to me, Yun Feiyong? Reckless fool. Swaguangyuan and Yun Feiyong could not hold themselves back anymore. How could they let someone else obtain the treasure that they wanted? Then they leaped up and charged at Xiao Qin together, radiating killing qi. Such a scene immediately shocked everyone. They thought that the two of them would fight fiercely, but they actually joined hands to attack the same person. However, what astonished them even more was to come. Suddenly, a majestic and resonant holy song rang out from the palace grave. Xiao Qin, who was surrounded by the holy song, stepped forward and punched. The golden light poured out like a heavy weight. Yun Feiyong and Swaguangyuan, who were surging with murderous qi, both grunted as Xiao Qin knocked them back with one punch. How is this possible? The top true inheritors of the Heavenly Tiger Sect and the Soaring Serpent Mansion were actually sent flying with a single punch. The cultivators waiting at the side to take advantage of the situation were all startled. The expressions of the half-sage elders of the two sects changed drastically. They stopped hesitating and attacked. In that instant, strong winds blew in the air. 10 odd figures burst out with martial techniques of all sorts, charging at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm. If it were in the past, he would not have dared to be careless when facing 10 odd half-sages who were as strong as Gu Mu. However, now that his physical body had reached rank 2 sage body, He had consumed the dragon marrow to form an internal defense, and he had refined the sage-grade defensive pagoda. No matter how many clowns there was no need to fear them. An image of a pagoda encased Xiao Chun. With a thought, his mental energy and veritable essence energy poured into the pagoda like a river. The illusory pagoda immediately materialized at a visible pace. Eventually it looked like a supreme pagoda standing there, unafraid of wind and rain, unafraid of mountains and rivers. Dang! 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 The attacks of 10 odd half-sages struck the pagoda, producing loud bangs that resounded endlessly. Waves of chi spread out, forming a terrifying gust of wind that swept through the tomb. When the strong wind scattered and the shock waves vanished, the 10 odd half-sages were shocked to discover that Xiao Chun was unharmed in the pagoda, looking at them expressionlessly. Get the hell down here! A light flashed, and the sage-grade pagoda returned to Xiao Chen's body, merging with his flesh and blood. Xiao Chun shouted ferociously and soared into the air, bringing out the radiance of a deity. Xiao Chen's fist shone with a light like that of a small sun, forming an unparalleled majestic pillar of light that shot out. The 10 odd half-sage elders in the air all vomited a mouthful of blood. They cried out miserably as they fell from the sky. When Yun Feiyang and Zhu Guangyun, who were on the ground, saw this scene, horror filled their eyes. They both muttered to themselves and wanted to reveal their true forms at the same time. If a fiend race cultivator revealed their true form, their strength would increase by at least 50%, making them very difficult to deal with. Xiao Chun smiled coldly. How could he give them such an opportunity? Kasie! Kasie! Golden chains appeared behind him. Divine scripts circulated around them, releasing a mighty pressure. Xiao Chun punched the air, and the chains danced around like berserk dragons. Whoosh! The chains wrapped around the two. The divine scripts on the chains contained a strangely strong sealing power, suppressing the surging auras in the two's bodies. The two's complexions flushed, and their eyes glared with rage. No matter how they struggled, they could not move at all. Their strength slowly decreased, and after a while they were like ordinary people. When Xiao Chun landed, he casually waved his hand, and a cool breeze formed by quintessence gently blew the two off the ground, sending them crashing into a wall. With the strength of one person, Xiao Chun easily defeated the top true inheritors of two great sects and a group of half-sage elders. Xiao Chun swept his gaze around, and the cultivators who remained there were all frightened out of their wits. They immediately scattered, fleeing frantically. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. You displayed your might and obtained a painting piece. After the battle ended, Nangong Chong appeared from somewhere. She had a faint smile on her face as she spoke. Xiao Chun was already numb to Nangong Chong's attitude. There was no need to rely on her to help at any time. Just treat her as heir. Right, as long as she is heir, I will not get angry if I can't see her. Xiao Chun glanced at Yun Feiyang and Xiao Chun, who had failed to reveal their true forms and were sealed by the divine chains, and walked over. The two were severely injured. They found it difficult to even stand up for now. The divine chains sealed their strength. If the seal did not last for long, they would be no different from ordinary people. Xiao Chun ignored the two's curses and their childish threats. He directly took the two's spatial rings and took all the astral coins and peak superior grade secret treasures. After that, they continued forward. With Nangong Chong leading the way, Xiao Chun only needed to follow behind her, saving him a lot of trouble. Advancing stealthily, Zhang Xian passed through several corridors. Regardless of whether it was a hidden chamber or a room that existed publicly, most of them were empty. Unexpectedly, aside from the painting pieces, there was nothing in the grave palace of the Heavenly Rock King. This was simply inexcusable. Something's wrong. Why are there no treasures in the secret rooms? Nangong Chong asked after walking for a long time. She frowned slightly and stopped. Nangong Chong had two goals in coming here. One was to enter the core hall and take away the core painting piece of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting. The second was to find the treasures hidden in the various secret rooms. As a sovereign martial emperor, the Heavenly Rock King's former residence would definitely have many precious treasures. If she could obtain them all, the accumulated value would be much higher than the core painting piece. When Xiao Chun saw Nangong Chong stop, he asked, "What's wrong? Someone probably got ahead of us." The heavenly rock race's people probably do not care about the painting pieces. Their goal is to obtain the treasures left behind by the heavenly rock king. They used the painting pieces to attract the attention of others and obtained the treasures in the grave palace. Then they stayed out of the matter. This is indeed a brilliant plan. Nangong Chong spoke of her guesses. Right now, the heavenly rock race had already declined to the point of extinction. They did not even have a martial sage. Although the heavenly rock race had many people, in reality, it was hard to say who would win if they fought with the people who came. Let's go. Let's not waste time here. Let's go directly to the Grave Palace's Eternal Rest Hall. Hopefully, nothing unexpected has happened to the core painting piece. Many hidden doors opened on the top floor of the vast Grave Palace. The figures of the heavenly rock race cultivators leaped out of them. Then they quickly landed on the ground, distancing themselves from the Grave Palace. As the figures came over and presented the treasures they obtained in the Grave Palace, the three old men leading the group revealed increasingly joyful expressions. There are more than 10,000 superior-grade spirit gathering pearls, 50 million astral coins, more than 100 sage-grade secret treasures, close to 5,000 superior-grade secret treasures, and more than 10,000 spirit weapons and treasure armor. There are more than 3,000 bottles of grade 8 medicinal pills, and more than 100 bottles of sage medicinal pills. Patriarch, with these resources, it won't be long before our Sky Rock race rises again. The Sky Rock race's patriarch Ming Fan smiled and said, "It's worth it. We use 49 low-grade rank 1 spirit veins in exchange for so many resources. It's enough for our Sky Rock race to use for 500 years. The gray-robed elder on the right said, "Now it all depends on young Master Mingyu. If he can successfully obtain the core map fragment, then this mission will come to a perfect conclusion." Junior tribe leader, that's too risky. There are quite a few demon-level geniuses that came this time. Even us old bones are afraid of them, said the old man on the left worriedly. Ming Fan sighed and said in a low voice, "This is his own choice. Right now, Kunlun is in the golden age of 10,000 years. He is very proud and does not want to be buried as a spectator. He can only take a gamble." The elder on the right said, "Patriarch, Old Lu and the others have yet to come out after collecting the heavenly ice sword. Could they have met with some trouble?" Ming Fan muttered, "Never mind. The heavenly ice sword is not hidden at all. I do not have much hope. Let's go. We should quit while we're ahead. If others discover us, we will be in big trouble." Ming Fan was very cautious. He carefully put away the resources that he had and quickly led the heavenly rock race cultivators away from this place. Inside the Grave Palace, Xiao Chan and Nangong Cheong did not take any detours and headed straight ahead. 1 hour later, horrifying miserable cries came from the corner of the grave entrance. The heavy stench of blood in the enclosed space was unbearable. Chapter 761. Xiao Chen frowned and turned his head to take a look. A large number of cultivators gathered at the exit of the passageway, fighting a spider-like ferocious beast with an extremely strange aura. This ferocious beast was described as strange because although Xiao Chan could feel the horrifying aura coming from it, he could not sense any life force at all. Interesting. It is actually a demonic puppet refined from an astral venom spider. I want this demonic puppet. When Nangong Cheong saw this ferocious beast, her bright eyes immediately revealed a trace of joy. She casually waved her hand, and an elegant wooden umbrella appeared in her hand. The plain-looking umbrella gave off an ancient aura. Xiao Chan looked carefully and discovered several hundred arm-thick heavenly sage laws around the umbrella. A high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, and intense shock flashed in his eyes. This girl was really mysterious. She could casually take out a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chan, be careful. Don't get betrayed by this girl. If I guess correctly, she is definitely from a sovereign noble clan. Her name might be a fake. Ao Jiao warned from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen nodded and said calmly, "Don't worry. I have not used the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, or the strength character formula. After all, she is not a martial sage. I still have some trump cards against her." Nangong Cheong left very quickly and returned very quickly as well. In less than 15 minutes, she returned to Xiao Chen's side. An exquisite astral venom spider appeared in her palm like a doll. After she put it away, she smiled and said, "Let's go. There seems to be a treasure in front that the heavenly rock race's people did not take away. No wonder this group of people is so stubborn despite the obstruction of the astral venom spider." Hearing that there was a treasure, Xiao Chun took the lead. After passing through the entrance, the scene before him suddenly widened. A vast palace with grand decorations appeared before Xiao Chun. The cultivators that came from the various entrances all gathered here. Aside from the true inheritors of the 6 factions, the fiend race geniuses that Nangong Chong paid special attention to, the little heavenly monkey Feng and the silver moon spirit fox Xianyu, were also here. However, it was very quiet at this moment. Heroes from all over had gathered together, but no one made a sound. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was a little strange. In the center of the palace, there was a towering stone platform. On top of the stone platform, there was a pitch-black sword that exuded a chilling aura and a restrained brilliance. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary sword. "Heavenly ice sword," Nangong Chong exclaimed softly. Then she came to a sudden realization and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder Yen Shursan would travel such a great distance to come here. I knew it. He mainly cultivates the massacre sword Dao. How could the map fragment be so attractive to him?" The heavenly ice sword was forged by the heavenly rock king using the source of the heavenly ice star. Unfortunately, after it was forged, it lacked a bit of spirituality. Heavenly rock king was greatly disappointed. He had always shelved it, never using it. The heavenly rock king did not think much of this sword, but in the eyes of others, it was a peerless treasure. As long as it could nurture an artifact spirit, it would become a high-grade subdivine weapon. A fragment of a subdivine weapon of the Thunder King was able to attract the attention of a martial sage of Hunluo City. Now, as long as it was nurtured properly, it could definitely become a subdivine weapon. Naturally, it went without saying how attractive it was. Everyone wanted to obtain the heavenly ice sword. However, no one dared to act rashly. The normally arrogant geniuses all became cautious. Everyone knew that the bird that poked its head out would be shot. If they acted rashly now, they would definitely offend everyone and become the target of everyone's attacks. Everyone was waiting for a chaotic situation so that they could make their move amidst the chaos. Hu Qi. Amid this strange and quiet atmosphere, a black figure gently drifted over. This person did not care about the murderous gazes of the others as he casually stood on the stone platform. This was a slender, young swordsman in black with a stern expression. This was the person that Nangong Chong feared the most, Yen Shursan. While the many geniuses did not dare to provoke the crowd and waited quietly, the black-clad swordsman calmly stood on the stone platform. "Not bad. This is a good sword. I want it." The many geniuses stared at the black-clad swordsman with murderous intent. However, Yen Shursan ignored them. He stretched out his hand to grab the pitch-black sword hilt. Where did this nameless brat come from? How dare he speak nonsense here? The heavenly ice sword is the treasure of our heavenly rock race. No one is allowed to snatch it. Yen Shursan was not very famous here. Or rather, he was too famous. Without reaching a certain level, one would not know of his origins. Seeing that Yen Shursan was going to grab the heavenly ice sword, the 3 half-sage old men of the heavenly rock race immediately became enraged and quickly revealed their true forms. The bones on their backs wiggled, and a pair of heavenly rock wings unfurled. The wings flapped ferociously, kicking up a strong wind. The 3 old men charged at Yen Shursan like a bolt of lightning with a towering flame burning in their eyes. Yen Shursan's eyebrows twitched. He had not expected these 3 heavenly rock race old men to be dissatisfied with him taking the heavenly ice sword. Since you do not practice the sword, what is the point of having a sword? The greedy usually die the fastest. Yen Shursan did not move at all. He glanced around and moved his fingers slightly. The buzzing of countless swords came from the air, linking together as if there were countless swords hidden in the air. A strong and pure sword intent flowed everywhere in the air, forming a torrent of formless blades. The entire hall started trembling continuously. The swords in the hands of several cultivators were about to fly out uncontrollably, causing these cultivators to panic. This is a peak great perfection sword intent. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, revealing a horrified expression. A peak great perfection sword intent was already infinitely close to perfection, able to condense a sword soul at any time. This was something that several martial sages, who had lived for 100 years, could not do. Unexpectedly, this youth did it. Suddenly, Yen Shursan stopped moving his fingers, and the hidden swords in the air all stopped buzzing. The torrent of swords flowing everywhere also stopped moving at this moment. Everything fell silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The huge difference seemed to cause others to have the misconception that the powerful and vast sword intent at the advanced stage earlier was not real. Just as these doubts appeared in everyone's mind, Yen Shursan made his move and gently waved his hand. Boom! Countless crisp sounds connected together, forming a rumbling sound that resembled a tidal wave. The countless swords hidden in the void all stabbed out at the same time. They gathered together and formed a berserk dragon made of swords. The body of the berserk dragon hummed with thousands of swords, and a boundless state of massacre spread out from it. Bang! The massacre berserk dragon howled as it flew by. The various martial techniques executed by the 3 heavenly rock race cultivators, who had revealed their true forms, vanished like smoke. Sword lights shot out, and a scarlet light spread everywhere. Before the 3 old men could scream, they were sliced into countless spurts of blood. The blood infused into the berserk dragon. A faint layer of blood mist-dyed the berserk dragon made of sword lights, making it look like a blood dragon with overwhelming killing chi. Yen Shursan casually waved his hand and killed 3 half-sages. The entire hall fell silent, dumbfounded. What exactly is this fellow's background? The Yin clan was a hidden sovereign noble clan. Ordinary people would not know of such a clan. When facing the horrifying Yen Shursan, everyone thought hard but could not figure out where such an expert came from. Acting all mysterious. I Wanging will test you out. A sinister wind blew and carried a figure towards Yen Shursan. It was Tung Peng, the top true inheritor of the Blood Shadow sect, one of the 6 great sects of Hunluo province. When Yen Shursan saw Tung Peng in the sinister wind, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Interesting. There is finally someone using the sword even though he does not cultivate the righteous Tao." Yen Shursan grasped his sword hilt with his right hand, not drawing his sword. He pointed forward, and a dense black sword chi immediately shot out from the scabbard, moving as fast as a meteor. The sword chi contained the massacre sword Tao that could destroy everything. Everywhere it passed, even the air seemed to lose its life force and wither. Kase! The sword chi easily tore through the sinister wind, piercing through Tung Peng's protective quintessence and the superior grade inner vest he wore before piercing through his body. The black sword chi spread out with a surging state of massacre. No matter how Tung Peng blocked, he could not suppress the aura of massacre that could destroy everything. Tung Peng's complexion was as pale as paper. The sinister wind around him scattered, and he appeared fatigued and lifeless. Unexpectedly, not only did this sword strike injure his physical body, but the sword chi containing the massacre Tao even injured his life force. Young master! The Blood Shadow sect's half-sage old Zhao showed a startled expression as he quickly flew over and caught Tung Peng. Attacked together. The few half-sage elders all showed furious expressions as they charged at Yen Shursan. The Bone Mausoleum Hall's Wang Ying and the magnificent Fiend Hall's Xiang Fei hesitated for a moment before leading their half-sage elders over as well. If they did not attack now and were defeated by Yen Shursan, they would no longer have a chance to obtain the heavenly ice sword. Yen Shursan smiled faintly as he looked at the 20-odd half-sages flying over, not showing any fear. He did not even draw his black sword, just casually brandishing it. Buzz! 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 Yen Shursan's veritable essence energy surged, and the scabbard danced. Under his guidance, berserk dragons made of the massacre Tao surged in all directions. The swords buzzed endlessly in the hall, sounding like a flowing waterfall. A strong wind howled and shook the surroundings. The various half-sages could not even block the berserk sword dragons, much less approach Yen Shursan. He fought against so many half-step saints all by himself, and he didn't even have to draw his sword. Xiao Chun appeared slightly stunned. This fellow is really strong. Of the 7 giants, only Juanqi can compete with him. If Xiao Chun can put some distance between them, his first senior sister might have a chance of victory. As for the other giants, if they did not have any fortuitous encounters in the past few months, none of them would be a match for him. No wonder that Nangong Chong treated him as her greatest opponent. Xiao Chun thought, fortunately I practice the saber and not the sword. There is no need to fight with this person. Otherwise I would have to expose all my trump cards. No swordsman could resist the temptation of the heavenly ice sword. If Xiao Chun practiced the sword, no matter how strong Yin Shisan was, he would fight for it. Even if he could not defeat Yin Shisan, he would do his best. Otherwise it would be hard to avoid regret. A powerful treasure sword was not something one could come across at any time. Chapter 762. As the half-sages fell one by one, the berserk sword dragons slowly vanished, and the hall regained its calm. The eyes of the injured half-sages on the ground and Yen Shisan, who stood with his hands behind his back on the sovereign stone platform, flashed with unconcealable horror. "Bai, you used the sword. I'll help you snatch this heavenly ice sword." Xian Yu could tell that Bai was tempted, so he smiled gently and said gently, if Xiao Chun could help her obtain the heavenly ice sword now, he would definitely be able to capture her heart in one go. When Xian Yu's second uncle heard this, his expression changed drastically. Bai could not help but frown deeply. When he saw that Xian Yu was about to make a move, he said anxiously, "There's no need. I'll go and get it myself." Seeing Bai fly out first, Zhang Zimo and Mu Xinya quickly followed. Xian Yu's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that Bai would personally make a move for the sake of not appreciating his kindness. Xian Yu snorted coldly and was about to get up. Don't be rash. This person is Yen Shisan, the demonic genius of a sovereign noble clan. You are not a match for him." Xian Yu's second uncle quickly made a move to stop him. Then, he told him about the horrors of a sovereign noble clan. After Xian Yu heard the other party's explanation, his expression changed, and he slowly stopped himself from making a move. "The massacre sword Dao. If my life's origin is injured, my future will be ruined." Xiao Chun, who was originally planning to watch the show, suddenly saw a familiar figure fly out from the crowd. He was stunned and smiled bitterly helplessly. "Back then, I really should not have let her walk the sword Dao." Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and wrote a blue dragon image. Then he soared into the sky, intending to block Bai. Yen Shisan's massacre sword Dao was clearly different from the state of massacre of regular cultivators. It was an extremely pure Dao of massacre. Using massacre as a sword, it could destroy everything, destroying all life force. If one's origin was accidentally injured, it would not be something that could be healed in a few days. A dragon roar resounded in all directions. Riding the dragon, Xiao Chun leaped up and instantly arrived before Bai, Zhang Zimo, and Mu Xinya. Yin Shisan stood with his hands behind his back on the 100-meter-tall stone platform in front. He did not do anything, but the berserk dragons formed by the three massacring swords circled around him. As soon as he saw someone coming over, he immediately shouted and rushed over. "Kill, kill, kill, kill." Xiao Chun faced the berserk dragon formed by the three massacring swords head-on. He personally experienced the state of massacre contained in the swords. The tens of thousands of swords clashed in front of him. Every single sword was ferocious, like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. They roared madly, and their voices converged together. They condensed into tens of thousands of kill characters, rising and falling like the tide, pouring into Xiao Chen's mind, throwing his mind into chaos and giving rise to a chill. Xiao Chen finally understood. When those half-sages faced the berserk dragons formed by the swords, they found it very difficult to deal with them. In the end they all lost. It was not that they were too weak. Rather, it was that this Yen Shisan was too strong. The momentum of the massacre sword Dao was too strong. It could kill everything in the world, destroying all life force. As long as one's mental state and mental energy were not as strong as Yen Shisan's, they would be like pigs before him, swallowed up by the cold and emotionless massacre sword Dao. No matter how strong one's quintessence was, how many martial techniques, or how many secret treasures one had, if one could not bring out even 70% of one's strength, defeat would be a matter of seconds. Xiao Chun roared, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged like a river. As the waves surged, they chased the kill characters out of his mind. Xiao Chun recovered his mental state, and his eyes lit up. A sagely song rang out, echoing in the hall. The sagely song recounted a distant legend. Every time it resounded, history spun. and the ancient epic became even more profound. Essence, chi, and spirit, these three energies merged at the same time. The strength that he grasped also increased rapidly as he watched the three berserk sword dragons fly over. As he looked at the three berserk sword dragons, Xiao Chun took a step forward, not retreating. Instead, he charged forward and punched. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Distant legend. A bright, resplendent, and dazzling light condensed into something solid, looking like ink as it shot out. The light clashed with the berserk-killing dragons formed by thousands of swords. Heavy sounds reverberated in the hall. Every strand of light and the killing swords fought to the death, like two armies of 10,000 fighting an intense battle on the battlefield. War songs rang out, and a scarlet light spread out like mist. The intense battle gave off horrifying auras that flew everywhere, giving off loud explosions on the ground. The entire hall started trembling intensely. It was like a flash flood or a snowy mountain collapsing. At this critical moment, if one did not flee for their lives, they would suffer a calamity. This was the Heavenly Rock King's Star Grave Palace. Naturally, there would not be a flash flood or a snowy mountain. It was just an atmosphere created by the fight between the two. Several people showed grave expressions as they looked at the two in the air. Horror flickered in their eyes. What kind of demonic genius was this? A fight under martial sage could create such a horrifying atmosphere, deterring people from watching. When everything cleared up and the wind blew over, everyone looked into the distance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun blocked Yin Shursan's horrifying berserk sword dragons. The massacring berserk sword dragons that terrified the many half-sages and caused them to lose in seconds were blasted into nothingness for the first time. In a head-on clash, they were evenly matched. It's him, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. Amid the chaos, several people recognized Xiao Chun's appearance. Back then, when he shouted a command in Hunluo City, he forced the evil man Wu Yuankai to retreat. Xiao Chun's name spread throughout Hunluo City. Most of the cultivators here were from Hunluo province. After thinking for a while, they recalled Xiao Chun's identity and origins. When they saw that Xiao Chun was actually able to go against Yin Shursan, they couldn't help but be shocked, and they concentrated their attention and watched. Bai's pure and charming face was filled with joy. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, and she could not help wanting to rush forward and hug Xiao Chun. Don't move. Stand behind me. I'll teach you a lesson later. Do you know how dangerous it was earlier? A familiar voice rang out. Bai showed a bitter expression, feeling somewhat wronged. However, she still obediently took 100 steps back with Mu Xinya and Jiang Zimo. When Xian Yu, who was in the crowd, saw this scene, he had interacted with Bai for a long time. However, he had never seen Bai so obedient before. Jealousy blazed in his heart. I'll let you show off. After Yin Shursan severely injures you, I'll humiliate you ruthlessly. Xian Yu thought to himself as he glanced at Xiao Chun. The black-robed Yin Shursan stood on the stone platform with the heavenly ice sword stuck in it. He stood as straight as a spear, not moving at all. His stern face did not show any expression. Aside from coldness, there was only coldness. Since you are a bladesman, why the need to use the deity race's unorthodox Tao? Yin Shursan narrowed his eyes and rage flashed in them. His gaze was like a sharp knife stabbing at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. This person probably misunderstood, thinking that Xiao Chun underestimated him. Not only did Xiao Chun not draw his saber, but he even used unorthodox Tao to deal with him. However, Xiao Chun's current situation was that the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist merged three kinds of energy. In reality, it already surpassed the original Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. It was not much weaker than Xiao Chun's saber techniques. In terms of explosive power and destructive power, the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist was even stronger. However, since Yin Shursan said that, Xiao Chun had no intention of letting Yin Shursan continue misunderstanding. If he drew his saber, so be it. In the past few days, Xiao Chun had been practicing the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. Now, he could instantly send out 81 different trajectories. The other party had a peak great perfection sword intent, and Xiao Chun's saber intent had reached 70% comprehension. Saber intent was innately stronger than sword intent. Although Xiao Chun's cultivation realm was weaker, it would not immediately crumble. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chan rode on the blue dragon and slowly grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. The saber technique immediately merged with Xiao Chen's state in the surroundings, encasing Yin Shisan. First, Yin Shisan did not care. Then, his eyes lit up, and his expression slowly turned grave. Unexpectedly, he could not make out the trajectory and position of Xiao Chen's attack. Figures of Xiao Chan holding the saber filled the air. Front, left, right, up, down, it seemed like there was no place where he could draw his saber. Interesting. However, before strong strength, no matter how good a technique is, it is useless. Yin Shisan nodded to himself. He admitted that his drawing the saber was not as good as Xiao Chen's. However, he did not care too much. The absolute difference in strength was too great. Xiao Chan could not use this advantage to finish him off in one move. As long as Xiao Chan could not finish him off in one move, Yin Shisan would be able to do so in an instant. In his opinion, Xiao Chan had only one chance. When Nangong Qiong, who was at the entrance of the distant palace, saw that the two were about to fight, she could not help but feel confused. This Xiao Chan is really worrisome. He looks very gentle and quiet, but when he sees a beautiful woman, he goes completely crazy, daring to offend anyone. That's not right. This young lady believes herself to be an outstanding beauty, no weaker than that little fox. Why is he not reacting to me? What am I thinking? I have to stop them. Otherwise, when we reach the core of the palace, Xiao Chan will not have the strength to help me open the stone steel. Just as Yin Shisan's hand was about to touch his sword hilt, a simple and unadorned wooden umbrella arrived. Nangong Qiong held the umbrella handle and smiled faintly as she appeared beside Xiao Chan. Young Master Shisan, it has been a long time. When Yin Shisan saw Nangong Qiong appear, he was clearly startled. Furthermore, she walked over to Xiao Chan. He sent a voice projection in Qiong, you want to help him? Don't worry about it. In any case, you cannot fight with this person now. Just take your heavenly ice sword and leave. The two quickly exchanged a few words. Then Yin Shisan glanced at Bai, who was behind Xiao Chan. Then he entered deep thought. Then he gently tossed his black sword forward. Yin Shisan said calmly, my Yin clan does not lack subdivine weapons. However, this heavenly ice sword is the most compatible with my killing sword Dao, so I have to obtain it. The sword in my hand is called Snow Feather. In terms of material, craftsmanship, and charm, it is no weaker than the heavenly ice sword. In another 5 years, it will definitely become a subdivine weapon. I'll give it to the young lady behind you. Yin Shisan gently tossed the snow feather sword, and strands of black light peeled off like paint. This was the killing chi that Yin Shisan had tempered on it for many years. When the black light scattered, the snow feather sword returned to its original appearance. It was as white as snow, untainted by dust, and its cold light was withdrawn. Xiao Chan received the snow feather sword and looked at Yin Shisan. Then he looked at Nangong Qiong, who was feigning ignorance, and he seemed to understand something. Chapter 763. However, Xiao Chan was even more shocked at Nangong Qiong's identity. To think that she could make the proud and unfathomable Yin Shisan make such a concession. Since you already condensed the sword heart, I believe you will not bury the snow feather sword. Its glory will be on you from now on. Yin Shisan did not say anything more. He grasped the heavenly ice sword's hilt and looked coldly at the surrounding crowd, like he was asking if anyone was still unconvinced. After seeing Yin Shisan's strength, who would dare to seek trouble? They all avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Boom! Yin Shisan drew the heavenly ice sword and soared into the sky. He sent out a massacring sword light and broke through the roof of the palace. Yin Shisan's figure flickered, and he turned into a beam of black light, vanishing from this place. Just when everyone thought that there would be peace for a while, the stone platform with the heavenly ice sword in it exploded into dust. Clumps of dazzling light shot out as the stone platform crumbled. They were like majestic heavenly rocks spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. The light was dazzling, more than 100 of them. A vast emperor's might layered over each other and spread throughout the vast palace, making breathing difficult. An emperor painting piece. It really is a painting piece of the great rock spreading wings. There are so many painting pieces. We struck it rich. After a moment of silence, all the cultivators in the hall roared crazily, causing a commotion in the crowd. The impatient cultivators leaped into the air and reached out to grab the painting pieces. Bang! 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 Miserable cries rang out. Not only did people get injured by the energy contained in the painting pieces, but they were also injured by sneak attacks. The entire place turned chaotic. Nangong Chong said softly, "Along the way we only found one painting piece, so they were all hidden here." Xiao Chun frowned slightly as he looked at the chaotic scene. He did not know if Yan Shan expected such a thing to happen after he left. However, even if he did, given Yan Shan's character, he would not change his mind for these painting pieces. After retreating to the back with Bai's group, Xiao Chun handed the snow feather sword to Bai and said, "Brother Zhang, Miss Mu, Bai will be in your care." Zhang Zimo nodded and said, "Brother Xiao, don't worry. You should be careful as well." Bai knew what Xiao Chun meant. He wanted to protect her. She hated herself for not living up to his expectations. Brother Xiao Chun was worried about her. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He turned around and left on his dragon, joining the group fighting for the map fragments. Xiao Chun's cultivation was still lingering around late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. This painting piece was very important to him. This might be his opportunity to become a half-saint, so he had to fight for it. Looking around, the two most eye-catching people in the sky were undoubtedly the little heavenly monkey Feng and the silver moon spirit fox race's Xian Yu. Those who fought with them for the map pieces all ended up in a miserable state. In a short period of time, the two of them had already snatched 5 or 6 map fragments, sending quite a few ignorant people flying. Xiao Chun stood like a soaring dragon, looking at the dazzling map fragments dancing in the sky. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and firmly grabbed a map fragment that flew past him. A strong shockwave surged out, knocking away the nearby cultivators. Even the little heavenly monkey Feng needed at least 3 attempts before he could completely subdue a map fragment. Xiao Chun used his full power, using both his mental energy and quintessence at the same time to succeed on his first try. Boom! 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 Shock waves surged endlessly. Xiao Chun quickly made his move, succeeding 10 times out of 10. In a few breaths, he caught up to Xian Yu and the little heavenly monkey. After a while, Xiao Chun obtained 20 map fragments. The little heavenly monkey and Xian Yu combined did not even reach half of Xiao Chen's. Such a ferocious display finally attracted everyone's attention. They were dumbfounded as they watched Xiao Chen harvest the map fragments in an extremely tyrannical manner. This is too monstrous. Is he even going to let us live? Damn it. From the looks of it, he is going to snatch away at least half of the map fragments. The originally chaotic scene of a chaotic fight between experts now turned into Xiao Chen's solo performance. No one could stop him from harvesting the map fragments. The little heavenly monkey's pearl-like eyes revealed a strange chill. This fellow is too exaggerated. Hu Qi. Xian Yu, who had long found Xiao Chun an eyesore, snorted coldly. While Xiao Chun was not paying attention, he quickly flew towards him and stretched out his hand, trying to snatch a map fragment behind him. Xiao Chun smiled coldly. Without even turning around, he grabbed the painting piece with the backhand of his hand. At the same time, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a surging shock wave burst out as he caught a painting piece that was flying over. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun grabbed 2 map fragments at the same time. Emperor's might spread out. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his white robes fluttered. His entire being radiated an unstoppable sharpness. Xian Yu, who originally thought that he would definitely succeed, ended up grabbing nothing. The expression on his face was extremely fascinating. Xiao Chun quickly put away the 2 map fragments into his universe ring. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in another direction, leaving behind Xian Yu, who was still in the same posture as before. Riding the dragon dance, Xiao Chun harvested non-stop. Anyone who blocked his way was sent flying. Xian Yu clenched his teeth and made up his mind to trick Xiao Chun this time. So he chased after Xiao Chun, not letting go. However, Xiao Chun did not even bother to look at him. Every time Xiao Chun casually grabbed, Xiao Chen's actions would miss, preventing him from grabbing anything. 10 minutes later, not a single map fragment remained in the Great Hall. Xiao Chun had already swept through all of them. Naturally, the biggest winner was Xiao Chun. Of the 100 great rock spreading wings painting pieces, Xiao Chan had swept through 60 of them, more than everyone else combined. The great hall fell silent. Without exception, everyone's gazes focused on Xiao Chan. There was envy, jealousy, hatred, and even gazes filled with malicious intent. Murderous intent could be seen faintly discernible. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's earlier fight with Yan Shisan, no one dared to take the lead. Although the map fragments were precious, the value of one's life was even higher. Aside from Xiao Chan, Little Heavenly Monkey was the cultivator who had obtained the most map fragments. He gave Xiao Chan a deep look with his gem-like eyes before leaving without looking back. At this moment, Little Heavenly Monkey had to admit that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to hold back Xiao Chan. He might even get killed by Xiao Chan and snatch away his map fragment. The cruel reality made him feel somewhat helpless. Originally, he did not care about this person at all. Who could have imagined that he would be his greatest nemesis on this trip? After Little Heavenly Monkey left, sighs came from the crowd as they left unwillingly. Aside from Nangong Chong, no one else knew about the core map fragment. Seeing that the map fragments were all distributed, the crowd could only leave this place regretfully. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. You obtained 60 map fragments. No one can stop you from showing off your might. Nangong Chong said softly as she appeared out of nowhere. She revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chan had expected this girl to say this long ago. He smiled faintly and ignored her. He walked over to Bai and the other two and took out 30 map fragments, distributing them to the three. Xiao Chan had already suppressed the map fragments, so there was no need to continue suppressing them. The three put away the map fragments and thanked Xiao Chan with cupped fist salutes. The map fragments formed from the comprehensions of a sovereign martial emperor were incredibly precious. The three were not unreasonable people. Furthermore, they were familiar with Xiao Chen's character, so they would not reject it. Xian Yu's face darkened as he walked over with his second uncle. His lips twitched a few times before he squeezed out a smile. I have always heard Bai mention you. Now that I see you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Xian Yu originally thought that Yan Shisan would kill Xiao Chan. Who could have imagined that not only did Yan Shisan not injure Xiao Chan, but he even gave face to Xiao Chan and gave the snow feather sword to Bai. After that, Xiao Chan displayed his skills and obtained 60 map fragments, completely overshadowing Xian Yu. Now when Xian Yu saw the ambiguous expression in Bai's eyes, he could not hide it. Xian Yu wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chan. However, he was not strong enough. Furthermore, he did not dare to fall out with Bai. The conflicted expression on Xian Yu's handsome face was obvious. Xiao Chan greeted indifferently. Then he started chatting with Bai, lecturing her not to be rash in the future. Bai understands. The next time we meet, Bai will definitely not stand behind elder brother Xiao Chan. When Xiao Bai saw that familiar face and heard that familiar voice, she felt that her elder brother Xiao Chan was the same as before. Nothing had changed. She felt that it was enough. When Xian Yu, who was at the side, saw Bai's meek appearance, the flames in his eyes seemed to be about to spew out. If looks could kill, Xiao Chan would have died 10,000 times already. Unfortunately, looks could not kill. At the very least, Xian Yu's could not. After saying a few words to Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya, Xiao Chan bid them farewell. Nangong Chong appeared at an appropriate time. She smiled and said, "Tsk, you are really generous. You casually gave me half of the map fragment. Young Master Xiao, I discovered that I can no longer see through you." Xiao Chan said casually, "How can I see through you? Cut the chatter. Bring me to the central hall of the Grave Palace. After I help you break the door, we will be even." When Nangong Chong heard the words central hall, she was no longer in the mood to joke around. She activated the many hidden mechanisms and led Xiao Chan in circles. Finally, they arrived before a heavy stone door. The stone door was pure black. Aside from being heavy, it looked very ordinary. Nangong Chong's expression turned grave. She said sullenly, "This is the heavenly cloud stone. It can absorb a cultivator's quintessence. The central control hall of the Grave Palace is inside. Unless one is a descendant of the heavenly rock race, no one can open the door even if they find the mechanism. They can only break it by force." The heavenly cloud stone was one of the mysterious stones of the starry heavens. Xiao Chen had heard of it before. Human cultivators' quintessence, fiend race cultivators' fiend essence, and deity race cultivators' mental energy would not be able to cause any damage. Instead, they would become nourishment for it, making it even harder. Only the purest form of brute force, what was commonly known as force, could shatter it. According to the quality of the heavenly cloud stone, the amount of force it could withstand varied. Since the heavenly rock king had found this heavenly cloud stone, its quality would definitely not be low. This is a sage-grade heavenly cloud stone. It can withstand 1,000 tons of force without shattering. However, to young Master Xiao, this should be a piece of cake. Nangongqiong glanced at Xiao Chen. She smiled faintly, looking fresh and refined. Her smooth, jade-like face did not appear to be fawning. Instead, she looked very charming. Under such flattery, a regular man would rush forward and smash the heavenly cloud stone with a punch. Chapter 764. As Xiao Chen looked at the stone door made of heavenly cloud rock, he remained unmoved. He said calmly, "You can give me the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill now, right? Strange. Is this lady's charm really not comparable to that little fox's?" Naturally, Nangongqiong did not care about a breaking sage pill. However, when she saw Xiao Chen offend Yin Shisan for Bai's sake, she felt somewhat upset. She wanted to test Xiao Chen, who knew he would be so uncooperative. However, this was just a girl's own thoughts. It was not about liking or disliking someone. Xiao Chen received the breaking sage pill, and his heart thumped heavily. However, his expression did not change, not letting Nangongqiong see anything suspicious. When Xiao Chen arrived before the heavenly cloud rock door, he burned his vital qi. His bones gave off crackling sounds as he clenched his right fist tightly. When Xiao Chen felt the energy contained in his fist, he shouted and punched. Fist winds howled like thunder. The heavenly cloud rock shattered into countless fragments by Xiao Chen, scattering everywhere. A strange light flashed in Nangongqiong's eyes. She casually waved her hand, and all the rocks flying at her were blown to the side. Chi! At the moment when the stone door was broken, an ear-piercing cry came from inside. The sharp cry contained a dense emperor's might that entered one's sea of consciousness. The strength of the emperor's might was not something the painting pieces outside could compare to. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen could not help taking a few steps back. He circulated his mental energy with all his might before he managed to block this emperor's might and recover. On the other hand, Nangongqiong seemed to have expected this. When Xiao Chen retreated, she advanced instead of retreating, entering the central control room behind the stone door first. Haha! A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I knew that this would be the result. Nangongqiong's somewhat cold voice came from inside. Xiao Chen went forward to take a look and discovered a corpse lying at the foot of the wall in the control room filled with all sorts of formations. The blood on the corpse's lips had yet to dry, and its eyes were wide open, filled with dissatisfaction. It was the young master of the Tianpeng race, Mingyu. Above the stone room, a heavenly rock formed by the core painting piece spread its wings and circled around. A faint light spread out, and an emperor's might spread throughout the entire stone room. If Zhang Xian was not wrong, Mingyu must have died from the backlash of eating the map fragment due to his lack of strength. Young Master Xiao, can you help me subdue this core map piece? Nangongqiong smiled as she walked over to Xiao Chen. It seemed that he had never said that he would give her the core map fragment. The transaction between the two of them ended the moment Nangongqiong handed over the breaking sage pill, and Xiao Chen helped her open the heaven cloud stone door. Puchi! Just as Xiao Chen was about to reply, Nangongqiong, who was in front of Xiao Chen, suddenly made a move. The heavenly sage laws contained in the sage-grade umbrella danced around wildly. Boundless spiritual energy infused into the umbrella, turning into surging quintessence that gave off a dazzling red light. Nangongqiong attacked without any warning. There was no killing qi or quintessence fluctuation. She was fast, ruthless, and accurate, not holding back at all. She wanted to deal a fatal blow, severely injuring Xiao Chen. However, along the way, Xiao Chen had never let down his guard against her. As long as she got within 10 meters of him, his quintessence would automatically circulate throughout his body, ready to deal with her at any time. The instant Nangongqiong made her move, Xiao Qin's body moved almost at the same time, quickly retreating to the back. When Xiao Qin's feet landed on the ground, they gave off extremely unpleasant screeching sounds. He left behind afterimages wherever he went. The umbrella was like a sword, piercing forward and shattering the afterimages. Nangong Qiong's expression turned cold as she chased relentlessly. Xiao Qian had reached the wall behind him, so he could not retreat for long. Indeed, Xiao Qian could not retreat. However, he had never thought of retreating from the very start. He only wanted to put some distance between himself and Nangong Qiong, luring her to continue chasing. The rebound from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram at close range was not easy to endure. Two beams of light flew out of Xiao Qin's eyes, one purple and one white. The lights chased each other, forming a primal chaos Taiji diagram. The 4 divisions of the sky and the 8 trigrams appeared around the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. The Yin-Yang flame diagram encompassed the entire world. Bang! The tip of the umbrella crashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Suddenly, a golden light shone, and a vast energy surged out, crushing several of the decorations in the control room into powder. The spiritual heavenly rock above felt a dangerous aura. It spread its wings and flew through the stone door. An even more surging quintessence bounced back at Nangong Qiong from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Nangong Qiong's pupils constricted, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. She went flying back with a pale complexion. Nangong Qiong pushed off the wall and opened the wooden umbrella. Her pale face looked at the slowly fading Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in shock. "Young Master Xiao, it looks like you are really unromantic. To think that you are willing to be so ruthless to a weak girl like me. You have truly broken this lady's heart." Nangong Qiong wiped off the blood on her lips and revealed a miserable smile on her pretty face. Xiao Qian smiled coldly to himself. If not for the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, even if he used the Sage Grade Pagoda at full power, he would have been severely injured by that earlier strike, even with his strong physical body. If it were another person, that person would have been turned to ashes by that umbrella. Xiao Qian raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. "Miss Nangong's attitude is really good. Despite all your schemes, you still ended up with nothing. Now, not only can you not obtain the core painting piece, but you are also injured. I really want to know why you can still smile." Nangong Qiong revealed an extremely charming smile. Together with her pale face, she looked like the most eye-catching plum blossom in a vast snowy land. Extremely beautiful. "Young Master Xiao, don't you feel that there is something wrong with the position you are standing in?" Xiao Qian was slightly stunned. Then he quickly sized up his surroundings. The stone room could not be considered narrow. Because he had dodged Nangong Qiong's attack earlier, he had retreated to the deepest part of the stone room. Nangong Qiong, who had been chasing after Xiao Qian, was knocked to the top of the stone door by the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Qian's expression changed, and he immediately figured out the problem. "Haha! It is already too late to figure it out now." Nangong Qiong laughed and put away the wooden umbrella. Then her feet, which were stuck to the wall, moved slightly, and she flipped around, flying through the stone door. After Nangong Qiong landed, a jade strip appeared in her hand. Then she quickly formed hand seals. Bang! Following closely behind, Xiao Qian arrived before the stone door like a strong gust of wind. A formless barrier appeared, and Xiao Qian crashed into it miserably, giving off a loud sound. Nangong Qiong put away the jade strip and looked at Xiao Qian, who was knocked back. Then she rested the wooden umbrella on her shoulder and smiled gently. "Young Master Xiao, if we are fated, we should be able to meet again. Next time I will do bad things with you. I'm going to subdue the core painting piece. Young Master Xiao, you should cultivate properly in there. Let's see if you can break this barrier that even inferior grade martial sages cannot break in 100 years. Remember, this lady is called Ing Qiong, not Nangong Qiong." Her bell-like laughter was like a clear stream on a high mountain. Ing Qiong opened the wooden umbrella and gently leaped up, disappearing from Xiao Qian's sight. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Qian, who was trapped in the stone room. She felt helpless. After a long time she said, "Idiot Master, I just knew that this woman would sell you out. It is not about selling or not selling." Xiao Qian's face was still somewhat sore. That earlier collision was too fast. He touched the formless barrier and said indifferently, Schemes are also skills. If my skills are not as good as hers, there is nothing more to say. Xiao Qian did not feel much hatred for Nan Gongqiong's actions. From the very start, he knew that this girl was not someone to offend and was not a kind person. Xiao Qian had made preparations long ago. However, he had not expected that he would still fall into this girl's hands and let her snatch away the core painting piece. However, as long as his clothes remained unchanged, he would find this girl sooner or later and make up for this loss. Right now, the most crucial thing was to figure out how to get out. Xiao Qian withdrew his hand, and a grave expression appeared on his delicate face. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. Suddenly, a bright golden light burst forth from Xiao Qian's body. A beam of divine light entered his body, causing his aura to soar continuously. He was like a deity walking in the mortal world, worshipping all things. Bang! A punch with tenfold combat prowess from deities descending struck the faint light barrier. There was a loud sound, and blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Qian's mouth. Xiao Qian flew back in an even more miserable state. Some ripples appeared on the formless light barrier before it calmed down. Xiao Qian's qi and blood surged endlessly. The rebound nearly caused internal injuries to all of his internal organs. Xiao Qian finally experienced what it was like to face the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Young Master Xiao, just stay here and cultivate properly. Even an inferior grade martial sage would not be able to break this barrier. When Xiao Qian recalled Ing Chong's voice, he could not help but feel somewhat dispirited. Even a punch with tenfold combat prowess did not budge. Could it be that I have to use the strength character formula? The strength character formula increased his combat prowess by 33 times. If I could not break this barrier, the rebound would probably kill me. When Xiao Qian thought of the consequences, he immediately gave up. Since ancient times, geniuses had all sorts of deaths. However, he had never heard of anyone killing themselves. He did not want to be the first. Xiao Qian recovered from his injuries and said, "It looks like I will have to stay here for a long time." Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "You are really optimistic. Do you really think that you can break through to martial sage before you starve to death? There is always a way out. There will always be a way out. Furthermore, I do not have to cultivate to martial sage. After I am a half-sage, I should be able to execute deities descending." Xiao Qian tidied up and took out a prayer mat from his universe ring. Then, he took out a few superior grade spirit gathering pearls and entered a state of cultivation. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit that Xiao Qian consumed previously still had medicinal energy lingering in the depths of his bloodline. As long as he entered a state of cultivation, it would slowly take effect. The effects were not as intense as they were initially. However, it allowed Xiao Qian to achieve twice the results with half the effort. His cultivation improved rapidly. Right now, Xiao Qian was already a middle-stage superior grade martial monarch. When he used up all the remaining medicinal energy, he should be able to advance to late-stage superior grade martial monarch. At that time, when he cultivated to peak late-stage superior grade martial monarch and used the 30-odd painting pieces, he would definitely be able to break through to half-sage in one go. Chapter 765. Therefore, Xiao Qian was quite optimistic about his future. Half a month later, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the desert outside the Stargrave Palace. These people wore black robes and radiated baleful auras. Their cultivations were deep and strong. All of them were actually loose cultivators. Furthermore, none of them were weaker than Wu Yuankai. There were more than 30 of them. With such a strong force working together, aside from Enjuanxi, any of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain would have to retreat. The person in the lead was Xian Yu of the Silver Moon Fox clan. At this moment his face was dark and his handsome face was terrifying. There was no trace of his usual gentleness. Xiao! A figure flew down from the sky. It was Xian Yu's second uncle. After leaving the Star Tomb Palace, this person had been guarding outside and had not left. Xian Yu looked at the huge palace grave and said, "Second uncle, it's been half a month. Is that white-robed brat really not out yet?" "It's absolutely true. I've been guarding for half a month, but I haven't seen him at all. The woman who was with him has already come out, but he still hasn't come out." Xian Yu could not help feeling surprised. The heavenly rock race's people had already emptied out all the treasures in the Stargrave Palace. They had also searched through all the painting pieces. The place was now completely empty. What was Xiao Chan doing in there? Could it be that he wanted to take away this grave palace? This was the grave palace of a sovereign martial emperor. Unless Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to erase the Heavenly Rock King's mark. Forget it. He will come out sooner or later. I don't believe he can hide forever. Xian Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill Xiao Chan and tear him into pieces. After leaving the palace grave, Bai's attitude toward him became even colder. Before, he would say a few words to him out of politeness. Now he didn't even say a word. Bai had magic skills and was valued by the Fox King. He had many pursuers, but Xian Yu always felt that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. In his heart, Bai would be his sooner or later. Who knew that after he met Xiao Chen, he would suffer all kinds of setbacks, which made him feel that there was a serious gap in his arrogance. After leaving the Stargrave Palace, he could no longer suppress his desire to kill Xiao Chen. After discussing it with his second uncle, he immediately received his second uncle's support. After spending a large sum of money to invite most of the half-sages in the vicinity of Hunluo province and informing Xiao Chan that he had more than 60 emperor's painting pieces, the group of half-sages was extremely tempted. The middle-aged man glanced behind him at the overwhelming baleful aura, the red light of heavenly sage laws, and the many loose cultivators behind him. After some thought, Xian Yu said, "Xian Yu, even if these people work together to kill him, there will be no problem. However, if that person steels himself to flee, he might still have a chance of survival." The corners of Xian Yu's mouth curled up slightly as he sneered. "I've already notified my father. He agreed to send a senior elder over. At that time, if this person is unable to kill that brat, that senior elder will personally take action." Xian Yu's clan had some power in the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. All the senior elders in the clan were at least inferior grade martial sages. Before a martial sage, no matter how strong Xiao Chan was, he would not be able to do anything. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he smiled and said, "It looks like the clan head is an understanding person. As long as you can truly obtain Bai and establish a connection with the Fox King, this bit of capital is definitely worth it." "Second uncle, should we charge in directly? Waiting like this will be too passive." "Absolutely not. The Grave Palace is too big. After we enter, these people will immediately scatter. That will give that brat an opportunity to counterattack." Xian Yu nodded and said, "I never thought of that. In that case, let's just wait here and wait for him to come out. It would be best if the senior elder does not make a move. That way, even if something happens, we can push the blame onto a group of loose cultivators. That way, the Haotian sect will not come looking for trouble." Another half a month passed. Xiao Chun slowly opened his eyes from his cultivation. After 1 month of bitter cultivation and exhausting all the spirit-gathering pearls on him, he finally advanced to peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. He was only 1 step shy of advancing to half-sage. The most important thing was that Xiao Chun had completely calmed down. From the time he left the Haotian sect until now, he had not stopped for even a moment. First, he had fought with ferocious beasts in the savage beast forest. Then, he had pitted his wits against 2 old fellows. Finally, he had offended the magnificent Fiend Hall for some reason. After arriving at this Stargrave Palace, Xiao Chan had been fighting non-stop. He had even run into a woman comparable to a spirit. One could say that he was constantly on high alert. Although he was trapped in this small stone room, outsiders could not enter. Could be considered an absolutely safe place. Xiao Chan could calm down and reflect on his experiences in the past 3 months. He did not need to think about anything else. Dragons were trapped in a dangerous land with no way out. However, if one looked at it from another perspective, a dangerous land might be a blessed land. 4 days later, Xiao Chan sorted out all the comprehensions and experiences he had gained in the past few months. While his cultivation did not increase, his pitch-black eyes appeared even deeper. His accumulations had become much more stable. With a flip of his hand, a painting piece of the great rock spreading wings appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. He muttered to himself, It is time to absorb this painting piece and advance to half-sage. The great rock spreading wings painting was the comprehension that the heavenly rock king, a sovereign fiend emperor, materialized before his death. It contained the emperor's might and strong heavenly laws of a powerful expert. Although this was only a painting piece in Xiao Chen's hand and not the core painting piece, it was still worth cities, a treasure that could tempt even martial sages. Xiao Chen held the painting piece and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to carefully comprehend the various mysteries contained in it. As Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly sank into it, he felt like he was in a vast and boundless scene. When Xiao Chen looked at it directly, the scene was hazy and ever-changing. He could not make out what it was at all. Was it a desert? Was it a vast ocean? Was it the sky? Or was it a boundless starry sky? Xiao Chen could only feel the vastness, the boundless vastness. When he was in it, he felt like he was not even a drop in the ocean. He was so insignificant that he could not even describe it. Voices resounded in the primal chaos. Those voices seemed to be muttering to themselves, but they also seemed to be lecturing their relatives and juniors, as well as their comprehension and understanding of the martial Tao. The information was chaotic, turning into thousands of beams of light of different colors. They flew before Xiao Chen's eyes, weaving together. This made it hard for him to choose. Xiao Chen, focus your mind. Ignore the white beams of light. Those are the trifling matters of the heavenly rock king's life. Ignore the black beams of light as well. Those are the dark side of the heavenly rock king. You are not an evil cultivator. If you try to grab them, your mind will be in chaos. Don't touch the red beams of light either. That is the heavenly rock king's evil chi. Even if you try to grab them, you will not gain anything. The purple beams of light are the heavenly rock king's comprehensions of some martial techniques. You can grab them, but you cannot blindly grab them. There are very few blue beams of light, but you cannot miss them. That is the heavenly rock king's cultivation. After you obtain them, you can directly increase your cultivation. There are even fewer golden beams of light, but you cannot miss them. That is the heavenly rock king's heavenly laws. After you obtain them, you can directly comprehend heavenly sage laws. You only have 3 chances to make a move before the painting piece runs out of energy and disappears from the world. Just as Xiao Chen was at a loss, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in his mind, explaining the meaning of the various beams of light. The thousands of beams of light slowly became clearer. Xiao Chen's expression also calmed down as he started to observe carefully. Most of the beams of light were white, at least 90%. Next were black and red. There were very few beams of light that were truly useful. As for the golden beams of light, Xiao Chen could only see a blurry figure. He could not be sure if there were any. Whoosh! After observing for a long time, Xiao Chen finally made a move. He caught a purple beam of light in his hand. In that instant, he gained some knowledge of spear techniques. He could not help but feel disappointed. Xiao Chen practiced saber techniques and fist techniques. Spear techniques were only of some use to him. This was equivalent to wasting an opportunity. The second time Xiao Chen made a move, he wanted to catch a blue beam of light. In the end, he was too slow and caught a white beam of light. Some of the heavenly rock king's trivial matters appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He had wasted another opportunity. There was only one opportunity. Xiao Chen focused all his attention. As he looked at the thousands of beams of light dancing around before him, he no longer dared to make a move casually. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen made a move at lightning speed. However, he caught nothing. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the painting piece in his hand turned into motes of light. Then they rose into the air and slowly disappeared. A painting piece had been wasted just like that. Xiao Chen could not help feeling that it was a pity. He said, "There are too many chaotic beams of light. It looks like the emperor's painting pieces are overrated." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It is not that incredible in the first place. Didn't you see that Nangong girl? She did not even look at these painting pieces. The true essence is all in the core painting piece. Even with more than 100 painting pieces added together, they are not as valuable as one core painting piece." It looked like Xiao Chen had suffered a great loss this time. He had crushed his way here, sweeping through the place. After working so hard for so long, that girl took away the bulk of it. However, never mind. After all, he had 30 painting pieces. He had plenty of opportunities to familiarize himself with them. He was much better than those who only had 4 or 5 painting pieces or 1 painting piece. Following that, Xiao Chun continued absorbing the painting pieces. With his first experience, Xiao Chun was much more accustomed to the same situation the second time. After using up 10 painting pieces, Xiao Chun finally caught hold of 2 beams of blue light. Kaxie. It seemed like a formless bottleneck in his body had been broken. With a huangdang sound, the shackles broke. His body, which was a container, became 10 times larger than before. He could vaguely see a flickering door in his body, about to open. That was the door of sages. Once it opened, he would be able to transcend mortality and become a martial sage. After that, no matter where he went in the Kunlun realm, he would be an overlord. This door had blocked many demonic geniuses. To Xiao Chun, it was still too far away. There was no need to think too much about it. Just being able to see it was already pretty good. I finally advanced to half sage. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, he revealed an expression of joy. He had refined his quintessence twice in each of the 3 grades of martial monarch. His foundation was already incredibly firm. If not for this, he would have advanced to half sage long ago. He would not have needed to wait so long. However, now that he had accumulated enough, the benefits he gained far surpassed that of ordinary people. The moment Xiao Chun advanced to half sage, he saw that hazy door of sages. Since ancient times, not many geniuses had managed to do this. Chapter 766. More importantly, the amount of quintessence that Xiao Chen's body could contain had reached an inconceivable level. If Xiao Chun broke through to martial sage, the number of heavenly sage laws he could convert into would reach a startling number. Since ancient times, why were those demonic geniuses who condensed their quintessence twice able to become major characters in the future? This was the reason why those demonic geniuses who condensed their quintessence twice in the martial monarch realm were able to become major characters in the future. After breaking through to martial sage, one would immediately shake off those martial monarchs who liked to use their cultivation to suppress them. Xiao Chun, congratulations. After suffering so much, you finally advanced to half sage, Xiao Chun said sincerely from the immortal spirit ring. Every time Xiao Chun consumed the quintessence gathering pill, Ao Jiao could still remember the heart-wrenching pain Ao Jiao felt every time Xiao Chun consumed the quintessence gathering pill. Xiao Chen's cultivation fell far behind the geniuses of the same generation. He could only hide his pride and lofty aspirations in his heart, unable to express them. When the clouds parted to see the moon, when one could endure loneliness and all sorts of pain, one would be able to obtain what one wished for. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. However, he remained extremely calm as he said, "It is still not enough. I just advanced to half sage and have not comprehended my heavenly sage laws yet. I cannot waste any of the remaining 20 painting pieces." Time slowly went by. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. Xiao Chun suppressed the impatience in his heart. He slowly absorbed the remaining 20 painting pieces at the rate of 1 a day. Although this speed was slow, it was steady and steady. Furthermore, with his familiarity with the first 10 painting pieces, the effects of the remaining painting pieces were very obvious. Xiao Chun caught more than 30 beams of blue light, allowing his cultivation to soar. Such a cultivation was equivalent to a sovereign martial emperor personally imparting knowledge to him. There would be no side effects. As for why the other party could increase his cultivation despite being a fiend emperor, Xiao Chun pondered this question for a long time and came up with a guess that he did not dare to confirm. The martial Tao had many changes. However, when one reached the peak, they would all return to the same place. The essence of the energy was the same. There was not much difference. After catching 10 purple beams of light, Xiao Chun finally found a fist technique, Kuan Peng Fist. Most importantly, he had wasted more than a dozen chances to make a move. A golden beam of light containing sovereign demonic the arch and heavenly laws was firmly grasped in his hand. In the mysterious world within Xiao Chen's body, the tightly shut door of sages opened a crack. In that instant, Xiao Chun obtained 100 faint golden heavenly sage laws. These heavenly sage laws were as thick as a finger. They looked like ribbons of light circling his dantian. If a cultivator of the same cultivation realm were here, they would discover that the heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chan undulated like waves flickering with a faint golden light. One golden beam of light directly transformed into hundreds of heavenly sage laws. If Wu Yuankai were still alive and saw this scene, he might vomit blood. Wu Yuankai had cultivated bitterly, killed others for their treasures, and used up countless resources. However, after advancing to half-sage for more than 10 years, he had only comprehended 10-odd heavenly sage laws. Furthermore, these were the thread-like heavenly sage laws. Now that Xiao Chan had obtained only the Heavenly Rock King's heavenly law, he now had 100 more heavenly sage laws. Furthermore, these heavenly sage laws were as thick as a pinky. They were at least 10 times stronger than Wu Yuankai's heavenly sage laws. However, they were rather dim in color. Furthermore, they were not the heavenly sage laws that Xiao Chan comprehended. Hence, he felt somewhat uncomfortable using them. If he completely absorbed them, the faint golden heavenly sage laws would turn into purple lightning attributed heavenly laws. In that case, these 100 heavenly sage laws would become Xiao Chen's. No wonder those half-sages went crazy when they saw the painting pieces. They also knew that the painting pieces were somewhat overrated. However, if one was really lucky and managed to grab a golden beam of light, it would be equivalent to gaining 10-odd years of cultivation. However, this chance was too slim. Xiao Chan had 31 painting pieces. He had about 100 chances to make a move. Furthermore, with Ao Jiao's guidance, he had only managed to grab one golden beam of light. It was practically impossible for those half-sages with only 1 or 2 painting pieces to obtain a golden beam of light. After calming his slightly excited heart, Xiao Chan started to refine these heavenly sage laws. He infused his quintessence and mind brand into them. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated, and the purple clouds around his dantian turned into a dense fog that slowly scattered. Then they slowly seeped into the 100 faint golden heavenly sage laws. After all, the heavenly sage laws were transformed from the Heavenly Rock King's heavenly laws. They were not Xiao Chen's. The process of seeping them in was extremely arduous and difficult. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as a mirror. He did not rush or get impatient. He only slowly sent his quintessence in, showing great patience. After half a day, Xiao Chan finally managed to completely seep in one of the faint golden heavenly sage laws, turning it pure purple. Joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he continued to work hard. With the experience from the first time, the second and third times went much smoother. In the end, he was able to take it easy. Half a month later, the 100 faint golden heavenly sage laws all turned purple. Their thickness had decreased by half, but they had become even more solid. Xiao Chan opened his eyes, and a light flickered before him in a hazy world. Creak. In the distance, a saint door that stood in the void quietly opened a tiny crack that was almost negligible. Boom! In that instant, countless sounds entered Xiao Chen's ears. Those were the breathing of the world, the sound of the great Tao. The sounds were like bells ringing rhythmically. The 100 heavenly sage laws in Xiao Chen's body cheered along with the sound of the great Tao, moving up and down. Xiao Chen's exhausted quintessence was completely replenished in a short while. A surging energy spread throughout his body. When he raised his hand, he could feel this energy surging like a raging river, incredibly ferocious and unparalleled. The light disappeared, and the world before him returned to reality. Xiao Chan stared at the faint layer of dusk on the other side of the stone door, the barrier that had trapped him here for 2 months. A brilliant light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not hesitate to fly up and circulate the vast quintessence in his body. Then he punched that invisible barrier. Bang! 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 Berserk electric light burst out of Xiao Chen's fist. The 100 heavenly sage laws danced around wildly, and the heavenly sage laws behind him glowed even brighter. Rings of hazy purple light could be seen with the naked eye, moving up and down like surging waves. The formless light barrier began to tremble violently. Cracks began to spread, as if it would collapse at any moment. However, a short moment later, after a while, a mysterious energy poured into the barrier, and the cracks mended. Then a huge force bounced back at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen's expression changed. His internal organs suffered a flood-like attack. He quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Then he took 9 steps in the air. With every step Xiao Chun took, he deflected some of the force, causing space to tremble. After 9 steps he spun around quickly, deflecting the remaining force bit by bit. As the heavenly sage laws spun, a strong wind howled endlessly in the stone room. By the time Xiao Chun landed, the rebound force had already completely dissipated. Aside from the initial shock, Xiao Chun was not injured at all. This punch was just a casual test after he advanced to half-sage and grasped heavenly sage laws. Xiao Chun did not expect to break out of the door in one go. Withdrawing his fist, Xiao Chun looked at the invisible barrier and entered deep thought. It looked like he needed to shatter this barrier with one punch. Otherwise, if he gave it time to catch its breath, even if it was just for a moment, it would be useless. However, now that I have a full power punch, I can achieve the might of deities descending in the past, perhaps even surpassing it. When I familiarize myself with the strength of my body and execute deities descending, I have a 70% chance of breaking this barrier with my tenfold combat prowess. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chun glanced at the corpse of the heavenly rock race's young racehead, Mingyu. The stone room was sealed, and it was in the depths of the grave palace. Hence, Mingyu's corpse had not rotted yet. It still looked the same as before, its eyes wide open as it stared in a certain direction. Xiao Chun thought back to when he first met this person. He kept feeling that something was wrong. At that time, Mingyu stood on the altar, facing the many outstanding talents hiding in the surroundings. His expression had not changed. He had been very confident, not showing any fear. This person was definitely not as weak as Nangong Chong made him out to be. He should have been confident of subduing the core painting piece. However, the reality was that the moment Xiao Chun and Nangong Chong entered, they saw this person's corpse. What exactly is wrong? Xiao Chun thought for a while but could not come up with an answer. Just as he was about to give up on this question, Xiao Chun suddenly thought of something. Then, he walked over to Mingyu's corpse and looked in the direction of Mingyu's extremely dissatisfied gaze. Suddenly, Xiao Chun's expression changed. At the end of Mingyu's vision was an unremarkable corner of a wall. There was a square piece of paper pasted there. The color of the paper was almost exactly the same as the color of the surrounding wall. If not for Mingyu's angle, one would not have noticed the square piece of paper pasted on the wall. Standing up, Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and drove out a vast quintessence from his heavenly sage laws. Then, he casually sent out a strand of saber qi. The purple saber qi looked very solid, containing Xiao Chun's great perfection saber intent. Although it was just a casual strike, given Xiao Chun's current cultivation, regular half-sages would not dare to underestimate it. Qi! A piercing bird cry resounded, and a vast and imposing emperor's might spread out, pressing towards Xiao Chun like a heavy mountain. Earlier it was just an ordinary piece of white paper. Now, it gave off a bright light and turned into a scarlet heavenly rock with a ferocious look in its eyes. This heavenly rock was very different from the heavenly rock formed by the painting pieces earlier. One had an overwhelming spirituality, while the other exuded a baleful aura. It gave the impression of a man-eating ferocious beast. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal spirit ring, showed a startled expression. She said, "Xiao Chun, be careful. This is an evil spirit formed by the heavenly rock king's baleful aura. After tens of thousands of years, it unexpectedly gained intelligence. Everyone had a dark side. Naturally, the heavenly rock king was no exception. The great rock spreading wings painting was formed by his body before he died. It definitely contained his baleful aura, killing qi, and all sorts of dark sides. When the painting was complete, it was not a big problem, as there was a bright side to neutralize it." Chapter 767. However, once the picture scroll shattered, the dark sides gathered together. After a long time it would be hard to avoid strange changes. Kasie. The scarlet heavenly rock flapped its wings. The strand of purple saber qi that Xiao Chun sent out shattered it into pieces. They turned into flashes of lightning that crackled and flickered. Xiao Chun's pupils constricted slightly. Aside from a grave expression, there was something else in the depths of his eyes. Ao Jiao, if I did not guess wrong, it should be a core painting piece as well. The core painting piece that Ing Chong subdued should be the heavenly rock king's light side. There should not be one core painting piece but two. Xiao Chun's guess was right. The core painting piece was indeed split into two. One contained the Heavenly Rock King's good side and the light side. The other was occupied by the Heavenly Rock King's evil side and the dark side. Both had gained some intelligence. However, in terms of craftiness and viciousness, the light side was far inferior to the dark side. This dark core painting piece had killed Mingyu. At the crucial moment when he was subduing the light part, the dark core painting piece sneak attacked him and killed him. Hence, Mingyu felt extremely dissatisfied when he died. He had great ambitions and was about to succeed. In the end, he died at the hands of a core painting piece, an unparalleled genius falling just like that. Furthermore, this core painting piece was extremely crafty. When it felt threatened, it even knew how to disguise itself to deceive others. If not for that final flash of inspiration, Xiao Chun might not have discovered it. If this evil spirit had another few hundred years, it might have gained another powerful ferocious spirit. However, now Xiao Chun had advanced to half-sage and refined 100 heavenly sage laws. This dark core painting piece could not do anything to him. The scarlet heavenly rock flapped its wings, and rings of red light came from its body. It looked ferociously at Xiao Chun as it cried out and charged over. Its scarlet claws flickered with a cold light as it tried to tear Xiao Chun to shreds. The space was narrow, so Xiao Chun did not dodge. He did not intend to engage in a tug-of-war with this dark core painting piece. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. Bang! At this moment, Xiao Chun's tenfold combat prowess was incomparable to before. When he punched, the heavenly sage laws behind him formed ribbons of light. Light burst forth like a halo, visible to the naked eye. As his long hair fluttered in the wind, Xiao Chun was like a god walking in the world. A loud sound came from the void. The air was blasted apart by this punch. The entire stone chamber shook violently as if it was going to collapse at any time. The fist wind carried a shockwave as it surged forward. The descending scarlet heavenly rock cried out miserably and flew back. The red light on its body dimmed significantly, and its body turned illusory. The scarlet sky rock hid in a corner, trembling as it looked at Xiao Chun. One punch, and the ferocious black painting piece completely lost its temper. Deities descending was very mighty. Unfortunately, the amount of mental energy and quintessence it exhausted was startling as well. Xiao Chun could not use it without any worries. Otherwise, with another 2 punches, this evil spirit would be completely destroyed. Xiao Chun roared and shot up, launching a barrage of attacks at the Scarlet Heavenly Rock. The Scarlet Heavenly Rock, which had been weakened by deities descending, could not retaliate at all before Xiao Chun's unstoppable aura. It cried out miserably without end. Those who heard it panicked. However, they could not save the Heavenly Rock from death. After the final strike, the Scarlet Heavenly Rock cried out miserably and turned into clumps of scarlet light, vanishing from the stone chamber. A painting piece covered in black light slowly floated down from the sky. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand to catch it. Si-la! A hole appeared in the protective quintessence around his hand, and he instantly felt pain in his palm. Xiao Chun reflexively tossed out the black painting piece. What's going on? Looking at the wound on his palm, Xiao Chun felt confused. The evil spirit was already dead, but this black light could still break through his protective quintessence. Ao Jiao said, "You are inexperienced. This is filled with the Heavenly Rock King's evil aura and dark side. Unless you are an evil cultivator, how can you touch this thing?" Although the core painting piece split into 2 and more than 10,000 years have passed, it is no longer as mighty as it was in the beginning. However, it is still the evil aura of a sovereign martial emperor. You cannot absorb it with your current cultivation. As Xiao Chun looked at the dark core painting piece floating in the air, he could not help feeling depressed. Such a great temptation was placed before him, yet he could not swallow it. "Is there any other way? I can think about it," Xiao Chun asked, feeling dissatisfied. Ao Jiao supported her chin with her right hand and smiled. "Naturally, there is a way. When we go to the place where the Thunder King comprehended his will, we can draw out the immortal divine lightning and purify the evil aura and dark aura." Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he had intended to rush to the place where the Thunder King comprehended his will after he left. It would not be a big deal for him to absorb the light from the core painting piece after some time. Without touching the dark painting piece, Xiao Chun directly placed it in his universe ring. Then, he did not say anything more and started to familiarize himself with his current strength. During the 2 months in the Grave Palace, Xiao Chun's strength had accumulated greatly, reaching unprecedented heights. This improvement was inevitable and not a coincidence. Even without this painting piece, it would have been the same. The painting piece was just an igniter. It completely ignited the energy that Xiao Chun had accumulated as a martial monarch. Then, it exploded, achieving a qualitative leap. Xiao Chun's strength had suddenly increased by too much. He needed to calm down and carefully explore this energy, familiarizing himself with it as quickly as possible. 3 days later, Xiao Chun gained a rough understanding of his current combat prowess. If he met the Bai Wuxia of half a year ago, even without comprehending the will of thunder, he would be able to defeat him easily. Of the 7 giants, only Juanxi could hold his own against him. If first senior sister did not distance herself, she would not be able to defeat him in close combat. However, while Xiao Chun was improving, the others were improving as well. As for the specifics, it was hard to say. I have to comprehend the will of thunder. What I want is not just to defeat Bai Wuxia and Juanxi, the aloof son of the 3 holy masters, and the various geniuses of the other races of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains are all my opponents. A determined expression appeared in Xiao Chun's eyes. Then, he looked at the formless barrier in front of the stone door that he could not break. His expression turned grave. Xiao Chun walked to the stone door step by step. Then he looked at the faint light barrier and took a deep breath. Although Xiao Chun was fully confident of breaking this formless barrier, there were exceptions to everything. Once he failed, Deity's Descending's 10-fold combat prowess would land on him. With Xiao Chun's current strength, even if he did not die from such an attack, he would be severely injured. Indecisiveness was not Xiao Chun's character. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he executed Deity's Descending and punched the formless barrier. Bang! 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 Non-stop explosions resounded. The formless barrier was like a mirror. Then it shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions with a gust of wind. The situation was simpler than Xiao Chun imagined. He did not continue to struggle or wait anxiously. With his 10-fold combat prowess, he broke this formless barrier with one punch. Xiao Chun withdrew his fist and revealed a relaxed expression. Ing Chong laughed at him for not being able to come out for 100 years. However, he managed to do so in less than 2 months. Xiao Chun said that even an inferior-grade martial sage would not be able to break this formless barrier. However, with his 10-fold combat prowess, he managed to break it with one punch. In terms of explosive power, Xiao Chun had accumulated 100 heavenly sage laws. With his 10-fold combat prowess, a regular inferior-grade martial sage would not be able to compare to him. In terms of sustained explosive power, Xiao Chun could not compare to a martial sage. After all, he could not use his 10-fold combat prowess like drinking water without any worries. Xiao Chun raised his foot and walked out of the stone room that he had been trapped in for 2 months. Fresh air immediately assaulted his face. Breaking this barrier with one punch gave Xiao Chun boundless confidence. He asked somewhat anxiously, "Ao Jiao, how far is the place where the Thunder King comprehended his will from here?" "It is not far. With your current speed, if you travel at full speed, you will reach it in 10 days. That is a fiend race forbidden land called Misleading Fog Lake." Misleading Fog Lake. Xiao Chun repeated this name twice. Just from the name he could guess what kind of place it was. Misleading Fog Lake is shrouded in thick fog. Mental energy and other senses would not exceed 500 meters in there. Even a martial sage would be trapped in there. Ao Jiao continued. "However, you have my guidance. There is no need to worry about getting lost." Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Since Ao Jiao said that, there was no need to worry. When the time came, he just had to focus on comprehending the will of thunder. Once he comprehended the will of thunder, he would become an unrivaled existence among half-sages. As they spoke, Xiao Chun arrived at the exit of the Grave Palace. Just as he was about to step out, he frowned slightly and stopped. "Young Master Xian, how much longer do we have to wait? Although we are not major characters, we should not waste our time like this." Outside the vast Grave Palace, the leader of the 30 half-sage loose cultivators on the yellow sand asked sinisterly with a sullen expression. Originally, they had said that they would wait for half a month at most. Not only would they obtain 100,000 astral coins, but they would also obtain 2 painting pieces. However, they ended up waiting for 1.5 months. No matter how tempting they were, they would grow impatient. They suggested charging in several times, but Xianyu stopped them. As time went by, this group of people became more and more agitated. Every 2 or 3 days, they would come looking for Xianyu to pester him. Xianyu's expression turned sullen. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be in there for 2 months without coming out. What does 2 months count for? If you can obtain 1 painting piece with some luck, you can save 10 years of bitter cultivation. The black-clad man smiled insincerely. If you have a painting piece, naturally everything will be fine. However, if you do not. What do you mean? I am the scion of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race's Xian clan. Why would I lie to an insignificant person like you? If you don't want to wait, my Xian clan's martial sage will be coming soon. At that time, if you continue speaking nonsense with me, I will give you all the benefits. Xianyu was in a bad mood in the first place. When he saw the black-clad man's attitude, he immediately flared up. The black-clad man did not want to blow the matter up. Furthermore, the Xian clan did have some power and was not someone he could afford to offend. After muttering a few words, he left. Humph! You keep coming to me to say this and that. Aren't you just trying to increase the rewards? None of these loose cultivators are good people. Chapter 768. The middle-aged man beside Xianyu frowned slightly and said, Xianyu, just waiting like this is not a solution. How about I go in and check out the situation first and see what that white-robed brat is doing? Xianyu's expression remained calm, but a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, The Xian clan's senior elders will arrive today. At that time, the senior elders will lead the way. At the exit of the grave palace, Xiao Chun, who was hidden in the shadows, saw all this. His lips curled up, and a cold murderous intent flashed on his delicate face. There would always be some people who would do foolish things that they believed to be infallible. Young Master Xian, are you looking for me? Xiao Chun walked out of the shadows and stood before the steps of the grave palace. As he looked at Xianyu in the distance, he smiled faintly and spoke in a clear voice. When the blazing sunlight shone on Xiao Chun's body, it made his white robes reflect a faint glow. In that instant, it seemed like all the light gathered on him, making him look very bright. As the light flickered, Xianyu's eyes flickered. However, he was currently filled with rage and did not care why this happened. When Xianyu saw the white-robed Xiao Chun, he revealed an expression of wild joy. He shouted, That's him. Kill him. 100,000 astral coins and the painting pieces are all yours. The 30 half-sages behind immediately discovered Xiao Chun the moment he appeared. Their instincts told them that Xiao Chun was a very dangerous person. However, when they checked and discovered that he was just a half-sage, they relaxed. No matter how dangerous it was, there were 30 of them. Furthermore, every one of them was an outstanding half-sage. They were not early-stage half-sages like Situ Lei, who had not comprehended heavenly sage laws yet. In their eyes, Xiao Chun was just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He was destined to die. Kill! The leader of the group charged forward, giving off an overwhelming baleful aura as he soared into the sky. 10-odd slender scarlet heavenly sage laws moved up and down behind him, making him look like an ancient ferocious god. Blood hand chop! This person shouted coldly, and his right hand suddenly turned scarlet like blood. He looked very charming and demonic. The middle-aged man smiled at Xianyu and said, This blood hand chop is a rather tyrannical blood technique. It requires the blood of 1,000 female martial monarchs to cultivate. After great perfection, the palm becomes as red as blood. Not only can it split mountains, but it also possesses unparalleled might. Furthermore, it contains blood poison, baleful aura, and resentment. It is an extremely sinister martial technique. Even an inferior-grade martial sage would not feel good after receiving such an attack. Xianyu's eyes flickered with excitement when he heard that. Every single one of the 30 people he had found possessed a unique skill. After committing numerous crimes in the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain, he ran to Hunluo province. Any one of them would be a ruthless character in the same cultivation realm. If 30 ruthless characters attacked together, Xiao Chun would not have any chance of survival. Even if Xiao Chen's methods were powerful and his luck was impressive, the Xian clan's senior elders were still rushing over. In the end, he would not be able to escape death. Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for falling in love with someone you shouldn't have. There are some people that a small character like you can't afford to offend. Xian Yu's expression was cold as he said with a chilling gaze. Bang! However, just as he finished speaking, he heard a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Chun, who was standing in front of the palace grave, did not move an inch. Looking at the bloody hand flying at him, he directly punched it. 100 purple heavenly sage laws gave off a bright light. A vast and pure lightning-attributed quintessence poured into Xiao Chen's right hand like a surging river. The sound of a fist rang out, and thousands of dazzling purple lightning bolts shot out. The blood-red right hand of the leader was smashed into a pile of broken bones by Xiao Chun the moment it came into contact with Xiao Chun. The bloody hand that the leader was so proud of, the one that had chopped off many sect half-sages, was crushed by Xiao Chen's absolute strength. The force of the fist continued to spread up through the leader's right hand. The bones in his right arm exploded continuously. Soon, the leader's right hand was crippled, and he became a one-armed half-sage. Unorthodox methods are just insignificant tricks in the end. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with this person as he cried out miserably. He clenched his fist and instantly punched with 100 heavenly sage laws in his body. No! This person felt the threat of death approaching. He drained all the quintessence in his remaining left hand, driving the heavenly sage laws as he did his best to block Xiao Chen's punch. However, the 10-odd slender heavenly sage laws in his body were as weak as babies before Xiao Chun. 100 finger-thick purple heavenly sage laws surged out and easily shattered the heavenly sage laws. Kasie! Kasu! Xiao Chen's protective quintessence and heavenly sage laws all shattered. Xiao Chen's punch blasted the leader of the loose cultivators into a clump of scarlet light. As the saying went, the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Evil cultivators were extremely evil. Xiao Chun could be considered to have brought this upon himself by crushing his bones and scattering his ashes. Such a scene happened in an instant. The previously awe-inspiring loose cultivator turned into a clump of scarlet light in 2 breaths of time by Xiao Chun, dying without a complete corpse. A trace of horror flashed across the eyes of the 20 or so wandering cultivators, and their movements involuntarily paused for a moment. Shock filled Xian Yu's eyes. He said in disbelief, "What in the world is going on? 2 months ago he was just a superior-grade martial monarch. How did he advance to half-sage in 2 months? Furthermore, he comprehended so many heavenly sage laws." When Xiao Chun saw the openings in the group of loose cultivators in the air, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he shot forward like a sharp arrow. Majestic sagely songs rang out in the air. As the sagely songs drifted about, they told of a distant legend. As his combat experience increased, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the myriad heaven divine fist deepened. The power of a distant legend was to create a sense of vicissitudes of history. As time passed, the legend would become an epic, and the epic would become a myth. Who was the legend? Who was the epic? Who was the myth? It was not those vague deities in the distant heavenly nation. It was himself, Xiao Chen. The change in Xiao Chen's mentality and comprehension allowed this move to evolve in that instant. The vast sagely songs of the distant legend sang of his glory. Xiao Chen's past deeds, his various glorious achievements in the Sky Dome realm, materialized into huge golden paintings that flickered in the surroundings, creating a vast and majestic aura. When Xiao Chun punched, the sagely songs rang out, and a boundless light poured out. His mental energy, quintessence, and vital qi merged into one. His essence, qi, and soul turned into an unparalleled divine radiance. Boom! The light struck the 29 half-sages in the air, which Xiao Chun had found openings in. They all cried out in pain and vomited large mouthfuls of blood as they fell to the yellow sand. The sagely songs did not ring out, but the light on Xiao Chen's body grew increasingly brighter. The deities in the boundless starry heavens, hundreds of billions of light-years away, all focused their gazes on Xiao Chun. This was different from the gazes of the past. This time, aside from boundless energy, the deities' gazes also contained a gaze of wisdom. It seemed like because of Xiao Chen's comprehension of the distant legend, The deities had a whole new level of respect for him, materializing the light of wisdom in their gazes. The deities' gazes pierced through and focused on Xiao Qian, making the light on his fist dazzlingly dazzling. It looked like it could compete with the blazing sun of the Kunlun realm. Radiance of deities. A vast pillar of light flew towards the 29 half-sages on the ground as Xiao Qian punched. Everywhere it passed, it wiped out all the dust and cleansed the surroundings. All sorts of sins and evils were cleanly purified. The 29 half-sages on the ground showed horrified expressions. They quickly linked their heavenly sage laws into a line, forming an undulating scarlet river. Ghosts cried and wolves howled in the river for thousands of kilometers. Corpses piled up, and aggrieved spirits drifted about. This was the dark scarlet river of hell that rivaled the underworld river. The dark scarlet sea depicted the great sins and evils of the world. It was one of the most horrifying mysterious phenomena. However, these people's heavenly sage laws were only as thin as ribbons. Even when they were combined, they were not as strong as Xiao Qian's. Furthermore, they were not powerful evil cultivators who did not comprehend the meaning of the dark scarlet sea. Even if they could materialize the mysterious phenomenon of the dark scarlet river, they would not be able to save themselves from being killed. Boom! The light did not extinguish, and the holy light was eternal. A vast aura and a trace of wisdom instantly shattered that dark scarlet sea. Silently, all the evil and darkness were purified. There were not even any cries of pain. A bottomless hole appeared in the yellow sand. The 29 half-sages died without a trace. Xiao Qian casually waved his hand and collected all the spatial rings in the deep hole. Then, he glanced coldly at the dumbfounded Xianyu in the distance. Xianyu, quickly leave. This person is a demonic genius like Yan San. Now that he has advanced to half-sage, no one can stop him. The middle-aged man let out a horrified roar as he turned and fled, fleeing for his life. When the spring wind is endless, the weeds are endless. When cutting the weeds, one has to pull out the roots. Naturally, Xiao Qian would not let the two fleeing people off. Keeping such vicious people by Bai's side would be a disaster. Be it for himself or for Bai, Xianyu and his second uncle had to die. Riding on the 3 blue dragons, Xiao Qian arrived quickly. Riding on the dragons, he kicked up strong winds. Surging yellow sand rose up behind him like a mountain. His aura was overwhelming, and the winds and clouds changed color. In 2 or 3 breaths, Xiao Qian caught up to the fleeing Xianyu and the middle-aged man. Xianyu, quickly leave. I'll help you block him. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Qian land, he quickly flew over, trying to buy time for Xianyu to leave. The middle-aged man's quintessence surged. He did not care about the exhaustion as he executed all sorts of martial techniques with great momentum, attacking Xiao Qian continuously. Yellow sand flew everywhere, and under the blazing sun, Xiao Qian's expression did not change. He countered every move, returning a move with every move. The quintessence condensed by 100 heavenly sage laws surged out as Xiao Qian's palm moved. To the middle-aged man, it was like a mountain smashing into his chest. After 10 moves, the middle-aged man vomited blood and went flying. His complexion paled without a trace of blood. This was absolute strength, a complete suppression. A demonic genius would erupt after accumulating for a long time. Once he advanced to half-sage, all the pain he suffered would blossom into a flower of pride that shone brightly. Chapter 769. Flowers do not wither, the sun does not extinguish, the heavens do not disappoint me. Xiao Qian waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand from the universe ring. Without drawing the saber, he casually swung it. Pu-ci. The sharp scabbard and the lunar shadow saber gave off a piercing sonic boom. Before the middle-aged man landed, the lunar shadow saber pierced through his chest, pinning him to the yellow sand. Blood flowed out and seeped into the golden sand. Soon the blazing sun roasted it into a glaring blood stain, like a flower of death blooming. Suddenly a shadow appeared. When Xiao Qian looked up, he saw Xianyu revealing his true form. He had turned into a 4-meter-tall, 20-meter-long, 3-tailed white fox. However, even after revealing his true form, Xianyu still did not have the confidence to fight Xiao Qian. He only wanted to run faster to increase his chances of escaping. Xiao Qian gently leaped up and smiled coldly as he watched the 3-tailed white fox flee. He circulated the myriad heaven divine fist and executed the fourth move, Chains of Deities. Kasie. Kasu. In the void, long golden chains appeared around the three-tailed white fox. At this moment, the chains were infused with Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws. Compared to before, they looked even more realistic. The patterns on the chains were very clear. The flowing divine scripts gave off a bright light. Under the illumination of the blazing sun, they looked even more dazzling and divine. So. The three-tailed white fox's nimble body leaped around in the air, dodging the berserk dragon-like chains with the divine scripts. However, these divine scripts contained the will of deities. They were compatible with the world. Unless the three-tailed spirit fox broke them forcefully, it would not be able to escape the seals of the chains. Soon, a chain wrapped itself around one of the three-tailed spirit fox's legs, preventing it from struggling free. Following that, more chains flew over like a strong wind, completely sealing it. Pili. Paula. The divine scripts flowed and struck the three-tailed spirit fox's body, causing it to cry out in pain. Its body trembled continuously as its strength was slowly sealed. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Waves of divine patterns flowed and struck the body of the three-tailed spirit fox, causing it to howl in pain. Its body trembled uncontrollably as its power was slowly sealed. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and beckoned. The three-tailed spirit fox that was bound by the divine mark chains landed before Xiao Chun with a loud bang. It kicked up a large cloud of yellow sand that flew away with the wind. After landing on the ground, Xian Yu completely lost the power to maintain his demon body. He returned to his human form and appeared in front of Xiao Chun. However, his handsome face was pale and devoid of blood. He looked like an ordinary person under the pressure of Xiao Chen's half-sage might. He had completely lost the will to fight back. Fear filled his heart, and he didn't dare to look at Xiao Chun directly. Compared to the murderous and sinister aura from before, it formed a huge contrast. Xian Yu thought back to what he had said. There are some people that a small character like you can't afford to offend. Indeed, there were some people that a small character like him could not afford to offend. However, that small character was himself and not Xiao Chun. Don't kill me. Now that the Fox King has taken Bai In as his adopted daughter, there will be many spirit fiend geniuses eyeing her. With me watching from the side, I guarantee that no one will dare to touch her or harm her. In the end, Xian Yu's desire to live won over his pride. As he looked at the expressionless Xiao Chan, he could not help begging for mercy. At the same time, Xian Yu wanted to buy some time for himself. When the Xian clan senior elders arrived, the situation would turn around completely. The one begging for mercy would be Xiao Chun. Xian Yu was born in a noble clan of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. He was handsome and had outstanding talent. Since he was young, he had been the center of attention. His future was boundless. As long as Xian Yu managed to win Bai's heart, he would be able to establish a relationship with the Fox King and gain the favor of a sovereign martial emperor. At that time, the spirit fiend geniuses of the fiend domain would not dare to be impudent before him. I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die. I still have a great future ahead of me. I cannot fall here. Thinking of this, Xian Yu started begging for mercy in a low voice, making all sorts of promises like rain. If he did not get rid of this problem, even if he did not harm himself, he would harm his friends. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to listen to Xian Yu's sophistry. He pointed at Xian Yu's forehead, intending to kill him. Brat, try attacking if you dare. Just at this moment, a thunderous shout came from the distance. This voice seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, affecting Xiao Chen's mind. When Xian Yu heard this voice, he could not help but rejoice. When Xian Yu heard this, he could not help but rejoice. He swept away his earlier sorry state and laughed loudly. The Doyen is here. The Doyen is here. Xiao Chun, you are dead for sure. Just wait to kneel and beg for mercy. You bastard, how dare you snatch Xiao Bai from me? At first, the voice came from far away. After Xiao Chun was distracted for a moment, the other party's figure appeared before him. As the figure approached, a strong wind blew, covering the yellow sand on the ground. It rustled as it arrived before Xiao Chun. A figure hid in the yellow sand. This figure threw a palm strike at Xiao Chun without saying a word. It turned out that the Xian clan's martial sage had arrived. However, so what? He was just an inferior grade martial sage. Did he think that he was some powerful expert? Myriad heaven divine fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. A strand of divine light tore through the barrier of the sky and entered Xiao Chen's body. Then it merged with his heavenly sage laws. Immediately, Xiao Chen's body released a dazzling golden light. His hair fluttered in the wind, giving off motes of light. Xiao Chen's aura soared infinitely. Everything in the world had to bow before him. Bang! A resplendent fist clashed with that Xian clan senior elder's palm strike. A loud rumble resounded and yellow sand filled the air. Before Xian Yu's horrified gaze, the Xian clan senior elder that he saw as his savior grunted. Unexpectedly, he got knocked back by Xiao Chen's punch. The Xian clan senior elder landed 5 kilometers away. Then, he slid along the yellow sand for another 2 kilometers before he truly stabilized himself. Before the wild joy on Xian Yu's face faded away, he was stupefied. He did not know what was going on until Xiao Chen looked over. Only then did Xian Yu react. He said, "Xiao Chen, don't kill me. I'll give you 1 million astral coins. I can think of a way to give you all the beauties of the spirit fox race. I will definitely not target by I." Before Xian Yu could finish speaking, a finger-sized hole appeared on his forehead. Blood poured out and he lost all signs of life, unable to say another word. A martial sage could cross the distance of 7 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The Xian clan senior elder, who had been knocked back by Xiao Chen's punch due to underestimating him, suffered some internal injuries. When he saw the dead Xian Yu, his expression immediately changed drastically. "You actually really killed my Xian clan scion." The Xian clan senior elder bellowed angrily at Xiao Chen, enraged. Xiao Chen gently drifted back. As he moved back, he casually pulled out the lunar shadow saber from Xian Yu's second uncle's chest. He said coldly, "No matter who the killer is, they should be prepared to be killed. This is the way of the world. You only have yourself to blame. Why are you pretending to be confused?" The Xian clan senior elder did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is the way of the world? In that case, this old man will kill you now. It looks like you have nothing to complain about." Martial sage transcended mortality and entered holiness. Once a cultivator advanced to martial sage, they would undergo a transformation from the inside out. Not only would their quintessence turn into heavenly sage laws, but the moment they advanced to martial sage, their physical body would also undergo a baptism of the world. Along the way, their physical body, which had been cleansed by spiritual energy thousands of times, would undergo a complete transformation, becoming a sage body. During that moment of advancement, the martial artist would also enter an indescribably wonderful state of being one with the world. At this time, if any martial technique or cultivation method reached a bottleneck, in any martial technique or cultivation technique, they could use the state of being one with nature to effectively break through the bottleneck, allowing them to gain insight and broaden their mind, allowing them to break through in one go. Cultivators who crossed the hurdle of martial sage would become an overlord of a region. Even if they went to the 9 ranks of the great families, they would be treated with respect and treated generously. Martial sages were the true experts of the Kunlun realm. They were the elites of any sect or faction. The Xian clan senior elder before Xiao Chen was such an expert, a bona fide inferior grade martial sage without any exaggeration. If a regular half-sage heard that a martial sage wanted to kill them, they would immediately be frightened to death. Their minds would be thrown into chaos, and they would either kneel and beg for mercy or turn around and flee. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. If he really felt fear, he would not have killed Xian Yu despite knowing that this person was here. If you think you have the ability, you can do it. Xiao Chen landed on the ground and looked at the other party calmly. In terms of physical body, Xiao Chen had a rank 2 sage body, which was far stronger than the other parties. In terms of heavenly sage laws, the other party was not a demonic genius or had any great fortuitous encounters. The other party was just an ordinary inferior grade martial sage. Even after converting all his quintessence into heavenly sage laws, he only had about 150 heavenly sage laws, not much stronger than Xiao Chen. The only advantage the other party had over Xiao Chen was that he had been a martial sage longer. His understanding and usage of heavenly sage laws far surpassed Xiao Chen's. In this aspect, Xiao Chun could not compare to the other party at all. If the two entered a tug-of-war, Xiao Chun would definitely lose. However, Xiao Chun was not foolish enough to fight with the other party until victory was decided. The Xian clan senior elder snorted coldly and said, "If I had not been careless earlier, how could I have been knocked back by your palm strike? Do you really think that you can defeat a martial sage? Die." Right after the Xian clan senior elder spoke, all 150 heavenly sage laws surged out of his body and danced wildly behind him. The spiritual energy of the world flowed like a river, merging into the heavenly sage laws. This made the blue heavenly sage laws even more profound and filled with power. Xiao Chun thought to himself, after removing the heavenly sage laws from my body, I can absorb the spiritual energy of the world even more directly. It looks like there are indeed many techniques in the martial sage realm that half-sages cannot grasp. Hu Qi. The Xian clan senior elder flew forward and sent out a palm strike. The 30-odd heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chun quickly flew into his palm, making the seemingly ordinary palm strike feel like a real mountain pressing down on him. When the Xian clan senior elder leaped down, it was like he had turned into a mountain pressing down, pushing down the air. Xiao Chun's shoulders immediately felt a strong pressure. However, his physical body could endure it and did not affect his movement technique. However, the desert below him could not endure it. It formed a strange whirlpool and kicked up a large amount of sand in all directions. Soon a huge deep pit appeared. This was not an aura, nor was it pressure. This was actual force, a kind of pressure formed by the heavenly sage laws. Before this, regular half-sages would find it difficult to even walk. Chapter 770. If I did not have any fortuitous encounters, I would have been too careless, Xiao Chun said with a slightly grave expression. He could not underestimate any martial sage, at least not now. He circulated the heavenly sage laws in his body, and the remaining pressure immediately vanished. Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chun watched the Xian clan senior elder's palm strike. He grasped his saber's hilt with his right hand and infused 30 heavenly sage laws into it as well. Bang! The tip of the saber scabbard and the Xian clan senior elder's palm instantly clashed. A vast energy immediately surged out in all directions from where the two clashed. The loud sound was like thunder. The ground within a 5-kilometer radius was instantly shaved off by 100 meters. Countless yellow sand was swept up by the airflow. The sandstorms formed hundreds of 100-meter-long sandstorms surging out in all directions. The clear sky turned dark at this moment. Pure electric light flickered continuously on the scabbard. The Xian clan senior elder's palm turned cold. With a casual strike, the two were evenly matched. Neither gained the upper hand. Clearly, this was not the result that the Xian clan senior elder was willing to see. His face sank, and another 30 heavenly sage laws poured into his palm. Xiao Chun could not bring out his heavenly sage laws like the Xian clan senior elder, so he could not compare to the Xian clan senior elder in terms of strength. Xiao Chun's body trembled, and the Xian clan senior elder, whose strength had suddenly doubled, immediately knocked him back. However, Xiao Chun's physical body had already reached rank 2 sage body. Before the Xian clan senior elder's shocked gaze, he spun around twice and dissipated the surging force. Xiao Chun pushed off the air and executed a blue dragon tail whip. Then, he appeared behind the Xian clan senior elder and charged at him. Bang! 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 A chain of explosions resounded. The battle between the two turned the boundless desert into a scene of desolation. Bottomless pits littered the place. Xiao Chun relied on the advantage of his physical body. Without drawing his saber, he clashed with the Xian clan senior elder, not showing any signs of being at a disadvantage. Damn it! The Xian clan senior elder was flustered and exasperated, feeling incredibly frustrated. He had thought that Xiao Chun had only sent him flying because he had been careless. When he got serious, killing Xiao Chun would be a piece of cake. But when they really fought, he realized that Xiao Chun was actually so difficult to deal with. Xiao Chun's strong physical body and heavenly sage laws were not much weaker than Xiao Chun's. Xiao Chun's mysterious movement technique, which allowed him to move like the wind, prevented him from gaining any advantage in speed. As for the various heaven-ranked martial techniques, Xiao Chun had a way to deal with them. He did not fear clashing head-on with Xiao Chun at all. This made Xiao Chan, a bona fide martial sage, feel very sullen. Forced into a corner, the Xian clan senior elder could only use his trump card, wanting to end the battle in one go. He felt humiliated just thinking about it. A martial sage was actually forced to use his trump card to deal with a half-sage. The 150 heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chan suddenly vanished into thin air. The Xian clan senior elder waved his hand, and the temperature plummeted. The scorching hot desert actually made people feel a sense of coldness. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. Everything was within his expectations. Despite his advanced age, his cultivation had not improved much. If he did not cultivate 1 or 2 trump cards to protect his life, it would not be right. Xiao Chan had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, Xiao Chan, who was in the air, narrowed his eyes. He executed the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. He placed his saber at his waist and grasped its hilt with his right hand. Then he stepped on the air and quickly headed for the Xian clan senior elder. The expression of the Xian clan senior elder suddenly turned startled. Before the Xian clan senior elder's eyes, Xiao Chan, who was running over, turned into 3, then 6, eventually 80-odd figures. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's figures holding saber hilts were everywhere, all with a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. The Xian clan senior elder's pupils constricted, and the 80-odd figures turned back into 1. However, the feeling of being watched from all directions felt like prickles on his back. He could not shake it off. What martial technique is this? It is not a cloning technique, drawing the saber, or a mental energy martial technique. Why does it feel completely unfathomable? It is like he can send out 80-odd figures with 1 saber strike. The Xian clan senior elder could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. As he watched the approaching Xiao Chen, he felt uncertain. In the end, the Xian clan senior elder clenched his teeth and stopped executing his trump card. Then he quickly retreated. A bona fide martial sage was actually frightened by Xiao Chan into giving up on executing his trump card. However, it was clear that the Xian clan senior elder's decision to give up was the right one. In the next moment, a saber light lit up. An 80-odd saber chi with different trajectories charged at the Xian clan senior elder. The Xian clan senior elder barely dodged, narrowly avoiding a few fatal saber chi. However, the non-fatal saber chi inflicted many bloody wounds on his body. Flickering electric light leaped around the wounds, lingering for a long time. Even though the Xian clan senior elder had a rank 1 sage body, these injuries could not heal that quickly. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and looked at the Xian clan senior elder. He said calmly, "Even if you are a martial sage, what can you do to me?" Xiao Chen's words were indifferent. However, they were like thunder rumbling in the Xian clan senior elder's mind, making him feel sullen, uncomfortable, and helpless. "You are seeking death." The Xian clan senior elder shouted angrily, and 150 heavenly sage laws instantly entered his body. Then he revealed his true form and turned into a huge spirit fox charging at Xiao Chan. As the spirit fox ran, the ground trembled continuously. It felt like the sky was going to fall as it burst out with an unparalleled aura. Competing in explosive power? You are not as good as me in that. Xiao Chan smiled coldly and executed deities descending. Tenfold combat prowess of the myriad heaven divine fist. Bang! A surging energy surged out, and the huge spirit fox burst out with a startling might. However, Xiao Chen's punch still knocked it back. When the fiend race revealed their true form, if they were not a spirit fiend, their combat prowess would only increase by 2-fold at best. However, Xiao Chen's deities descending truly increased his combat prowess by 10-fold. The spirit fox crashed into the ground 10,000 meters away, creating a bottomless pit. Xiao Cheng glanced at it and ignored the Xian clan senior elder. He turned around and rushed to misleading Fog Lake. Xiao Chan could not use deities descending continuously. Furthermore, it exhausted a horrifying amount of mental energy. He was destined not to be able to kill this person, so there was no need to waste any more time. However, this person could only dream of doing anything to Xiao Chan. Now Xiao Chan was no longer like he was in the Sky Dome realm, where any martial sage could deal with him easily. 5 days later. Ao Jiao, that fellow keeps following me. This is not a solution. Don't. Are you thinking of using the strength character formula? Although you can kill that fellow with the strength character formula, You will fall into a deep coma, losing all your combat prowess. Any spirit beast will be able to kill you then. Xiao Chun rode on the azure dragon on a desolate plain, flying close to the ground. As he moved up and down, he could travel 5 kilometers in an instant. The Xian clan senior elder followed behind unhurriedly. No matter what Xiao Chun did, he could not shake him off. Xiao Chun thought for a while and could only sigh. The strength character formula was boundlessly profound, containing great might. Once it was used 33 times its combat prowess, anyone of the same generation would die. However, everything in the world had its own heavenly Tao. Naturally, such a heaven-defying martial technique could not be executed so easily. Not only was it draining, but it was also very difficult to comprehend. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, or rather, his horizons, he could only scratch the surface. Xiao Chun had a great killing weapon, but he could not kill his enemies to his heart's content. This was a very depressing matter. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "It's fine." After he reached Misleading Fog Lake, he would not dare to act rashly. That is a famous forbidden land of the Fiend domain. Even Emperor Wu once went in and got lost in there. How could he, a half-sage, barge in? Xiao Chen's expression turned startled. He asked in disbelief, "Is that true?" Of course it is true. Otherwise, Misleading Fog Lake would not have such an extraordinary reputation. However, don't worry. Back then, the Thunder King already solved the mysteries of it. With my guidance, you will not get lost in there. After obtaining Ao Jiao's confirmation again, Xiao Chun relaxed slightly. He glanced at the Xian clan senior elder behind him and continued flying forward at full speed. The Xian clan senior elder, who had an extremely hostile expression, said somewhat suspiciously, "Why does this brat seem to be heading for Misleading Fog Lake? Could it be that he knew that I already used a secret technique to send a message to the main clan of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox?" Knowing that he could not escape death, he simply fled to Misleading Fog Lake. The heir that the Xian clan's clan head had high hopes for was killed just like that. Naturally, this was a shocking matter. The Xian clan senior elder received orders from the clan head to pass on the truth. However, he also hid some things. The Xian clan senior elder was too embarrassed to pass on the fact that Xiao Chun, a half-sage, had forced him to the point of being helpless. He only said that Xiao Chun had learned a special movement technique. If Xiao Chun ran for his life, the Xian clan senior elder would not be able to catch up to him. He asked the clan head to send a few more senior elders to help surround and kill Xiao Chun. 10 days later, the Xian clan senior elder saw a white figure standing at the shore of a mysterious lake shrouded in dense fog. Then, he did not hesitate to step in. Misleading Fog Lake is a forbidden land that even Emperor Wu could not leave. He really went in. The horror on the Xian clan senior elder's face could no longer be described with words. He simply could not understand why Xiao Chun sought death like that. He clearly could have left easily. The Xian clan senior elder's figure flashed as he approached the lake shrouded in dense fog. He sent out his perception, and his face filled with deep regret. Xiao Chun really went in. This way, even if the other Xian clan senior elders rushed over, they would not be able to kill that brat personally. After entering the Misleading Fog Lake, it was hard to escape death. Since ancient times, there had been too many people who overestimated themselves, but no one had ever walked out alive. Some of the curious sovereign martial emperors only dared to go 10 kilometers in before quickly retreating, afraid that they would get lost in there as well. With Xiao Chen's strength as a half-sage, he would only die if he went in. There would be no other ending. How unfortunate. I cannot kill that brat personally. It is hard to vent my hatred. In the battle 15 days ago, the Xian clan senior elder had suffered greatly, forced into a sorry state by a half-sage. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the greatest humiliation of his life. It was not that the Xian clan senior elder had never been defeated before. In fact, he had been defeated even more miserably than that battle. However, his opponents were all people of the older generation. Furthermore, their cultivations were much higher than the Xian clan senior elders. He had nothing to say about his defeat. Chapter 771. However, a junior like Xiao Chen forced him into such a sorry state was unprecedented. If he did not personally kill Xiao Chen, he would not be able to get rid of this heart demon for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. So, it turns out that you miss Xiao Chun so much. In that case, this Xiao Chun will give you another punch. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Suddenly, a splash appeared on the lake. Xiao Chun leaped out and did not hesitate to send out deities descending. The Xian clan senior elder had not expected such a sudden development. By the time he retreated, that surging energy, a punch with tenfold combat prowess, had already struck his chest. Bang! The Xian clan senior elder vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back with a pale complexion. He looked at Xiao Chun incredulously. It turned out that Xiao Chun had not entered the lake at all. He had just stopped at the shore, waiting for the Xian clan senior elder to come over. A punch with tenfold combat prowess already surpassed the might of the Xian clan senior elder's full power strike. This punch struck him while he was caught off guard. This could be said to have truly injured him. The Xian clan senior elder felt so depressed that he wanted to hack Xiao Chun into 1,000 pieces. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun made a fool out of him again. You are going too far. This old man will fight it out with you. The Xian clan senior elder roared and charged at Xiao Chun like a madman. You want to kill me? Come with me to Misleading Fog Lake. I will wait for you at the center of the lake. Xiao Chun felt very happy in his heart. This old fellow had been following him for half a month and had long since disliked him. Now, he finally managed to trick him. Xiao Chun laughed loudly and entered the vast fog again. Bang! In the end, reason won over impulse. The Xian clan senior elder stopped midway. If he really followed Xiao Chun into this misleading fog lake, he would end up in a miserable state. This time, the Xian clan senior elder did not dare to stand casually at the shore. He waited for 2 days before carefully arriving at the shore. Then he jumped into the lake. The Xian clan senior elder searched the bottom of the lake before he confirmed that Xiao Chun had truly entered the depths of the lake. When the Xian clan senior elder jumped back onto the shore, a group of people was already waiting a kilometer away. The person leading this group looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. However, his aura was withdrawn, and there were more than 300 heavenly sage laws behind him. Furthermore, each one was as thick as a thumb, much stronger than Xiao Chen's. Unexpectedly, this person was a peak inferior grade martial sage. There were actually 2 martial sages among the 40 or 50 people standing behind him. The clothes they wore were exactly the same as the Xian clan senior elders. When the clan senior Xian of the Chun of the Xian of the clan, he was of He Chan Chan a Chan, of the of Zof the Chan, and of it his of Shao of his of the Chan of the clan of out of the Chun of. Xian Feng, the day before yesterday, you sent word that the person who killed Xian you had already entered deep into Misleading Fog Lake. Xian Ke did not answer Xian Feng's question directly. He only frowned as he looked at the mysterious Misleading Fog Lake, which was always shrouded in fog. He entered deep thought. Xian Feng lowered his head and answered, "It is absolutely true. I chased this brat for 15 days and nights. In the end, he had nowhere else to run and entered this Misleading Fog Lake." Haha, Xian Feng, you are really capable. Even after chasing a half-sage for half a month, you still could not catch him. A Xian clan senior elder mocked behind Xian Ku. Xian Feng felt a slight pain in his chest. He wanted to retort, but he felt too guilty. He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. Carefully he asked Xian Ku, "First elder, what did the clan head say?" Xian Ku thought for a while, not paying much attention to this. He said, "Did that person barge into this place by mistake or on purpose?" "Xian Feng, are you sure?" "He should have barged in by mistake. He is not from my fiend domain. He probably has not heard of the strangeness of Misleading Fog Lake. If he barged in by mistake, then never mind. Just stand guard here for 3 months. If he comes out, just kill him. If he doesn't, then forget it." After Xian Ku spoke, he glanced at the fog-covered Misleading Fog Lake. Then he stood up and left. As the Xian clan's first elder, he had many matters to attend to. Naturally, he could not waste 3 months on a half-sage who barged into Misleading Fog Lake by mistake. Seeing the first elder leave, Xian Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the first elder was only here to go through the motions. Otherwise, he would have been afraid that he would have revealed his secret. Aside from the thick fog, the water of Misleading Fog Lake looked no different from any other lake. It was clear and transparent. When one looked down, one would see the shadows of fish swimming around. However, the fog above the lake disturbed the tranquility of the lake. After Xiao Chan stepped in for a kilometer, he became completely lost. Even when Xiao Chan infused quintessence into his eyes, he could not see beyond 100 meters. When he extended his spiritual sense, it became hazy after 500 meters. What was even more horrifying was that there was no sense of direction in there. This sense of direction was not limited to a flat surface. Even if one tried to fly upwards with all their might, it would appear that they were flying upwards. However, after a while, they would strangely land back on the lake. As for swimming to the depths of the water, it was even more dangerous. Perhaps after you swam down for 1,000 meters you wouldn't be able to survive. Perhaps after swimming for a kilometer, one would discover that one could not float up no matter how one swam. One would keep spinning in the water, suffocating to death. This misleading fog lake did not have any strong ferocious beasts, traps, or formations. Furthermore, it did not have any natural disasters that could destroy the world. It only blurred one's 5 senses, rendering one's overwhelming abilities useless, grinding one to death in there. Now Xiao Chan was somewhat curious about how the Thunder King managed to get out of this place back then. According to Ao Jiao, when the Thunder King barged into this place, he had not advanced to Martial Emperor yet. He had only just broken through to Martial Sage. In the depths of this misleading fog lake, there is a bolt of divine lightning. That is the true divine lightning. Even at his peak, the Thunder King could not bring out even a tenth of it. Back then the Thunder King was trapped here. Coincidentally, he reached the bottleneck of comprehending a will, so he started cultivating here. He sensed the existence of the divine lightning, which allowed him to reach the depths of misleading fog lake. In the end, he broke through the bottleneck in one go, becoming the only cultivator in the past 10,000 years to comprehend a will before the age of 25, successfully walking out of misleading fog lake. Ao Jiao told Xiao Chan everything that happened back then, answering many of his questions. Divine lightning, even at his peak, the Thunder King could not bring out even a tenth of its might. What kind of lightning was that? Xiao Chan could not help but feel very interested. At his peak, the Thunder King was a sovereign martial emperor. Just one bolt of lightning equaled 10 sovereign martial emperors. In that case, how strong was the master of that bolt of divine lightning? It completely surpassed Xiao Chen's imagination. This was truly incredible. There were strong sovereign martial emperors and weak sovereign martial emperors. However, there would not be much of a difference. In the martial epoch, sovereign martial emperor was synonymous with the peak of cultivators. As for martial gods, they had been a legend for tens of thousands of years. Even the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era, the Qing Emperor, was only a sovereign martial emperor and not a martial god. Most of the legends about martial gods came from the ancient era. That was when martial emperors were as common as clouds and sages roamed the land. It was the golden age of the martial epoch. In the end, legends were just legends. Sovereign martial emperors could live for 10,000 years. Martial gods should be eternal. However, the reality was that several strong sovereign martial emperors from the ancient era had their bloodlines passed down. Even now, they did not go extinct and were revered as sovereign noble clans. As for several of the legendary martial gods, not to mention their bloodlines, they did not even leave behind their inheritances. This made many later generations believe that martial god was just a figment of their imagination, and did not exist at all. Now Ao Jiao said that one bolt of divine lightning equaled 10 sovereign martial emperors. In that case, could the master of the divine lightning be a martial god? At this moment, Xiao Chan could not help but feel excited. He urged Ao Jiao to quickly lead the way. Don't rush. It has been more than 2,000 years. The connection between me and that bolt of divine lightning is already somewhat weak. I need some time. After waiting for a long time, Ao Jiao turned into a beam of light and flew out from the immortal spirit ring. In the depths of Ao Jiao's intelligent eyes was a spot of golden electric light drifting about like a flame. That spot of electric fire was only several times the size of a grain of rice. However, it gave off a soul-stirring light, deterring others from looking directly at it. Ao Jiao revealed an extremely grave expression on her cute and petite face. Her gaze slowly moved around the surroundings, occasionally revealing a confused expression. When Xiao Chan saw this scene, he frowned slightly. It looked like this misleading fog lake was not as easy as Ao Jiao said. However, Xiao Chun was not a rash person. His mental state was much calmer than that of his peers. He did not show any panic on his face, nor did he say anything to disturb Ao Jiao. Time passed slowly. The surrounding fog did not weaken at all. At a glance, all Xiao Chun saw was a vast expanse of white. He could not tell north from south at all. The fog did not look strange. When Xiao Chun collected some, he did not find anything wrong with it. That was to say, the strangeness of this place had nothing to do with this vast fog. The crucial thing was that the divine lightning had clouded the five senses. If not for the fortuitous encounter like the Thunder Kings, a sovereign martial emperor would not have been able to leave. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen's thoughts ran wild, a strong wind suddenly blew. The thick fog in front of Ao Jiao parted, revealing a clear path. The two undetectable spots of golden electric light in Ao Jiao's eyes suddenly turned into clumps of blazing flames, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. With a thought, Xiao Chun quickly followed behind Ao Jiao, moving quickly on the water. It was like there was a formless energy guiding Ao Jiao. The fog in front of her automatically parted as she moved forward. After she crossed it, it immediately closed up again. When one looked back, it was still a vast and boundless fog that stretched for an unknown distance. This was truly inconceivable. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chen felt that they had already advanced at least 150 kilometers. However, Ao Jiao still showed no signs of stopping. "We've arrived." Suddenly Ao Jiao stopped. Right after she spoke, Xiao Chun discovered that the surrounding fog had vanished at some point in time. The scene before Xiao Chun turned into a golden world. Not only was the lake under his feet golden, but the surrounding air and the vast sky were also pure gold. Chapter 772. The sudden change caused Xiao Chen's eyes to be somewhat stimulated. His vision blurred, and he could not help but squint. In the middle of the lake, there was a ball of golden lightning floating 1,000 meters above the lake. The golden radiance was emitted from it, and then the entire world was dyed golden from the inside out. This was the divine lightning that Ao Jiao spoke of. Xiao Chun could feel the energy contained in the electric light. It was like a boundless sea, vast and boundless. However, at this moment it seemed very gentle. The entire world gave off a sense of tranquility. Xiao Chun glanced at Ao Jiao beside him and could not help but be startled. Ao Jiao's exquisite and charming body had actually turned completely golden. Her skin, eyes, hair and clothes were all golden. However, this golden color seemed very lively, making one feel that she was not an inanimate object. "How did you become like this?" Ao Jiao giggled and said. "In my eyes you are like this too." Xiao Chun raised his hand and looked. Indeed, he had become like Ao Jiao, covered in a layer of golden light from the inside out. It was extremely strange. Xiao Chun did not know if he could recover. If he remained like this for the rest of his life, he would not be used to it. Ao Jiao could tell what Xiao Chun was worried about. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. This is its domain. After you entered, you were all assimilated. You will be fine once you leave. You can try cultivating and see if there are any unexpected effects." Xiao Chun did as he was told. He sat cross-legged on the golden lake and closed his eyes to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. After a while he opened his eyes and said in pleasant surprise, "This place is filled with the purest lightning attributed spiritual energy. Cultivating here is at least 10 times faster than cultivating outside." Ao Jiao nodded and said, "With your talent, you will definitely be able to break through to martial sage in less than 3 years. When you advance to martial sage, the more quintessence you have, the more heavenly sage laws you will be able to convert." Xiao Chen asked about what he was most concerned about. "Then what should I do to make my state of thunder break through to the will of thunder?" Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "I don't know. The Thunder King comprehended his will here, but how exactly did he comprehend it? Only he himself knew, and he couldn't tell anyone else. Everyone's situation is different, and the experiences of others may not apply to you. To you, this place is just a fortuitous encounter. However, you will still have to rely on your own comprehension to make a breakthrough." Xiao Chun was stunned at first, but he soon understood. He smiled and said, "To comprehend a will, one needs talent, accumulation and fortuitous encounters. The first two are easy to achieve, but the latter is hard to come by. I don't know how many geniuses are stuck at the bottleneck of fortuitous encounters. Since I have such an opportunity, I should learn to be satisfied. Do your best and leave the rest to the heavens. If you fail, you will have no regrets as long as you do your best. Jiao smiled softly and said, You have already comprehended the state of thunder to the limit. You have already accumulated enough. The fact that you comprehended the immortal state at Thunder Emperor Valley is sufficient proof of your talent. You already have sufficient talent and accumulation. Now that the fortuitous encounter has arrived, you will be able to form the immortal will of thunder in the near future. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, I'll be counting on your auspicious words. Comprehend it well. I also want to make use of this opportunity to raise my strength. Jiao nodded, and her body slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Ripples spread out, and she completely vanished, leaving behind the most peaceful environment for Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This girl you can just cultivate here. It is not like you are in my way. Xiao Chun looked deeply at the divine lightning floating a kilometer above the center of the lake. Then he entered deep thought. Logically speaking, given the might of the divine lightning, he should have been electrocuted into nothingness long ago, even if he did not do anything, given how close he was to it. However, the divine lightning before Xiao Chun clearly possessed an incomparably vast energy. However, it remained gentle and calm, not showing the berserk nature of lightning. In nature, all sorts of states were ever-changing. Wind had gentle winds, cool winds, and strong winds. Fire had warm flames, slow flames, flames, and blazing flames. Water had flood waters, brook waters, and clear waters. Only lightning was not so ever-changing. Even the weakest lightning bolt could easily strike an ordinary person to death. It would not be gentle at all. Its might shook the heavens, it was decisive, and it dispersed with one strike. This was lightning. Xiao Chun had never seen such gentle lightning before. After thinking for a while, he found it very strange. After hesitating for a while, he gathered his courage and flew towards the divine lightning. Xiao Chun's figure flashed as he slowly approached. As he got closer, the feeling of vastness intensified. It was like he was embracing a boundless sea. Before this boundless energy, Xiao Chun's state of thunder was so insignificant that it was negligible. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Chun arrived before the divine lightning. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the clump of light looked like a thick eggshell protecting something. Could the true divine lightning be in there? Xiao Chun frowned and thought hard. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to break the clump of light before he could see the divine lightning? Xiao Chun's state of thunder had already reached its limits long ago. All he needed was an opportunity to break through that bottleneck. Then, he would be able to form his will. The divine lightning was Xiao Chun's opportunity. If he tried to comprehend the divine lightning through a barrier, the effects would be much weaker. However, the danger of breaking the barrier was unpredictable. The possibility of it killing him in one exchange was very high. Should I break it or not? Break it? Xiao Chun felt conflicted. He clenched his teeth and resolutely made a decision. He had to break it. As long as he could increase his chances of comprehending the will of thunder, the risk was worth it. However, he still needed to be cautious. He retreated 1 kilometer and circulated the heavenly sage laws in his body. Strands of pure lightning, attributed quintessence poured into his fingertips like a river. Chi! Chi! The purple lightning attributed quintessence condensed into a beam of light and shot at the eggshell-like clump of light in front. Contrary to Xiao Chun's expectations, the clump of light was easier to break than he expected. It instantly tore a finger-sized hole in it, and a strand of golden lightning surged out. Everywhere it passed, it tore the incredibly tough space of the Kunlun realm in half, forming long black cracks that looked as if they were one. Xiao Chun had been prepared long ago. When he shot out that purple beam of light, he quickly dodged, brushing past the golden lightning. The afterimage left in the air was directly cut in half along with the black crack in space. Xiao Chun sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down his spine. His heart pounded heavily. Had he been slower by even a fraction of a second, his physical body would have been torn in half. Legend had it that Emperor Wu's physical body could withstand the destructive force of the shattering of space. Aside from that, only some spirit beasts at the peak of the food chain could block spatial tears. However, no matter what kind of physical body it was, Xiao Chun was worlds apart from it. An inconspicuous crack could easily tear him to shreds. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the hole. Then, his spiritual sense turned into a thin line and quickly entered. The scene he saw stunned him. This clump of light actually contained a small world that was tens of millions of kilometers wide. It was a chaotic pitch-black space. In the very depths, Xiao Chun saw thousands upon thousands of berserk bolts of lightning roaring furiously. The bolts of golden lightning were actually filled with spirituality, turning into berserk dragons. As they roared and leaped about, they radiated a power that could shatter mountains and dry up rivers. The bolt of lightning that tore space earlier was just an ordinary bolt of lightning that came from the depths of the small world. After traveling for tens of millions of kilometers, its might had decreased. If the surrounding dragons had any destructive power, the entire misleading fog lake would have been reduced to rubble in an instant. Now Xiao Chun finally understood why Ao Jiao said that even when the Thunder King was at his peak, the lightning he executed was only a tenth of the might of this divine lightning. If it was only a tenth, Xiao Chun felt that Ao Jiao was being overconfident. The surrounding dragon-shaped lightning is definitely not the true body of this divine lightning. It is just an electric light that was casually emitted. I have to see exactly what this divine lightning looks like. Xiao Chun carefully controlled his spiritual sense to fly forward. In an instant, his spiritual sense had traveled 500 kilometers. Such a strange speed in the small world astonished Xiao Chun. As his spiritual sense flew, he could even clearly feel the flow of time. Kasie. A random bolt of lightning crashed into Xiao Chun's spiritual sense. In that instant, his spiritual sense turned to ashes, and the scene in his mind vanished. Xiao Chun's pupils constricted. The hole in the clump of light earlier was already slowly closing. His spiritual sense no longer had a chance to enter. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun pointed with his finger and tore another hole. Then, in the time it took for a spark to fly, he dodged the golden lightning that shot out from it. This repeated over and over again. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense went in again and again, and again and again. He got closer and closer to the divine lightning at the core of the small world. The golden lightning that shot out was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, brushing past Xiao Chun again and again. Even with Xiao Chun's strong mental fortitude, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If he was careless, he would lose his life here. Xiao Chun did not know how many times his spiritual sense went in. Finally, he passed through the dragon-shaped lightning and saw the true body of the divine lightning. However, how was this divine lightning? It was clearly a talisman, a supreme lightning talisman. The immortal patterns flowing on it, the traces of strokes, and the strands of immortal chi emanating from the talisman all showed that this was an immortal-grade lightning talisman. It was exactly the same as the introduction of talismans in the Compendium of Cultivation. However, the grade of this talisman was too high, completely surpassing the level of talismans in the Compendium of Cultivation. Xiao Chun did not know what grade this talisman was. Sage grade, immortal grade, or divine grade. With just one look, the golden lightning talisman shape was deeply imprinted in Xiao Chun's mind. It was like a bolt of lightning had blown open his closed thoughts, opening him up. Xiao Chun felt like he understood something. He quickly withdrew his spiritual sense and absorbed the shocking scene he just saw. The surging mental energy in his sea of consciousness started to surge. Xiao Chun started to imitate that supreme talisman according to his memory. Chapter 773. For the state of thunder to turn into a will, it required a point to gather the scattered and blurry states. Xiao Chun finally found this point. It was the supreme lightning talisman in the small world. Under Xiao Chun's intentional carving, the originally blurry state of thunder slowly merged together. Its initial form was like a clump of mud, completely unrelated to the talisman. Furthermore, it shattered at the slightest provocation. If an impatient person tried to do this, he would probably give up after a while. Xiao Chun did not feel anxious at all. At this moment, excitement and agitation filled his heart. He did not know how the Thunder King comprehended a will. However, Xiao Chun was certain that the Thunder King would not recognize that talisman. That was a treasure left behind by the strongest immortal of the immortal epoch. Otherwise, Ao Jiao would not have called it divine lightning. The will of thunder that Xiaochan was about to comprehend was not only different from the Thunder King's will, but also unique in the entire Kunlun realm. That supreme lightning talisman suddenly became extremely clear in Xiaochan's mind. With just one look, it was deeply imprinted in his mind, unforgettable. However, when Xiaochan wanted to merge the state of thunder and form this lightning talisman, he encountered many difficulties. The power of states was formless and formless. First, he had to pile up the formless things. This was not easy. It was like piling up a pile of loose sand into something solid. How could that be easy? After a few tests, the state of thunder that he gathered was like a pile of ugly mud. Even the moment he let go, it immediately turned into a pile of loose sand. Fantasy was wonderful, but reality was harsh. This was the situation that Xiaochan was currently in. Sometimes, when one thought about many things, one would get half-dead excited, hot-blooded. One would think that it would be perfect, something that no one had ever done before or after, shocking everyone. However, when one tried to do it, one would discover that it was a mess. The perfect idea in one's heart could not be achieved at all. Damn it! I failed again. Even after thousands of attempts, Xiaochan still did not get any results. He started to feel frustrated. He opened his eyes and punched the golden lake. With a bang, a 3,000-meter tall water pillar soared into the air. It shone with golden light like a precious sword, flickering with glorious light. This punch poured out all the anger and frustration that Xiaochan had accumulated from thousands of failures. Even the calmest person would not have a temper, and Xiaochan was no exception. The lake water crashed to the ground, rippling and bobbing up and down. After a while it became calm again, looking like a smooth mirror of light. There was nothing in the world that could be as tolerant and gentle as water. No matter how high one stood, water would still flow downwards. Along the way, the dirt on the ground would be silently absorbed by the water. When one sank into a depression, only the water would remain calm. No matter what happened in the outside world, when everything calmed down, the water would return to its original state. Not a single drop of water would be unable to endure the loneliness and jump out on its own. If one placed a pile of sand in a lake without external help, there would be a few uneven spots with uneven heights. As Xiaochan looked at the golden lake water below, his frustrated heart slowly calmed down. Then, he suppressed his earlier agitated emotions. He calmly analyzed what the root cause of his thousands of failures was. Closing his eyes and thinking hard, Xiaochan entered a state of selflessness, tossing all the empty excitement and hot-bloodedness out of his mind. After a long time, Xiaochan opened his eyes and looked at the calm surface of the lake again. A spirited light flashed in his eyes. Sand cannot be piled up into a solid state. Just the state of thunder alone cannot force it together. I need to add something else like water. Sand was indeed not sturdy. However, if one mixed water and sand, it would not be a problem to build an indestructible castle. If the power of concepts was compared to sand, then what was water? Xiaochan muttered to himself. Some of the problems slowly became clear. What was the most abundant in the sea of consciousness? Naturally, it was the vast mental energy. Only by mixing mental energy and the state of thunder could one truly merge them together. Naturally, the state of thunder would be unbreakable, indestructible. After thinking of a way to resolve the problem, Xiaochan remained as calm as before. He immediately did as he was told. Excitement and joy could wait until after the matter was done. Xiaochan closed his eyes and strands of scattered state energy gathered together once more, forming a clump of ugly mud. This mud looked like it would scatter at any moment. However, Xiaochan did not lose heart. He poured in strands of mental energy like water. Buzz! A soft buzzing sound rang out in Xiaochan's mind. The clump of mud that looked like it would scatter at any moment. As Xiaochan infused his mental energy, it slowly merged together, hugging each other tightly. Xiaochan revealed a faint smile. Indeed, his guess was right. The state of thunder was like sand, and mental energy was like clear water. Only by combining the two could one achieve true perfection. Continuing his efforts, Xiaochan continuously merged his peak state of thunder together. The clump of mud became even larger. At the same time, the mental energy in Xiaochan's sea of consciousness slowly seeped in. The two merged perfectly. When all the state of thunder had merged, Xiao Qin's consciousness leaped up and took human form. Then he entered the sea of consciousness and sat on the scarlet throne. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand, and the purple mud, containing mental energy and the state of thunder, flew to him. Xiao Qian stood up from the throne and recalled the appearance of the lightning talisman. Then he started to slowly polish it. As Xiao Qian polished the rough mud, it slowly became more exquisite. Slowly, a talisman appeared on it. At the very least, it looked like a talisman. No one would mistake it for a mud ball. Xiao Qian did not understand or know how to draw the immortal scripts on the divine grade lightning talisman. However, he did not need to draw them. After all, he was not trying to make another divine grade lightning talisman. Firstly, he did not have the ability to do so. Secondly, he did not have the materials. He only wanted to use this opportunity to forge his own unique will of thunder. After some thought, Xiao Qian knew what he should carve on the talisman. He wanted to carve the immortal attribute on it. This was the mental world. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand, and a brush appeared out of nowhere. As Xiao Qian moved, all sorts of startling mysterious phenomena appeared in the boundless world of the Sea of Consciousness. Volcanoes erupted, lightning flashed, thunder roared, seas roared, and snowy shores crumbled. The winds and clouds changed. There was no moment of peace. Only Xiao Qian remained standing on the scarlet throne, his expression calm. No matter how horrifying the mysterious phenomena were, I will write immortal with every stroke. The immortal patterns on the purple talisman slowly linked together. As Xiao Qian drew the final stroke, a divine charm appeared on the rough talisman. On the rough wrinkles, a trace of charm appeared out of thin air. The world of the Sea of Consciousness that had changed colors also stopped moving at this moment. In the world, only that talisman was eternal and immortal. Xiao Qian withdrew his consciousness from the Sea of Consciousness and opened his eyes. A light flashed on his forehead, and the purple talisman flew out. At this moment, the state was still the state, and the mental energy was still the mental energy. The two only merged together. A will did not appear. It still lacked one last breath. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm. He clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of lifeblood essence. Wuxia. When the blood seeped into the talisman, it immediately gave off a strange light. At this moment, Xiao Qin's mind, flesh and blood were completely connected to this talisman. They were bound together for good or for ill. The last thing that was missing from the will was completely fixed. It would be refined into the immortal will of thunder that belonged to Xiao Qian, the one and only in the world. As the light flowed, it no longer showed any signs of dimming. As long as Xiao Qian did not die, the light of his will would be eternal and inextinguishable. Still not enough. Xiao Qin's eyes were resolute as he looked at the divine lightning talisman, hidden in the small world encased in the clump of light. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and a finger-sized hole immediately appeared in the clump of light. Wuxia. The lightning that shot out brushed past Xiao Qin's shoulder. However, it struck the purple talisman, flickering with light in the air. When the golden lightning struck the talisman, Xiao Qian immediately roared in pain. It was like the lightning struck him. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. If jade is not cut, it will not be useful. If the sword is not sharp, how can it kill? The newborn will of thunder had to undergo the baptism of the absolute divine lightning before it could truly become glorious. Despite the boundless pain, Xiao Qin's eyes did not show any intention of giving up. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and another hole appeared, releasing another bolt of golden lightning. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and he attacked 81 times, allowing this newborn will of thunder talisman to undergo the baptism of the absolute divine lightning 91 times. At some point in time, Ao Jiao had emerged from the bottom of the lake. As she looked at the agonized Xiao Qian in the air, a complicated expression appeared in her eyes. The scene before her was very similar to the scene from many years ago. Even after 1,000 years, the scene did not change. The faces of the Thunder King and Xiao Qian kept changing before Ao Jiao's eyes. She focused her gaze and her face froze. It was a young man with delicate features who could not be considered very handsome. The face that belonged to the Thunder Emperor never appeared again. Let the past legends and inextinguishable glory fade away in the long river of history. If one was determined and never gave up, one would definitely create an even more glorious legend. Back then, the Thunder King was like this as well. Although the will he comprehended was different from Xiao Chen's, the instant he comprehended his will, he immediately used the absolute divine lightning to baptize himself. A foolish person would have 10,000 ways to be foolish. However, a truly powerful demonic genius, be it 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, or now, was the same on a certain level. The baptism of the divine lightning would definitely not be effective in a short time. If one gave up after enduring the torment of pain, all their previous efforts would be wasted. It would be meaningless. As the light flickered, it lasted for 7 days. The somewhat crude talisman that belonged to Xiao Chen's will became even more exquisite and perfect under this baptism. After 7 days, no more absolute divine lightning shot out from the clump of light. The purple talisman glowed with light. Occasionally, one could see faint golden light flowing out of the immortal patterns. The edges were distinct, looking like a perfect work of art. Chapter 774. As the talisman spun around, a faint light spread out in all directions, forming a blurry clump of light. Unfortunately, before the radiance of the powerful divine lightning, this talisman, which could shock everyone in the outside world, seemed to pale in comparison. A state was formless, but a will had form. To turn a state into a will, most people would imitate a weapon that they were good at, be it a saber, a sword, or a spear. There were also outstanding talents, powerful demonic geniuses, and wondrous ideas. Some people were bold enough to imitate their will into a legendary ferocious beast, such as a phoenix, a true dragon, a qilin, a golden crow, or a kuan pang. However, such holy beasts had a huge problem. They had vanished long ago during the martial epoch. Occasionally, there were rumors of them, but they were fleeting. It was hard to verify the veracity of them. Without seeing the real thing, no matter how outstanding one was and how talented one was, one's will would lack some charm. Xiao Chen was different. He did not know the grade of the talisman in the clump of light, but it was definitely at least a divine grade talisman. If he could subdue such a talisman, he could easily injure a true dragon. The master of this talisman should have been someone who stood at the peak of the immortal epoch, who knew how many holy beasts, divine blood, and all sorts of natural treasures were needed to make such a talisman. Even with the materials prepared, it would take several hundred years to make it. Xiao Chen used this talisman as the manifestation of his will. This was unprecedented in the martial epoch. Even people with higher cultivation than him could not block his sharpness. If the two clashed, Xiao Chen would definitely have the last laugh. Withdraw. Xiao Chen, who had rested for a long time, said softly as he looked at the talisman floating in the air. Then the will talisman turned into a beam of light and entered Xiao Chen's forehead. The instant the talisman entered his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. A formless might spread out without any need for him to circulate it. Right now, if a cultivator with a lower cultivation than Xiao Chen approached him, even if Xiao Chen did not do anything, they would feel mental pressure. Not to mention exchanging glances with Xiao Chen. With just one look, they would feel fear and fear. This was the might of a will. Back then, in the Dragon Burial Mound, the Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanshi's will of thunder shocked everyone. Whether it was intentional or not, as long as they were within the range of Juanshi's will, they would be affected, stunned for a moment. It was hard to imagine how the 5 fiend cultivators, especially Juanshi's enemies, felt at that. If they knew that Juanshi had comprehended a will, no one else would dare to compete with him for the dragon bones. Haha! Xiao Chen, congratulations. Back then, the Thunder Emperor was the youngest genius to comprehend a will in the past 10,000 years. He was already 25. Now you are 22. And already you. Now you I spirit. I fiend I. Ao Jiao slowly floated down, feeling happy for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said calmly, now is a once in 10,000 years age of geniuses. The peak of the martial epoch will arrive again. There will be countless demonic geniuses. The Kunlun realm is so vast. It is possible that no one has comprehended a will earlier. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, there is no need to be humble. Oh right. What is the form of your will? I have never seen it before. I have also never heard of anyone who could make their will form into such a form. The form of the will was very crucial. To a large extent, it would determine the quality of the will, which would affect one's combat prowess. Normally, one's will would form a weapon that they cultivated. That way it would be more offensive and would also increase the might of their martial techniques. Cultivators with stronger talent would form their will into a living thing, giving it spirituality. It might even form a new life, becoming their own incarnation. The demonic geniuses would set their goals even higher. Their boldness would be unparalleled, directly forming their will into a legendary divine beast. However, the difficulties and challenges they faced would also be greater. The Tianwu domain's 3 holy masters had a special advantage in this aspect. Their martial spirits were legendary divine beasts. Forming their will into a divine beast was much easier. However, aside from the Lost Dragon's Gate, there were only 3 holy masters in the world. After all, most cultivators' martial spirits were ordinary worldly items. Under normal circumstances, they only had the use of condensing and storing quintessence. The will that Xiao Chen formed was not a weapon or a spirit beast, much less a legendary divine beast. It was a talisman that no one had seen before. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt it was strange. He asked, "The Thunder King did not see the true appearance of that divine lightning back then?" Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "No. Back then the Thunder King was just a martial sage. The small Thousand Realms were too far away. With his perception, he could only see thousands of dragon-shaped lightning bolts. He did not see the true divine lightning." This was not strange. Xiao Chen had relied on his spiritual sense and risked his life thousands of times before he saw the true appearance of the divine lightning. However, when he saw the true appearance of the divine lightning, it dispelled another of Xiao Chen's guesses. This divine lightning was not left behind by a martial god. Whether martial gods existed in the world was still a mystery. This divine lightning could not prove anything. After giving a simple explanation of why the talisman turned into this, Xiao Chen started to familiarize himself with the changes in his strength after comprehending a will. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and resumed her cultivation. This place would be of great help to her recovery. She could not waste any time. Then Xiao Chen checked his heavenly sage laws. There were 100 heavenly sage laws. The number had not changed. However, due to his will, they had become thicker. From the thickness of a pinky finger, they had grown to the thickness of a thumb. The baptism of the divine lightning on his will seemed to affect his heavenly sage laws as well, making them even more resilient. As the heavenly sage laws danced, they felt very powerful. They even contained the might of a will. If Xiao Chen ran into that Xian clan senior elder again, he would be able to instantly crush the other party in terms of the strength of his heavenly sage laws, mercilessly shattering the other party's heavenly sage laws. In another 6 months, the appointed time with Bai Wuxia would arrive. With Xiao Chen's talent, he would definitely not stop advancing. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided not to rush out. He would cultivate here for 3 months, strengthening his quintessence further, and using the special environment of this place to stabilize his cultivation. At the same time, he would comprehend the movement technique Thunder Steps that he obtained from Mo Lingtian. The first time Xiao Chen saw Mo Lingtian execute Thunder Steps' explosive increase in speed, he felt very interested. He felt that there were many things he could learn from it. Although there was only one move of the Kuanpeng Fist that the Heavenly Rock King left behind, Xiao Chen still had to make some time to learn it. Furthermore, he had not purified that dark painting piece yet. Before he left, he had to make some time to purify it. As for when he would absorb it, that was another matter. 3 months might seem like a lot, but when he thought about it, he did not have much time to waste. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race did not intend to let him off. As long as he left, he would face 3 bona fide inferior grade martial sages. The hazy white fog lingered all year round. In the past 10,000 years, no one had heard of anyone coming out of misleading Fog Lake. What was in the lake? Why did it cause people to get lost? The Forbidden Land, Misleading Fog Lake, had always been filled with all sorts of mysteries in the vast and boundless Fiend domain. Throughout history, there had been several sovereign martial emperors who wanted to explore it. However, after they delved 10 kilometers, they did not dare to advance any further. These sovereign martial emperors could clearly sense that the thing in the center of the lake already surpassed that of a sovereign martial emperor. It might be related to the legendary true god or a powerful expert from the previous epoch. This was not something they could take the risk to find out. At this moment, the 3 Xian clan senior elders led dozens of Xian clan half-sages on the shore, chatting listlessly. Although the first elder Xianfeng had given the mission of guarding this place for 3 months, everyone knew that this was just for show, to appease the clan head's anger. Even Emperor Wu could not come out of this misleading fog lake. How could an insignificant half-sage do so? If he really did come out, the entire fiend domain would be shaken. Haha, Xianfeng, you are really capable. You could not even catch an insignificant half-sage, causing us to sit here for 3 months. There were 3 Xian clan senior elders here. Aside from Xianfeng, who fought with Xiaochen earlier, there were also Xian Yi and Xian Shui. The one who spoke was Xian Shui, who had always been at odds with Xianfeng. The 10 half-sages behind all showed unhappy expressions. However, due to Xianfeng's status, they could not say anything. 40 half-sages and 3 martial sages. For the sake of killing Xiaochen, the Xian clan had put in a lot of effort. It looked like Xian Yu's death had truly angered the Xian clan's clan head. Such a force was equivalent to a third of the Xian clan's strength. Unfortunately, Xiaochen hid in misleading fog lake, leaving this strong team with nowhere to go. They could only sit here and do nothing. However, they could not disobey orders and leave on their own. Xianfeng said angrily, "Xian Yi, what is the meaning of this? Earlier, you mocked me in front of the first elder. I already endured it. Yet you still dare to mock me?" Xian Shui retorted, "Did I say anything wrong? If not for your strength being average, how could you give that brat the chance to enter misleading fog lake? Why would we waste 3 months? The fight with Xiaochen had already made Xianfeng extremely depressed in the first place. He no longer had a good temper. He shouted, "If you are capable, then charge in and bring out that brat's head." You! Seeing the two arguing intensifying, Xian Yi had no choice but to be the peacemaker. She said, "All right, stop arguing. The deadline will be up when the sun sets today. This brat will definitely die if he enters misleading fog lake. At least we can report to the clan head." Doyens, there seems to be some movement in there. Just at this moment, one of the Xian clan half-sages in the back suddenly said uncomfortably. Xianfeng and the other 2 stopped talking and looked in the direction the half-sage pointed. They saw a formless sword flying over the dense fog in the distance, splitting it in half like a canvas. This is... Xianfeng's expression froze. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. The fog in front parted automatically, and a figure that Xianfeng did not want to see the most appeared. He had delicate facial features, fluttering white clothes, long black hair, and a pair of deep and boundless eyes. Chapter 775. Xiaochen's expression was as calm as ever, without any fluctuations. The 3 Xian clan senior elders and the 40 half-sages behind them were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. Xiaochen, whom everyone thought was dead, actually walked out of misleading fog lake. Even Emperor Wu could not. Yet, an insignificant half-sage like him managed to walk out. Xiaochen frowned slightly. When he saw the lineup at the shore, he was startled as well. 3 martial sages and 40 half-sages. Unexpectedly, the Xian clan mobilized so many people to wait for him for 3 months. They are really extraordinarily patient. Xiaochen's lips curled up in a strange smile. However, while the lineup looked large, the ones that Xiaochen truly needed to pay attention to were the 3 Xian clan senior elders. The 40 half-sages all had varying strengths. Several of them had not even comprehended heavenly sage laws. Right now, Xiaochen could easily crush such cultivators with a casual punch. No matter how many of them there were, it would be pointless. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently pushed off the water, and a clump of electric light exploded out. A blue dragon seemed to soar up from the center of the electric light. In these 3 months, Xiaochen had not only completely comprehended thundersteps, but he had also creatively merged it with his azure dragon cloud soaring art. Now Xiaochen's speed was more than twice as fast as before he entered misleading fog lake. To everyone's eyes, Xiaochen seemed to teleport, traversing a kilometer and arriving at the shore. Xiaochen raised his eyes and looked around. The 40 half-sages immediately felt a strange pressure invading their minds, forcing them to take a step back unconsciously. Fear spread in their hearts as they looked at Xiaochen, trembling slightly. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and looked at Xian Feng. Old man, you have not left yet. That punch on your chest should no longer hurt, right? Xiao Chan did not show any fear before the three martial sages, casually mocking Xian Feng. It's good that you came out. Today I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The flame of hatred in Xian Feng's eyes erupted like a volcano. Xiao Chen's words ignited it, and more than 100 heavenly sage laws instantly poured into his hand. It formed a huge might and pressure as it charged at Xiao Chan with its full power. 99 ice roaming dragons danced around Xiao Chen's body. Before Xiao Chan arrived, an icy aura surged towards Xiao Chan like an ocean. With his previous experience, Xian Feng did not plan to hold back the moment he started. He directly used his trump card. Xian Shui and Xian Yi frowned slightly when they saw this scene. They exchanged glances with each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Wasn't it just a half-saint? Even if he was a monstrous genius, there was no need for him to use his trump card at the beginning of the battle. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows and watched Xian Feng fly over like a gushing river. A vigorous fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. After comprehending a will and cultivating bitterly for 3 months, Xiao Chen's strength had increased explosively. He could use this group of people as practice. The 100 thick purple heavenly sage laws in Xiao Chen's body merged like 100 tributaries and poured into his right fist. Kuan-Peng fist. Xiao Chan roared ferociously. Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind him. A boundless aura followed the strong wind and surged forward. In an instant, that vast tsunami-like cold chi was completely washed away. The Kuan-Peng was a legendary immortal beast. It was thousands of kilometers long and wide. Its wings could cover the sky, allowing it to fly 5,000 kilometers in one breath. As the saying went, when the Kuan-Peng spread its wings and soared into the clouds, it hated that the sky was too low for it to fly. A huge shadow suddenly cast down, and the curtain of night suddenly fell. Everyone looked up in shock. At some point in time, an incredibly huge divine bird had appeared in the sky behind Xiao Chan. The huge shadow came from this bird. A vast and boundless state instantly spread in everyone's hearts. The instant the Kuan-Peng spread its wings in the sky, Xiao Chan gently leaped up as well. At the same time he leaped up and clashed with Xian Feng's trump card. Bang! A surging force burst forth from Xiao Chen's fist. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded without end as the ice dragons around Xian Feng's body exploded. The ice dragons around Xian Feng shattered one by one, and turned into vast cold chi spreading everywhere. Frost instantly covered the surrounding 1 kilometer. Every time an ice dragon was destroyed, the color on Xian Feng's face became a little weaker. In terms of strength, Xiao Chan did not even need to use deities descending to firmly suppress Xian Feng. The 99 ice dragons shattered in an instant. It was so fast that even Xian Shui and Xian Yi, who were behind, could not react. Scram! Xiao Chan roared and took another step forward. The mark on his forehead flickered. The mark on his forehead flickered, and the light of his will spread out. The mark on his forehead flickered, and the 40-odd half-sages behind felt like thunder roared in their minds. They fell into a lightning-attributed illusion and cried out in horror. Xian Shui and Xian Yi, the 2 inferior-grade martial sages, felt their minds buzz, and they were momentarily at a loss. Xian Feng, who was in the lead, was in an even more sorry state. Extreme horror appeared on his pale face. As he watched Xiao Chan press forward, he did not react at all. Bang! Xiao Chan kicked the air and landed a kick on the Xian clan half-sage's chin. The bona fide inferior-grade martial sage's body flew up like a sandbag, crashing into several Xian clan half-sages trapped in the lightning illusion. The huge shadow slowly vanished. After all, the Kuan-Peng was not a true Kuan-Peng. It was just a mysterious phenomenon that Xiao Chan created using his quintessence, heavenly sage laws, and will. Maintaining such a majestic and imposing mysterious phenomenon was not something an ordinary person could do. Even if a regular inferior-grade martial sage obtained the Kuan-Peng fist's martial technique, they would not comprehend a will. Even if they could forcefully create such a mysterious phenomenon, it would just be for show. These inferior-grade martial sages would not be able to bring out a mysterious phenomenon like what Xiao Chan did, making them feel insignificant. The shadow vanished, and sunlight shone on the ground once again. The blazing sun's faint light shone on Xiao Qin's pure white clothes. The wind continued to blow, and the hair on Xiao Qin's forehead fluttered. His delicate facial features appeared before everyone's eyes. One punch, the full-powered strike of an inferior-grade martial sage. Xiao Qin exploded his opponent with one punch. It looked like no one knew how much strength he had used. Xian Shui and Xian Yi felt their throats go dry. Their throats squirmed uncontrollably, and they appeared somewhat stunned. Rumble! The sound of Xian Feng falling to the ground was accompanied by miserable cries. This jolted the two out of their daze. They shouted, "Attack together! Quickly kill him!" The 40 half-sages of the Xian clan were people who had experienced many battles. No matter what, they were half-sages. After they struggled free from the illusions, they heard the senior elder's order and immediately attacked decisively. At the same time, they revealed their true forms and charged at Xiao Qin. After the fiend race took human form, revealing their true forms exhausted a lot of quintessence. Unless they were forced into dire straits, they would not reveal their true forms. Now that they faced Xiao Qin, who had comprehended a will, they would not be able to do anything without revealing their true forms. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Faced with 40 fiend race half-sages in their true forms, the previous him would have been forced to flee in a sorry state. However, so what if he revealed his true form now? Against Xiao Qin, who comprehended the immortal will of thunder and had 100 thumb-thick heavenly sage laws, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Myriad heaven divine fist, chains of deities. Xiao Qin used up all his energy, vital qi, and mental energy at the same time. He punched 3 times at the 40-odd spirit foxes in the air. Kasie, Kasie. Chains with divine scripts flowing on them appeared out of nowhere, looking like berserk dragons. The chains danced around chaotically, like a group of dragons fighting each other. The spirit foxes were easily bound, unable to move. More than 40 spirit foxes were bundled together, looking like a small hill. It was a frightening sight. The divine scripts flowed with light, and a fiery sealing power swept across the group of fiend race half-sages in their true forms. Miserable cries rang out. Xiao Qin's gaze turned cold, not showing any mercy at all. He had killed Xian Yu. Now he had established a grudge with the Xian clan. This grudge would not rest until he was dead. The Xian clan would not let him off. In that case, Xiao Qin did not need to show mercy. He stretched out his hand, and a large net-like chain formed by the divine script half-sages slid out. Then he caught one of the chains. Before Xian Shui and Xian Ye's shocked gazes, Xiao Qin raised the divine script chain in his hand and tossed the Xian clan half-sages into the mound. Then he used it as a weapon, smashing it at the two. Hu Qi! A whistling sound rang out, and Xian Shui and Xian Yi paled in fright as they quickly dodged. Xiao Qin leaped into the air, and electric light burst out under his feet. His figure flickered as he swung the half-sages bound by the divine script chain, smashing them at the two. Xian Shui and Xian Yi dodged as they cursed. This fellow was actually so bold, using their clansmen as weapons. Clearly, the mountain of flesh flying over was very strong. Even the two of them did not dare to clash head-on. More importantly, these were their clansmen. The more they resisted, the more severely injured the Xian clan would be. This would have nothing to do with Xiao Qin. "Little bastard, stop right now. Stop right now and we can give you a quick death." Xiao Qin did not even know who had the upper hand. Yet these two were still so stubborn. He could not be bothered with them. His figure flashed as he continued swinging the chains. Rumble! The bound half-sages continuously fell to the ground. Deep pits appeared, dust kicked up and cracks appeared in the ground. This showed how heavy Xiao Qin's attacks were. Bang! Xiao Qin felt like he had hit a person. When he looked carefully, he could not help but smile. It turned out that Xian Feng, who had clashed head-on with Xiao Qin and suffered a crushing defeat, wanted to take advantage of the chaos to flee. In the end, he got accidentally injured by Xiao Qin, and the mountain-sized meatball smashed into his severely